Chapter 165. Sweetheart? Princess by Yao's beautiful face went pale. Princess, it's just as third prince said, it's only a spar. You don't have to worry. Just when Princess by Yao was about to refute, Duan Lingtian spoke first and stopped her. Princess by Yao's beautiful face froze, and her pair of watery eyes spun with flowing lights that converged onto Duan Lingtian's body with a trace of bewilderment mixed within. Duan Lingtian nodded to Princess by Yao, then opened his mouth and mouthed, "Don't worry." This was what Duan Lingtian mouthed. Princess by Yao's expression eased up slightly when she saw this, and she once again sat back down. She was extremely curious. Where did this youth that was similar in age to her get such strong confidence from? Whoosh! Duan Lingtian was very straightforward, and his figure flashed to descend onto an empty space in the building at the center of the lake. Who's going to be the first? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as his gaze swept past the young geniuses present. Presently, these people were eager to give it a try, as if every single one of them wanted to step on him to get to the top. "I'll do it." Accompanied by a light shout, an azure-clothed young man descended onto the arena and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The person that entered the arena was none other than Su Lan, third prince. Meanwhile, Su Lan looked at third prince and said respectfully, as the saying goes, fists and feet have no eyes. "I'm both at the 9th level of the core formation stage as Duan Lingtian, and only by fighting with all our strength can we determine a victor. At that time, if there's a casualty, then it's something that can't be avoided." Third Prince's eyes focused as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Brother Lingtian, what do you think?" Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. "Of course." Princess by Yao's face went pale once more when she heard third prince. Just when she wanted to speak, she noticed that Duan Lingtian gave her a reassuring gaze. Although she didn't speak again, there was still a trace of worry in her eyes. When she first saw Duan Lingtian, although Duan Lingtian was extraordinarily handsome, she did not have any reaction. She had seen too many handsome men. When she saw Duan Lingtian still maintain a calm and composed smile when facing the ridicule of the group of young geniuses, she realized that Duan Lingtian's smile had affected her, as if it had tugged at the string in her heart. He had never had such a feeling before. Now that she saw that Duan Lingtian was in danger, she broke out in cold sweat for the Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, I will kill you." The corners of Su Lan's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He opened his mouth, and although he didn't make a sound, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly see the shape of his mouth. "You want me to die?" Duan Lingtian didn't mind. In this world, there were many people that wanted him dead, but wasn't he still alive and well? One must know one's limits. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as a trace of a bright light flashed within his eyes as he spoke indifferently. What he said was extremely sudden. Amongst the people present, only Su Lan was able to understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Su Lan's face sank as he burst into rage. "You're courting death." Instantly, Su Lan's eyes went cold, and his figure moved as if transforming into a cheetah as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. Everywhere he passed, the curtains at the side of the buildings at the center of the lake rustled as if they were being blown by a strong wind. 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Su Lan. He exerted his full strength the moment he attacked. The movement technique Su Lan executed now was obviously a high-grade, profound, rank movement technique at the perfection stage, and his speed almost reached the limit of the 9th level of the core formation stage. Of course, this was only relative to an ordinary 9th level core formation stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian wasn't within this category. The third prince sat at the head seat as he watched this scene with a smile on his face, and a strand of dense, cold light flickered within the depths of his eyes. Even though it was the first time he'd met Duan Lingtian. However, he felt a trace of threat from Duan Lingtian. He had a sudden premonition that Duan Lingtian's existence would very likely become an obstacle to his ascension to the throne. So now he wished for nothing more than for Su Lan to kill Duan Lingtian. Princess Baiyao clenched her fists tightly, not daring to close her eyes as her heart rose to her throat at this moment. Only the violet-clothed youth that stood there without moving like a mountain remained in her eyes. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Su Lan arrived before Duan Lingtian, and when he saw Duan Lingtian not moving in the slightest, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Great net palm. High-grade, profound, rank martial skill. Opening his hand, his origin energy skyrocketed, and palm images that covered the sky howled as they descended, enveloping Duan Lingtian. Su Lan's attack was about to descend onto Duan Lingtian. No. Princess, Baiyao exclaimed in surprise as she abruptly stood up. This Duan Lingtian is truly arrogant. The same thought arose within the hearts of the remaining group of young geniuses, and the corners of their mouths curled into cold smiles. They all thought that Duan Lingtian would die for sure. A smile bloomed on the third prince's face as well. Su Lan's eyes emitted madness. As far as he was concerned, once his palm descended, this youth that caused him to be envious would completely vanish from this world. Instantly, a trace of delight appeared on the corners of his mouth. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's body lightly trembled, and the strength of nearly 13 ancient mammoths exploded forth above him. Only 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Greater teleportation, the defensive martial skill, was circulated. At the instant Su Lan's palm descended, a layer of defensive qi appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! Su Lan's palm descended, and it just happened to slap onto Duan Lingtian's defensive qi. Ah! In almost an instant, Su Lan emitted a shrill cry, and his right hand that struck out with his palm was forcefully torn apart at the shoulder by the force of the teleportation. His hand flew far away, and with a plop it fell into the artificial lake. At this moment, the defensive qi on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body shook and shattered into pieces. Duan Lingtian's face flushed red. Although he had the defensive qi protecting his body, Su Lan's palm strike that relied on the strength of 12 ancient mammoths wasn't so easy to withstand, and there was still a portion of it that affected his body. Fortunately, the strength of his fleshly body's vital energy and blood far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. Otherwise, when Su Lan's palm descended, even if he exerted the strength of nearly 13 ancient mammoths and derived a defensive qi, his internal organs would surely be shaken and injured. A defensive martial skill was able to completely offset an offensive martial skill of the same cultivation level, but it was only relative to a lower-level martial artist. At the 9th level of the core formation stage, the existence of a defensive qi barrier that easily possessed the strength of over 10 ancient mammoths was no longer so exaggerated. Star transposition! Everyone present, including the third prince and the old man behind him, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. They were able to discern that the defensive martial skill Duan Lingtian executed was precisely the Shao clan's strongest defensive martial skill. Star transposition! They were slightly absent-minded. How could Duan Lingtian know star transposition that the Shao clan didn't pass down to outsiders? Su Lan's body shook as his arm was severed. He was barely able to stand firm, but he was in an extremely sorry state. No. In the next moment, Su Lan's pupils constricted, and his face went ghastly pale as he let out a shrill cry. He saw that Duan Lingtian had moved. Currently, his most important right arm was crippled, and he was utterly unable to block Duan Lingtian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Duan Lingtian instantly closed in on Su Lan. Dragon's finishing touch. Duan Lingtian didn't even wave his hands to draw a dragon, but instead directly pointed out with his finger. A piercing howl sounded out as it flashed toward Su Lan's chest. Su Lan's face went serious as he desperately urged his defensive martial skill. A layer of defensive chi barrier appeared on the surface of his body. Defensive chi barrier? Is it of any use? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. His finger descended, accompanied by an awe-inspiring strong wind, and it indeed encountered a considerable amount of resistance when it touched the defensive chi barrier on Su Lan's chest, however. Duan Lingtian exerted force once more, his finger piercing through the defensive chi barrier and directly pointing at Su Lan's heart. The terrifying force of his finger gushed in, instantly shattering Su Lan's heart. Bang! Su Lan's body trembled. His eyes stared wide open as he fell limp to the ground, completely devoid of any signs of life. Dead. Su Lan's corpse lay on the ground, fresh blood gushing out from his severed arm, beautiful and dazzling. Sai, I already told you. A person must know their limits. Duan Lingtian squatted down and extended his hand to help Su Lan close his eyes that were wide open in death. He pretended to sigh before standing up once more and looking at the distant group of young geniuses that had long since been scared to the point their faces were ghastly pale. Now, who wants to come down and give me some guidance? Duan Lingtian's cold gaze swept past these so-called young geniuses, one by one. Instantly, the group of young geniuses looked at each other, but not a single one of them had the guts to stand out. They'd all witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. If it was said that before this, they'd thought that Duan Lingtian's strength was relying on his grade 7 spirit weapon. Now they understood that even if Duan Lingtian didn't use a spirit weapon, he still wasn't someone that an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist could defeat. They glanced at Su Lan's corpse and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They rejoiced that they didn't leave the battlefield before Su Lan did. Otherwise, they could imagine that the ones who would surely die would be them. Third Prince, how about it? After disdainfully sweeping the group of so-called young geniuses with his gaze, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the Third Prince. Although the Third Prince still had a smile on his face, it was a smile that was slightly unnatural. I never imagined that Brother Lingtian actually cultivated the Shao clan's star shift. However, whether my sister is willing to tour the lake with you will depend on her own decision. Third Prince doesn't have to worry about that. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, then his figure moved like a gust of wind to float to Princess Bayao's side. He extended his hand and domineeringly grabbed onto Princess Bayao's soft hand and pulled her up. Princess Bayao's delicate body trembled as if she'd been electrocuted, and her cheeks flushed red. It was the first time in her life that a man had held her hand like this. Princess, accompany me for a walk. How about it? Duan Lingtian nodded to Princess Bayao and lightly smiled. Princess Bayao lightly nodded with a bashful expression. Chapter 166. The Third Prince took a deep breath, then coldly swept the remaining young geniuses with his gaze and said indifferently, "Everyone, today's banquet ends here. You can all disperse." The group of youths noticed the Third Prince's suppressed rage, and they respectfully replied before turning around and leaving. After walking out of the building at the center of the lake, Duan Lingtian let go of Princess Bayao's hand and smiled apologetically. "Princess, I've offended you." Princess Bayao's heart trembled. Even she didn't know why, but when Duan Lingtian let go of her hand, a trace of disappointment faintly arose in her heart. "It's fine." Princess Bayao lightly shook her head, and her cheeks were still crimson red. A pair of Golden Boy and Jade Girl began to leisurely stroll around the artificial lake. "I apologize on behalf of Third Brother for today's matter. Third Brother wasn't like this in the past, and I don't know why he would target you like this." Princess Bayao lightly sighed. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slight arc. Even he didn't know why the Third Prince would target him like this. How could he have known that the Third Prince had a suspicious nature, and after seeing how unfathomable he was and feeling unable to control him, the third prince subconsciously believed that Qinshi was a threat and wanted to get rid of him. Sometimes, as a member of the imperial family, it was that simple to get rid of a person and no reason was required. Subsequently, the two of them didn't speak as they silently circled around the man-made lake. "All right, princess, I should return as well." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to Princess Bai Yao. He had a rather good impression of this kind-hearted young girl. "Okay." Princess Bai Yao lightly nodded, then asked, "Will we meet again in the future?" "There will be a chance." Duan Lingtian nodded, then turned around and left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar, Princess Bai Yao heaved a sigh of relief and faintly sighed, "Bai Yao, you can't like him." Unknowingly, a figure had appeared beside Princess Bai Yao. "Third brother, why?" Princess Bai Yao looked at the third prince, and a trace of unwillingness appeared within her eyes. "He's not suitable for you." The third prince's answer was extremely simple. "Not suitable." Bitterness surfaced on the corners of Princess Bai Yao's mouth as she shook her head. Soon after, her voice became much colder. "Thank you, third brother, for your hospitality these past few days. I will return to the imperial palace early in the morning tomorrow. Third brother, please help me prepare." The third prince frowned. He could tell that his sister had really fallen for that young man. "Uncle Hu, clean it up. I don't want to leave any trouble behind." Suddenly, the third prince opened his mouth, as if he was talking to the air. "Yes." An aged voice suddenly rang out. At the same time, an aged figure disappeared into the darkness of the night. After Duan Lingtian left the third prince's mansion, he went back to his own house. "I didn't expect my charm to be so great." A self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. He was naturally able to see the feelings that Princess Bai Yao revealed when she looked at him. However, he didn't have any other intentions towards Princess Bai Yao. Perhaps it was because of Princess Bai Yao's complicated identity, or perhaps it was because of the two little girls at home. "I'll leave everything to fate," shaking his head. Duan Lingtian didn't think about it any further. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian had already walked half the distance. Now he took a shortcut and walked into a remote alley. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons under his sleeve were slightly restless. Instantly, Duan Lingtian stopped moving with a vigilant expression. Right at this moment, his formidable spiritual force faintly noticed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him from the shadows. "Who is it?" Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but change. "Not bad. You're only at the 9th level of the core formation stage, yet you're able to notice my existence. Needless to say, you're very special." A hoarse voice sounded from the other end of the alley. Under the moonlight, the old man's face was completely revealed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. "It's you." Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Wasn't the old man that stood behind the third prince tonight the same old man that stood behind the third prince? If I'm not wrong, there ought to be some secrets on your body. Even my origin energy, condensed into sound, was actually unable to harm you. It's truly strange. The old man slowly walked closer with a pair of eyes that flickered with a bright light and emitted a strange sheen. "The third prince sent you here?" Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu and his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, he was able to faintly sense the old man's cultivation. Although this old man was inferior to the divine might Marquis Niayuan, he wasn't easy to deal with. He was at least a 7th level core formation martial artist, or even an 8th level core formation martial artist. The old man didn't answer Duan Lingtian and continued to slowly walk closer. "I want to know the reason." Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he spoke in a suppressed and low voice. "The reason is, you're too showy, causing His Highness to feel threatened. Also, you shouldn't have profaned the princess. The old man's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell and emitted a bone-piercing coldness. Shui shouldn't have profaned the princess? This is also a reason. Duan Lingtian's face sank. What was the difference between the third prince's actions and disregard for human life? Before this, although he realized that the third prince might not like him, he never imagined that the third prince would want his life. Slight anger appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Then Duan Lingtian's icy cold gaze descended onto the old man as he coldly said, "I'll give you a chance. Leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt." Duan Lingtian only had 2 bone corrosion inscriptions in his possession that could annihilate an ordinary nascent soul martial artist, and he wasn't willing to waste one. That was a few millions of silver. Even if he only used one, his heart would ache for a long time. So he gave the old man a chance now. If the old man didn't know what was good for him, then no matter how much his heart ached, for the sake of his life, he would still use the bone corrosion inscription and annihilate the old man. If money is gone, it can be earned again. If one's life is gone, then there's nothing left. Shameless boasting. Let me see how you take my life. The old man sneered. Obviously, he didn't take Duan Lingtian's words to heart, and only thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying and stalling for time. Suddenly, the old man moved, swift like a bolt of lightning, attacking like the wind, as if transforming into a rock that flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian felt a formidable aura sweep over, pressuring him to the point he couldn't catch his breath and was on the verge of suffocating. He could vaguely see that above the old man, 1,100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Bang! The old man slapped out with his palm, and his origin energy slowly condensed to gradually condense into form. Humph! Since you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. His hand flashed past his waist, and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. At the instant the old man's palm condensed into form, Duan Lingtian activated the bone-devouring inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword as well. Wham! Instantly, a strand of gray flowing light leaped about on the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword, and the flowing light was swift like a bolt of lightning as it flashed out. No! The old man's pupils constricted, and at the instant he reacted, the gray flowing light had already pierced into his body. In an instant, the old man's shrill and miserable cry caused even Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but feel a chill run down his spine when he heard it. This bone-devouring inscription was too overbearing. In the next moment, the old man's shrill cries stopped abruptly, and his body trembled as the origin energy in his body completely dispersed. Not only that, the old man's body seemed to have suddenly transformed into a pile of mud, instantly collapsing, and the bones in his entire body were completely corroded, transforming into nothingness. Even though Duan Lingtian had killed many people, he still felt nauseous at this moment. It was the first time he'd seen someone die in such a way. It was equivalent to the bones in his entire body turning into ashes, and only his skin and flesh remained. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to take another look, and he directly ignited his pale flame, burning the old man's miserable corpse into ashes. In the end, Duan Lingtian found the old man's spatial ring from the ashes, and only then did he leave. On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring. F***K. When Duan Lingtian saw everything within the spatial ring, his face flushed red, and he couldn't help but curse. Within the spatial ring, a large pile of silver bills were neatly arranged, and most of them were silver bills with a denomination of 10,000 silver. Duan Lingtian roughly estimated that the silver bills piled up within the spatial ring added up to at least 70 to 80 million silver. He wouldn't be the manager of the third prince's estate, right? Duan Lingtian was overjoyed in his heart as he guessed in his heart. Third prince, you've given me a generous gift this time. Duan Lingtian's face was suffused with a smile. Luckily, this old fellow wasn't scared off by me earlier. Otherwise, I would have brushed shoulders with these 70 to 80 million silver bills. Thinking of what happened earlier, Duan Lingtian had a lingering fear in his heart. He could imagine that if the old man knew of Duan Lingtian's current thoughts, even if he were to walk on the road to the netherworld, he would surely not be at peace. A single bone-eroding inscription is worth at most 3 million taels of silver. I've made a huge profit from this deal. On the way back, Duan Lingtian beamed with joy. Over 3 million silver in exchange for 70 to 80 million silver bills was a sizable profit, and it was one of a kind. That Duan Ru is in charge of so many properties of the Duan clan. He surely has a shocking amount of wealth in his hands. If he doesn't have eyes and still comes looking for trouble with me, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer, and a trace of greed arose within his eyes. Tonight's matter had undoubtedly allowed him to taste the sweetness. And that fifth prince, his family's manager, surely has a lot of money, right? As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian realized that he had returned to the entrance of his home. Because Duan Lingtian had been notified beforehand, the three beauties at home weren't too worried about him. However, after Duan Lingtian returned, the two little girls still gathered around him, inquiring about what happened at the banquet with curious expressions. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't tell them the truth, or else they would be worried again. Chapter 167. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian called Xiongquan over and passed him a large pile of silver. Take these 50 million silver and continue to purchase the materials I asked you to buy last time. Duan Lingtian instructed. 50 million silver? Xiongquan was stunned. Where did the young master get so much money? However, he was an intelligent person and didn't ask any questions as he respectfully put away the silver. Yes, young master. Duan Lingtian returned to his room and used the last batch of material Xiongquan bought last time to once again inscribe a bone corrosion inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. Today, he could be considered to have completely experienced the might of the bone corrosion inscription. Even the old man beside the third prince, an existence at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage, didn't even have the time to react before being struck. The bones in his entire body turned into ashes, and he was deader than dead. To Duan Lingtian, the bone corrosion inscription was a life-saving talisman. He could imagine that if it wasn't for the bone corrosion inscription tonight, he would have already been killed by the old man beside the third prince. Third prince, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember your gift today. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of a cold light. After catching his breath, Duan Lingtian cultivated the 9 dragons' war sovereign techniques, raging python form, until late into the night before falling asleep. The next morning, Duan Lingtian went to class in the Star Mastermind Department's classroom as usual. During this time, someone came to look for Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng left for a while before returning. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange gaze. Duan Lingtian, come with me. Although Duan Lingtian felt it was strange, he still followed Sima Changfeng out. Teacher, did you call me out for something? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. Someone wants to see you, Sima Changfeng said. Just when Duan Lingtian was wondering who wanted to see him, Sima Changfeng had already brought him to an empty space at a corner of Paladin Academy. There was a luxurious carriage parked there. 2 old men stood on both sides of the carriage. Relying on the experience of the rebirth martial emperor and his formidable spiritual force, Duan Lingtian was able to determine that the strengths of these 2 old men weren't inferior to the old man he killed with the bone corrosion inscription last night. Go. Sima Changfeng nodded at Duan Lingtian. I'll wait for you here. Duan Lingtian walked over curiously. After getting into the carriage, he was stunned. The person sitting in the carriage was none other than the third prince whom he had just met yesterday. However, after one night, the third prince's face was no longer full of smiles like yesterday. His face was gloomy. "Third prince, are you looking for me?" Duan Lingtian sat down in the carriage and frowned. "Duan Lingtian, let's not beat around the bush. After Hubo left last night, he didn't return. Was he killed by your men?" The third prince looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was like lightning as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. He noticed all the changes on Duan Lingtian's face and was afraid that he would miss the slightest bit. Duan Lingtian had a surprised and puzzled expression when he heard this. "Third prince, who is Hubo?" The third prince frowned. He had been observing the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression, but he noticed that when he mentioned Hubo, there was nothing wrong with Duan Lingtian's expression. Could it be that it really had nothing to do with this Duan Lingtian? That was impossible. Yesterday, he sent Hubo to kill this Duan Lingtian. However, after Hubo left, he didn't return. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. If it was only Hubo who went missing, then it would only be the loss of an 8th-level nascent soul martial artist. At most, the third prince would feel heartache for a while. But Hubo had another identity. He was the housekeeper of the third prince's estate and was in charge of his private wealth. What he urgently wanted to find now was the spatial ring on Hubo's hand. If he didn't have that spatial ring, then it would mean that the 70 to 80 million silver would be wasted, and his future days would be difficult. Although he was a prince, he usually had to rely on himself to pay for all the expenses of his own estate. Moreover, if he wanted to get more people to support his ascension to the throne in the future, then he would need to use that money to establish connections. Third prince, why is your expression so unsightly? Did something happen? Duan Lingtian had a surprised expression as he asked curiously. Duan Lingtian, Hubo, if you killed him, then you killed him. I won't fuss about it. However, you must hand over Hubo's spatial ring. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. The third prince's face was gloomy as he threatened. He still wanted to gamble and test whether the spatial ring was in Duan Lingtian's hands. Third prince, what do you mean by this? Someone in your estate died, and you want to blame it on my head? Duan Lingtian's face sank as he flew into a rage. As for the spatial ring you mentioned, I don't know anything about it. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't look back as he got off the carriage and left directly. The third prince's face was extremely ugly. It really wasn't him. Then, who was it? Hubo was his trusted aide. He firmly believed that if it wasn't for Hubo's accident, Hubo would definitely not disappear. Once I find out who did it, no matter who it is, I will let him die without a burial place. The third prince, who usually appeared approachable in front of others, now had a sinister expression, as if he had turned into a demon. Soon, the third prince's luxurious carriage left under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and Sima Changfeng. Duan Lingtian, why was the third prince looking for you? Sima Changfeng curiously asked. I don't know. He just told me something about Hubo's death and some spatial ring. It's inexplicable. Duan Lingtian shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. He wasn't surprised that the third prince came looking for him, but he didn't expect that the third prince's reaction would be so quick and so big. It seemed that those silvers to the third prince were a large sum of money and even had an extraordinary significance. Hubo, spatial ring? Sima Changfeng was stunned, then immediately speculated. As far as I know, the steward of the third prince's estate is called Husan. Could it be that Husan is dead? Husan is the most trusted person of the third prince, and even controls the wealth of the third prince's estate. Could it be that after Husan died, the spatial ring in Husan's hand that stored the wealth of the third prince's estate also disappeared? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes wide and pretended to be surprised. It should be. It's good that you know about this matter. Don't spread it out. Or else, It will attract unnecessary trouble. That third prince isn't someone easy to deal with. Sima Changfeng warned with a serious expression. I know, teacher. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded, a bright light flashing in his eyes. The third prince was naturally not someone easy to deal with. He had already seen this at the banquet last night. Actually, the moment he saw the third prince today, he had already guessed the third prince's purpose for coming. When the third prince suddenly said that he had something to do with Husan's death, he had seen the third prince's burning gaze. He naturally guessed the third prince's purpose. Without a doubt, he wanted to test him to see if he was really related to Husan's disappearance. Unfortunately, the third prince wanted to make him reveal a flaw, but it was undoubtedly a waste of effort. As the weapons specialist of his previous life, how could he be fooled by such a small matter? Thinking of the third prince's last words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. The third prince wanted him to spit out the things he had eaten? Was that even possible? Duan Lingtian and Sima Changfeng returned to the classroom and continued with class. At noon, after class, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun walked over. Duan Lingtian, why did Teacher Sima ask you to go out earlier? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Nothing much. He just told me that there might be a battle at the northwest border at any time. He asked me if I would be interested if Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department sent someone there. Duan Lingtian repeated the words that Sima Changfeng had said to him 10 days ago. He took it as an excuse. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, however, believed it. Xiao Sun sighed. Logically speaking, if Paladin Academy really needs to send someone, only students of 3rd grade and above would have the opportunity to go. Teacher Sima asked you this because he undoubtedly intends to strongly recommend you to go when the time comes. Maybe. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, did you gain anything when you attended the third prince's banquet yesterday? That third prince probably tried his best to rope you in, right? Xiao Yu recalled what happened yesterday and asked with a smile. Tried his best to rope him in? Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly unnatural. That third prince wished for nothing more than to kill him, yet still tried to rope him in? However, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. He lightly smiled and said, My greatest gain yesterday was probably meeting the number 1 beauty in the Imperial City. Number 1 beauty in the Imperial City? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes lit up. You met Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian nodded. If I knew earlier, I would have gone with you to join in the fun yesterday. Xiao Yu had a face full of regret. You really wanted to join in the fun? Looks like the next time I see little Qian, I'll have to pass on these words to her. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile. The little Qian he spoke of was precisely Lo Cheng's younger sister, Luo Qian. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously, How is it? Is that Princess Bai Yao beautiful? Duan Lingtian nodded. Her reputation is well-deserved. In terms of beauty, she's not inferior to your sister. Xiao Yu was slightly moved. He was well aware of the beauty of his sister, Xiaolan. She was absolutely a peerless beauty. What? Xiao Yu, your sister is actually a beauty that can compare to Princess Bai Yao? Xiao Sun's eyes shone as if he had transformed into a hungry wolf. Xiao Sun, don't even think about hitting on my sister. My sister already has someone in her heart. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. That's not a problem. I'll surely prove to her that I'm 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than the person in her heart. As far as Xiao Sun was concerned, the person Xiao Yu's sister took a fancy to should be someone from Aurora City. In terms of natural talent, strength, and family background, that person couldn't catch up to him. As a direct descendant of the Imperial City's Xiao clan, Xiao Sun had great confidence in this aspect. Are you sure you're 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than that person? Xiao Yu's gaze became slightly strange. What? In your Aurora City, besides Duan Lingtian and you, there are other freaks. Xiao Sun's heart jerked as he asked curiously. Xiao Yu shook his head. Then what you mean is… Chapter 168. Xiao Sun was stunned, and when he reacted, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. It can't be right. Xiao Yu's little sister's sweetheart is Duan Lingtian? If it was someone else, he might have the confidence to compare. But if it was Duan Lingtian, he knew his limits. The difference between him and Duan Lingtian was like heaven and earth. Comparing himself to Duan Lingtian was just looking for trouble. What are you two looking at me for? Duan Lingtian was still pondering about the matter of the third prince, but when he returned to his senses, he noticed that Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were both staring at him. Is there a flower on my face? Duan Lingtian obviously didn't hear the conversation between Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. No. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. Come, let's go eat. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrived at the dining hall and waited for a while. The dishes were all served, but Su Li and Tian, who still hadn't arrived. Why are they so late today? Xiao Sun had a bewildered expression and felt it was slightly strange. Something couldn't have happened, right? Duan Lingtian's brows lightly frowned. Su Li and Tian, who had always been punctual, and there had never been anyone who hadn't arrived so late. He kept feeling that something wasn't right, and his heart rose to his throat. Duan Lingtian. Just at this moment, a slightly hurried shout sounded out from outside the dining hall, approaching from afar. It's Tian Hu. Why is it only him? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized the person in the distance, and his brows raised as his figure moved to greet the person. Tian Hu, where's Su Li? Quickly arriving before Tian Hu, Duan Lingtian noticed that Tian Hu's expression was extremely unsightly, and his heart jerked as he had a bad premonition, so he hurriedly asked. At this moment, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun followed out as well. Su Li. Hearing Duan Lingtian's question, the corners of Tian Hu's mouth held a bitter smile and helplessness. He was stopped by the Su clan members. People from the Su clan? Could it be that Su Li had some sort of relationship with the Su clan? Duan Lingtian's face sank, as if it was covered with a layer of frost. Let's go. Under Tian Hu's lead, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked towards the bamboo forest behind Paladin Academy. Within the quiet bamboo forest, Su Li was lying on the ground. His aura was weak, and it was obvious that he had suffered heavy injuries. It was even harder for him to stand up now. Even so, Su Li's eyes were still filled with a trace of coldness. He still held the 3-foot-long sword in his hand and didn't let go. Su Li's heart was as firm as a boulder. Even if he was humiliated, he was still unyielding. In front of Su Li, there were 3 youths standing there. The leader was a young man in embroidered clothes who was around 25 years old. He was currently stepping on Su Li's hand that was holding the sword, and a cold smile appeared on his face. What? You're still not willing to let go of the sword in your hand at this time? Su Li, you're just like your father. Both of you are trash. It would have been fine if you had obediently stayed in the countryside, but you just had to return to the imperial city and even appear before my eyes. Aren't you courting death? What, still glaring at me? You're not convinced? The young man in embroidered clothes became angry when he saw Su Li's cold gaze, and he raised his leg and directly kicked Su Li's face. Instantly, blood bloomed on Su Li's face like a dazzling rose, dazzling and resplendent. Su Tong, 10 years. I'll surely kill you within 10 years. A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Su Li's mouth, and his voice revealed icy coldness, as if it came from the depths of hell. Su Li's voice was mixed with boundless confidence. 10 years? The young man in embroidered clothes was stunned. Then he started laughing. A wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Su Li, do you think that you can defeat me in 10 years? Although I'm not afraid of you. But you've really reminded me. I indeed don't dare to kill you in Paladin Academy, but I'm very curious. If I cripple your Dantian, how will you kill me in 10 years? And on what basis will you kill me? Now, I'll destroy all of your hopes. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to be more and more interested the more he thought about it, and he intended to raise his leg and give Su Li's Dantian a kick. Su Li's pupils constricted, and a trace of despair was faintly suffused within him. If his Dantian was really crippled, then it would mean that his entire life was completely ruined. No, Su Li's heart was filled with unwillingness. Su Li's breathing became hurried when he saw the young man raise his leg. He wanted to struggle and dodge, but he noticed that he had no strength in his body and had nowhere to dodge. Right at this moment, Brother Tong, that companion of Su Li's, has come again. He even brought back 3 people, and 2 of them seemed to be Duan Lingtian and the Shao clan Shao Sun. A young man behind Su Tong noticed the 4 figures that swiftly flashed over from afar. Duan Lingtian? Shao Sun? A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Su Tong's mouth, and his gaze descended onto the 4 people that approached menacingly from afar, and he muttered, "He's finally come." Su Li. Tian, who had just arrived when he noticed Su Li's miserable state, and his face went grim as he pounced over. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a young man behind Su Tong instantly moved and kicked out with a speed like lightning, kicking Tian, who flying. Above the young man, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes were faintly discernible. 9th level of the core formation stage. Bang! Tian, who fiercely fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face ghastly pale. Tian, who? Xiao Yu's face went grim, and his eyes were filled with rage. Su Tong, it's you. Shao Sun's gaze descended onto the young man in embroidered clothes, and his face sank. Shao Sun, don't get involved in this matter. Fuck off. Su Tong's voice was cold and indifferent, and his gaze then descended onto the violet-clothed youth beside Shao Sun. However, you can leave today. This Duan Lingtian must stay. When he saw Su Li's miserable state, Duan Lingtian's face was extremely unsightly. Su Li was his friend. Now, when he saw Tian, who being kicked flying by one of the young men, a wave of rage arose within his heart. Just when he was having difficulty suppressing the rage in his heart, he heard the young man in the lead suddenly say, "Want me to stay?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he stared at the young man in embroidered clothes, Su Tong. Could it be that this Su Tong's target wasn't Su Li but him? Instantly, a trace of coldness arose within his heart. Duan Lingtian, leave. Right at this moment, Su Li's cold voice sounded out, and he asked Duan Lingtian to leave. Obviously, he'd guessed something. You dealt with Su Li like this just to make me come over? Duan Lingtian took a step forward and stared at Su Tong with a chilly gaze as he asked in a low voice. He didn't listen to Su Li. If he were to leave now, then he wouldn't be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, needless to say, you're very smart. However, smart people usually don't live long. Su Tong glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight surprise. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and his voice was terrifyingly calm. Since you're able to guess my objective, then you ought to be able to guess why I've come to find you, right? What? Are the Su clan members such sore losers? Duan Lingtian sneered. He'd indeed guessed it. If one were to say what sort of relationship he had with the Su clan, then it would be nothing more than what happened at the third prince's estate's banquet last night. The Sulan that died at his hands was a member of the Su clan. Sore losers? Su Tong's face sank. Last night at the third prince's estate's banquet, you used despicable methods to launch a sneak attack on Sulan and killed him. Do you have the qualifications to say that my Su clan members can't afford to lose? Despicable methods? Sneak attack? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold. Third prince, you're really vicious. Duan Lingtian guessed that all of this was surely caused by the third prince. The nearby Xiao Sun's heart jerked. Sulan. Duan Lingtian killed Sulan? The Su clan's branch family disciple with the highest natural talent in the younger generation. Sulan? Su Tong's cousin? Then what do you want? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, his burning gaze stared at Su Tong, and his voice was incomparably calm. You're so young, yet you're already so vicious. In my opinion, with your cultivation, you shouldn't be left in this world. Su Tong's eyes constricted as he sneered. So to speak, you plan to cripple my cultivation? Duan Lingtian started laughing from extreme anger. His face was brilliant, and his eyes revolved with a breathtaking sheen. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces went pale. Su Tong, Xiao Sun coldly said. Don't forget, Duan Lingtian is the son of Duan Rufeng, a direct descendant of the Duan clan. If you dare cripple his cultivation, how will you explain it to the Duan clan? Duan clan? Su Tong laughed and looked at Xiao Sun as if he was looking at an idiot. Xiao Sun, don't tell me you don't know about the matter of Duan Lingtian refusing to return to the Duan clan. Presently, Duan Lingtian isn't a member of the Duan clan, so you don't have to use this to scare me. Su Tong was originally an outstanding direct descendant of the Su clan, and in the future he even had the opportunity to strive for the position of patriarch. His position in the Su clan was extremely important as far as he was concerned. As long as Duan Lingtian didn't return to the Duan clan, then not to mention crippling Duan Lingtian's cultivation, even killing Duan Lingtian wouldn't be a big deal. You! Xiao Sun's face sank, and he was unable to refute. Although he was a direct descendant of the Xiao clan, his identity might cause an ordinary person to be afraid. But this Su Tong wouldn't be afraid. Su Tong, the grandson of the Su clan's grand elder, was only 25 years old, and his cultivation was at the third level of the origin core stage. He was the person with the highest natural talent in the martial Dao in the Su clan's younger generation, and was also one of the candidates for the next patriarch of the Su clan. It could be said that this Su Tong grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth, and was doted upon by a myriad of people. Xiao Sun, if you're sensible, then quickly F***K off. Or else, even if you're a direct descendant of the Xiao clan, I'll still make you see blood today. Su Tong's gaze went cold, and his words were unbridled and incomparably overbearing. Duan Lingtian is my friend. Xiao Sun's face sank, and he met Su Tong's gaze without the slightest fear. Good, very good. Truly a touching friendship. Su Tong laughed, laughing without restraint, laughing arrogantly and unrestrainedly. In the next moment, whoosh, Su Tong's figure moved, and his speed rose to the limit, flashing before Xiao Sun in the blink of an eye. Bang! Instantly, Xiao Sun's body was blasted flying by Su Tong, and he fiercely crashed onto the ground. Above Su Tong, the strength of 40 ancient mammoths flashed. Third level of the origin core stage. Chapter 169. Su Tong. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy as he spoke in a low voice. His voice contained a breathtaking iciness mixed within, as if it came from the depths of hell. Su Li, Tianhu, and Xiao Sun were injured one after the other. The flames of rage within his heart had accumulated to the point of being on the verge of exploding. Su Tong withdrew his cold gaze from Xiao Sun and moved it onto Duan Lingtian, and a trace of mischievousness jumped about within his eyes. What? You're angry and can't take it any more? As he spoke up to hear, Su Tong's tone changed and carried coldness. Then when you used despicable methods to sneak attack my cousin brother, Sulan, and killed him, did you think about his parents' feelings? Today, I won't kill you and will only cripple your cultivation. If you appear before me again in the future, I'll surely kill you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly trembled, and an extreme sneer appeared on his face. Want to cripple my cultivation? Then let's see if you have the ability. Presently, Duan Lingtian's reason was almost completely suppressed by his rage, and he took a step forward with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. As for the matter with Su Lan, he couldn't be bothered to explain. Capture him! Su Tong's voice suddenly sounded out as he ordered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Instantly, the two young men behind Su Tong flashed out and charged towards Duan Lingtian. These two people were 9th-level core formation martial artists. They pounced towards Duan Lingtian in an overbearing manner, one on the left and one on the right. They extended their hands, wanting to grab onto Duan Lingtian's shoulders and cause him to be unable to move. You're courting death. Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold when faced with the two people that flashed over. His hand descended onto the violet myrtle flexible sword on his waist, and he took a step forward to greet the two people. Suddenly, sword drawing arts, Duan Lingtian attacked. 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. The dazzling violet sword lights seemed to have grown eyes as they followed him like shadows, flashing through the sky with peerless sharpness. At the same time, accompanied by 2 resplendent red roses that condensed into form in the air, 2 shrill cries sounded out. Boom! Boom! 2 severed arms from 2 different people fell to the ground with a loud crash. The young man who had been aggressive just a moment ago was now deathly pale. After staunching the wound on his broken arm, he retreated to the side and stared at Duan Lingtian in horror. They didn't expect that the Duan Lingtian would still dare to resist. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat as they looked at the 2 severed arms at Duan Lingtian's feet. Their eyes were filled with grief. If Duan Lingtian knew what the 2 of them were thinking, he would definitely laugh disdainfully. Not resisting, waiting for death? Su Tong never imagined that Duan Lingtian would actually dare to make a move and chop off the arms of 2 Su clan disciples. For a moment, his eyes stared wide open, his body trembled, and he was enraged to the extreme. On his body, elemental energy was wreaking havoc. 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above his head. Duan Lingtian, I thought you were a smart person. I didn't expect that you would actually be so stupid. You actually still dare to resist at a time like this. Su Tong's cold voice seemed to have come from the mouth of an Azura, and it contained killing intent that soared into the sky. You want to cripple my cultivation, yet you won't allow me to resist? Duan Lingtian sneered. This Su Tong is truly laughable. You want to cripple my cultivation, yet you won't allow me to resist? Could it be that you want me to stand on the spot and wait for death? Does the outcome make a difference whether you resist or not? Su Tong continued as he walked step by step towards Duan Lingtian. His voice was incomparably low. However, you dared to resist, and you've completely infuriated me. I've changed my mind now. I can't kill you in Paladin Academy, so I'll cripple your cultivation first. The moment you leave Paladin Academy will be the moment you lose your life. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest when he saw Su Tong approaching, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. Then let's see if you have the ability. What? You think you can go against the will of a 3rd-level origin core stage martial artist like me by relying on your cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage and the grade 7 spirit weapon in your hand? Su Tong's voice was filled with disdain. Even if you use a grade 7 spirit weapon, you'll at most be able to exert the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. Whereas I, a 3rd-level origin core stage martial artist, am capable of exerting the strength of 40 ancient mammoths, even without using a spirit weapon. Your little bit of strength is like an ant in my eyes. Su Tong spoke out word by word, as if he wanted to completely destroy Duan Lingtian's last bit of confidence. Looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a beautiful arc, his sword-like eyebrows raised, and his eyes flickered with a strange light. You can still be stubborn even at a time like this. Needless to say, your courage is shocking. Meanwhile, Su Tong had already arrived near Duan Lingtian, and his face was covered in a layer of frost. But sometimes there are some things that relying on courage alone is useless. You'll soon know how laughable your little bit of courage is before formidable strength. I'll wait and see. Flowing lights flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he calmly looked at Su Tong. Pig-headed. When Su Tong saw that Duan Lingtian was still so calm, a ball of evil fire instantly arose within his heart, and killing intent suffused his eyes. Whoosh! He took a step forward, and a piercingly cold, strong wind blew, causing the dust on the ground to suffuse into the air. Duan Lingtian, I really want to see if you can still be so carefree after your dantian is crippled and you become a cripple. Su Tong's voice became even colder, and his fierce gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Duan Lingtian. I'm extremely curious as well. When you become a cripple and recall this scene, will you feel that all of this is so laughable? A strand of cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he retorted, unwilling to be outdone. You're courting death. Su Tong's rage couldn't be suppressed any longer, and his figure flashed out, transforming into a gust of wind that blew towards Duan Lingtian. Above the sky, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu had just given Su Li, Tian Hu, and Xiao Sun the gold injury pills when he saw the scene, and his face went ghastly pale as his eyes almost split apart from rage. At this moment, he only hated that his strength was too weak, and he was unable to help Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stood on the spot as he coldly stared at Su Tong, who flashed over, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. You want to cripple my dantian? Then I'll let you have a good taste of having your dantian crippled. Bang! At this moment, Su Tong had already arrived near Duan Lingtian and struck out with his fist. Origin energy raged before condensing together and blasting towards Duan Lingtian's dantian. Obviously, he wanted to directly shatter Duan Lingtian's dantian. Su Tong's face revealed a sneer, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian's dantian being shattered by him. Whoosh! At almost the exact same moment, Duan Lingtian moved. The violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out and lightly trembled. A wisp of disdain appeared in the corners of Su Tong's mouth when he saw the scene. Even if a mere 9th level core formation martial artist had a grade 7 spirit weapon, he still didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. However, in next to no time, the disdain on the corners of his mouth completely froze. His eyes stared wide open, as if he'd seen something terrifying. A bloody light flashed out from the violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand and condensed into a blood moon. The blood moon was like a bolt of lightning as it greeted Su Tong's fist that was condensed from origin energy. It was precisely Duan Lingtian activating the blood crescent inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with coldness. No. Accompanied by a shrill and miserable cry, Su Tong's fist was penetrated by the blood moon, bringing along a wisp of dazzling fresh blood that condensed into a red rose in the air. The blood moon's momentum didn't decrease as it headed straight for Su Tong's dantian. Pucci! It easily entered and minced Su Tong's dantian into pieces. Ah! Su Tong's body shook and he abruptly shouted out explosively. The feeling of the origin energy within his dantian being dispersed caused him to temporarily forget the pain that came from his fist. Thump! Su Tong's legs went weak and he directly knelt before Duan Lingtian. No. No. Su Tong's eyes stared wide open and he was absent-minded as he ceaselessly shook his head. He was slightly dazed and wasn't willing to believe that all this was real. You actually crippled my dantian. Su Tong looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with the sheen of hatred. No matter what, he never would have imagined that this Duan Lingtian actually possessed such a terrifying, offensive inscription. Not only did it break through his attack, it even penetrated his dantian, causing all the origin energy in his body to be completely dispersed, and he became a complete and utter cripple. Looking at this scene, Duan Lingtian had a calm expression, and a trace of flowing light appeared in his eyes. Didn't you say you wanted to cripple my dantian? Now, how do you feel? How does it feel to become a cripple? Today, if it wasn't for him possessing the blood crescent inscription, Su Tong's current outcome would be his outcome. This Su Tong was so ruthless and merciless, wanting to cripple his dantian at every turn. He'd give Su Tong a taste of his own medicine. Su Tong's face flushed red, and he was angered by Duan Lingtian to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood. In his mind, the words Duan Lingtian had said to him earlier echoed in his mind. I'm extremely curious as well. When you become a cripple and recall this scene, would you feel that all of this is so laughable? So it turned out that this Duan Lingtian had planned everything out, just waiting for him to charge forward, then use the offensive inscription to destroy his dantian. Right, now that he thought about it, it was indeed laughable. The Su clan won't let you off. Under the agitation of his emotions, Su Tong's body trembled, and he fainted due to excessive blood loss. Brother Tong, the faces of the Su clan disciples that each had an arm severed by Duan Lingtian went pale. Traces of a sheen of terror appeared within their eyes. They never imagined that this Duan Lingtian was actually so terrifying. Not only was his natural talent in the martial Dao Heaven defying, he even possessed an offensive inscription that could deal with origin core martial artists. Even within the boundaries of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, an inscription like this was extremely precious. In the distance, Su Li, Tianhu, and Xiao Sun's injuries had recovered slightly, and with the support of Xiaoyu, they were barely able to stand up. However, as they looked at the scene that occurred in the distance, they were completely dumbstruck. When Duan Lingtian faced the third-level origin core stage martial artist, Su Tong, they practically despaired, as they felt that Duan Lingtian's cultivation would surely be crippled by Su Tong. Chapter 170. None of them expected this. That Su Tong wanted to cripple Duan Lingtian, but was instead crippled by Duan Lingtian. How ironic was this? However, now that they saw Duan Lingtian was safe and sound, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked outside the bamboo forest. Presently, 3 incomparably swift figures were flying over from afar, and in the blink of an eye, they were near him. These were 3 middle-aged men, and he only recognized one of them, Niu Meng, a first-year teacher of the Faculty of General. He was also the teacher of Su Li and Tianhu's class. As for the other 2 middle-aged men, one of them was a robust man with a stocky build, and the other was a middle-aged scholar with a graceful bearing. Just from their appearances, Duan Lingtian was able to guess which faculty they were from. Su Tong! The robust man recognized Su Tong, who had fallen on the ground, and his expression slightly changed. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped forward and helped Su Tong stop the blood that was ceaselessly flowing from his body. At the same time, he gave Su Tong a gold injury pill. What's going on? The robust man's thick eyebrows frowned, and his pair of tiger-like eyes that emitted a dignified aura focused on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest. He glanced at the robust man and shrugged. Actually, it's nothing much. He wanted to cripple my cultivation, but in the end he didn't succeed and ended up like this. Hearing this, the robust man inspected for a while, and only then did he realize that Su Tong's dantian had actually been crippled instantly. His pupils couldn't help but constrict as he looked at the violet-clothed youth before him with a face full of astonishment. The casualness on the youth's face caused him to be shocked. "Kid, do you know that you've gotten into trouble?" "Teacher, according to what I know, Paladin Academy only explicitly states that students are not allowed to kill each other. Someone wanted to cripple my dantian, So I couldn't just resign myself to death and do nothing, right? Duan Lingtian spread out his hands and smiled indifferently with a carefree expression. He didn't feel that he was in the wrong for what happened today. If it wasn't for Su Tong being overbearing and even viciously wanting to cripple his cultivation, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. In his opinion, Su Tong only had himself to blame. When the brawny man saw Duan Lingtian's innocent and harmless expression, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. "Are you Duan Lingtian?" At this moment, the gaze of the middle-aged scholar who came with the brawny man fell on Duan Lingti. "Teacher." Duan Lingtian greeted the middle-aged scholar. The burly man's gaze was slightly surprised. "So you're Duan Lingtian. If what you said is true, then the academy won't blame you." However, the Su clan side was not so easy to discuss. This Su Tong has an extremely high position in the Su clan. You must be mentally prepared. Thank you for your reminder, teacher. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded and expressed his thanks. The brawny man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then looked at the two one-armed young men. "Both of you seem to be members of the Su clan as well, right?" "Yes, both of you take Su Tong back. Also, take your severed arms as well. They should be barely able to be reattached." "Yes, teacher." The two one-armed young men had bitter expressions as they grabbed their severed arms and carried Su Tong before leaving dejectedly. Meanwhile, Niu Mang, who'd found out about the sequence of events from Su, Li, and Tian, who walked over as well. "I've already found out about the sequence of events from my two students. The source of the matter was that Su Tong. Duan Lingtian was only defending himself, and it has nothing to do with Duan Lingtian." The brawny man and the middle-aged scholar both nodded when they heard this. "Even so, this matter still needs to be reported to the vice dean." Indeed, the brawny man and the middle-aged scholar glanced at Duan Lingtian before turning around and leaving. The two of them came quickly and left quickly as well. It could be said that they came and went like the wind. "Teacher, I'm slightly scared when you look at me like that." Duan Lingtian noticed that Niu Mang was staring at him without blinking, causing him to feel a wave of disgust. This Niu Mang wouldn't have that kind of hobby, right? Niu Mang seemed to have realized that something was wrong. He laughed slyly and rubbed his palms together. "Duan Lingtian, your natural talent in the martial Dao isn't bad. You've already cultivated to the 9th level of the core formation stage at such a young age. If you become a general in the future, you'll surely be able to slaughter in all directions and raise the morale of your allies. Teacher, if you have something to say, just say it." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he understood the meaning behind Niu Mang's words. "Look, your straightforward character is the character of a general. Then I'll be frank. I want you to come to our Star General Department. How about it?" Niu Mang's eyes shone as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anticipation. As far as he was concerned, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao, he would surely be an expert when he matured in the future. If such a figure could appear under his command, then his many years as a teacher in Paladin Academy wouldn't have been in vain. Duan Lingtian was slightly troubled, then he raised his head and seemed to have noticed something. His gaze was shocked, and the corners of his mouth held a trace of a smile. "Teacher Niu Mang, I think you should speak to Teacher Sima about this." Niu Mang noticed that the atmosphere was off as well. "Niu Mang, are you trying to poach my student?" The middle-aged scholar who wore a silk headscarf and held a feather fan stood behind Niu Mang and slowly spoke as his wise eyes descended onto Niu Mang. "Sima." Niu Mang turned around and laughed embarrassedly when he saw Sima Changfeng. "Just joking. Just joking. Duan Lingtian, follow me." Sima Changfeng grunted in a low voice and ignored Niu Mang. He called out to Duan Lingtian and walked towards the depths of the bamboo forest. "You guys go eat first. I'll be right behind you." Duan Lingtian greeted Xiao Yu's group of 4 before following Sima Changfeng's footsteps. You two kids have really lost all the face of my Star General Department's first grade class one today. For the sake of punishing you two, you'll be responsible for the teacher's lunch today. No objections, right? Niomang's righteous voice sounded out from behind, causing the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth to twitch. Subsequently, Tian, whose voice sounded out, "No objections, no objections." In the depths of the bamboo forest, Sima Changfeng stopped. Duan Lingtian stopped as well. "You were too impulsive in this matter." Sima Changfeng sighed. Obviously, he already knew the ins and outs of the matter. "Teacher, what do you mean by impulsive?" Duan Lingtian didn't comment and asked instead, "Don't take it lightly. Since Su Tong didn't die today, you were in the right, and Paladin Academy won't pursue the matter. But do you know that Su Tong is a direct descendant of the Su clan that is heavily nurtured, and is one of the candidates for the next patriarch of the Su clan? You crippled Su Tong, which is equivalent to slapping the Su clan in the face. The Su clan will absolutely not let this matter go." Sima Changfeng shook his head. In his eyes, this student was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger, daring to do anything. "Teacher, I understand what you mean. But in life, there are some things to do and some things not to do. To me, that Su Tong repeatedly said that he would cripple my cultivation and even put it into action, which has already touched my bottom line. Not killing him is already being merciful." Duan Lingtian's gaze focused, and his expression was incomparably calm. "As for that Su clan, if they really want to pursue the matter, then I'll accompany them. In life, there are some things to do and some things not to do." Sima Changfeng carefully savored these few short words, and could feel the unruliness within Duan Lingtian's words. At this instant, he also felt Duan Lingtian's self-confidence, and looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. "I didn't expect that you would see this matter so thoroughly. I originally thought that you were only impulsive. Since it's like this, I won't say anything more." Subsequently, Duan Lingtian and Sima Changfeng left the bamboo forest together, and the journey was peaceful. The Su clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. After returning to the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian directly sat beside Xiaoyu and the others and ate together. During this time, Xiaoyu and the others naturally couldn't help but worry about Duan Lingtian. After all, to them, the Su clan was a colossus that was difficult to contend with. Towards this, Duan Lingtian only smiled with a calm expression, as if he was an outsider, and all of this had nothing to do with him. The Su clan was one of the 3 great clans of the imperial city, and was equally famous as the Duan clan and the Xiao clan. Presently, within the audience hall of the Su clan estate, all the Su clan higher-ups were gathered together. A middle-aged man in a black robe with golden edges sat at the head seat, his back straight like a javelin, and between his brows he emitted a dignified aura. It was precisely the Su clan's current patriarch, Su Boya. Su Boya was almost 60 years old now, and in a few more years he could be considered to have stepped into the twilight years of his life. At that time, the position of patriarch of the Su clan would be passed down to the younger generation, whereas he would live in seclusion behind the scenes and assist the new patriarch. Presently, the atmosphere within the audience hall seemed to be slightly oppressive. A position below Su Boya was empty at this moment. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps could be heard from outside the palace. An elderly figure walked in. This was an aged old man with a pair of muddy eyes that flickered with bloodthirsty rage, and the aura on his body was restless, as if it would explode out at any moment. In next to no time, the old man sat on the empty seat below Su Boya. This seat was the seat of the Su clan's grand elder. The old man's identity was obvious. The Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. "Grand elder, is there any hope of healing Su Tong's Dantian?" Patriarch Su Boya spoke, and his gaze descended onto Su Nan, and his tone contained slight anticipation mixed within. The Su clan elders present all looked at Su Nan as well, and their eyes all emitted traces of hope. Patriarch, my grandson's Dantian was almost minced into pieces by the offensive inscription, and he's powerless to reverse the situation. I'm afraid it's impossible for him to accumulate origin energy again in his lifetime. Su Nan's tone contained breathtaking coldness mixed within. His son had died young, and these past few years he had placed all his hopes on his grandson, Su Tong, and taught and fostered him with great care. Su Tong didn't disappoint him, and became the disciple with the most outstanding natural talent in the martial Tao in the younger generation of the Su clan. In another few years, if nothing unexpected happened, the position of the next patriarch would surely be held by Su Tong, just when he thought that his grandson's life would usher in its greatest glory. Chapter 171. Slap. The face of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, sank as his palm smashed down with a bang. The armrest of the chair was forcefully shattered by his palm. In terms of natural talent in the martial Tao, Su Tong was even better than him from all those years ago. As far as he was concerned, under Su Tong's lead, the Su clan would surely be able to walk towards new glory in the future. But now, all of this was ruined by a little brat. Patriarch, that Duan Lingtian acted so viciously. This matter can't be dropped just like this. Exactly, if he isn't punished, then where will our Su clan's face go? He must be severely punished. All of the Su clan elders were filled with righteous indignation and were extremely furious. Grand Elder, I'll leave this matter to you. The Su clan will fully cooperate with you. Su Boya's gaze descended onto Su Nan. He knew clearly in his heart that amongst the people present, the most furious was still Su Nan. After all, Su Tong was his grandson. Thank you, Patriarch. Hearing Su Boya's words, Su Nan was slightly agitated, and his eyes emitted a vicious sheen, as if he was about to swallow someone up. As far as he was concerned, no matter who it was, at the moment his grandson's Dantian was crippled. It was equivalent to taking half a step into the gates of hell. He wouldn't bother about the reason behind it, no matter if it was his grandson that caused trouble first. He only knew that what he had to do was burn the bones and scatter the ashes of the person that crippled his grandson. Paladin Academy, on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. 9 dragons, war sovereign technique, raging python form. Duan Lingtian cultivated for an entire afternoon, and when it was close to dusk, he noticed that his cultivation bottleneck had loosened. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to break through within this month. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of a smile. The current him could finally be like a normal core formation martial artist, and increase his cultivation as much as he liked. As for the body tempering of the raging python form, he could leave it to the dragon blood pill to complete. A single dragon blood pill was sufficient to allow his body to instantly complete the tempering of origin energy. Duan Lingtian, who was in a good mood, jumped down from the large tree and watched Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun spar with the other students for a while before leaving Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian, be careful. Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu both had solemn expressions as they reminded Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was now facing the entire Su clan, a colossus that couldn't be underestimated. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded, a trace of warmth rising in his heart. After parting ways with Xiao Yu at the entrance of Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped in his tracks. At this moment, he could feel the restlessness of the 2 little pythons hidden under his sleeves, and it caused his face to sink as he became vigilant. The Su clan's people moved so quickly. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning, and he intentionally concealed himself within the remote alley where he lured and killed the 2 9th-level origin core stage martial artists of the Duan clan that day. Duan Lingtian took 2 steps forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! accompanied by two awe-inspiring sounds of the wind. Two aged figures flanked Duan Lingtian from the front and back, causing him to have no place to escape. These were two old men over the age of 70, but their eyes were even more spirited than a young man's, flickering with a breathtaking bright light. Obviously, their cultivations weren't low. At the first moment, Duan Lingtian relied on the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and his own formidable spiritual force to roughly estimate their cultivations. These two old men's cultivations should be between the 4th level of the core formation stage and the 6th level of the core formation stage. In terms of strength, it was far from being comparable to the 3rd Prince Estate's manager, Husan, that he killed last night. The Su clan looks down on me like this? They think the two of you are enough to kill me? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as a trace of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Su clan! The two old men were obviously stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've made quite a number of enemies. However, we aren't members of the Su clan. The old man that stood in front of Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Duan Lingtian as he slowly spoke. Not members of the Su clan? Duan Lingtian was stunned and thought in his heart, could it be that they were sent by the 5th prince? Or perhaps they were sent by the Duan clan's second master, Duan Roulé? Duan Lingtian, you killed 2 of my Yu clan's elders and 2 outstanding disciples. Today is the day you die. The old man that stood behind Duan Lingtian had a voice that was cold and indifferent like ice, as if it came from an ice cave. Yu clan? Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he came to a sudden understanding. I didn't expect that in order to kill me, the two of you would personally rush over from such a faraway place like the Swallow Mountain County's county city. I'm truly overwhelmed by your favor. However, aren't the two of you afraid that I'll make you stay in the Imperial City forever? Duan Lingtian guessed the identities of the two old men, and as he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Members of the Swallow Mountain County's county cities, Yu clan. They were also members of the clans of Yu Hong and Yu Xiang, who had a grudge with him in Iron Blood City's Iron Blood Army. Shameless boasting. The old man that stood in front of Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and didn't speak any more nonsense before abruptly attacking. Above him, 600 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level of the nascent soul stage. The strength of this old man was much stronger than the Yu clan's grand elder that intercepted and killed Duan Lingtian on the way. The old man behind Duan Lingtian moved along with him. Another 4th level nascent soul stage martial artist. Little black, little white, I'll leave them to you. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. In the next moment, he abruptly raised his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under his sleeve, a white bolt of lightning and a black bolt of lightning split into 2 and flashed out at the same time. Their speed was swift to the limit, and piercing whistling sounds were deafening. In the sky, besides the 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were summoned by the 2 Yu clan old men, another 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Mammoth flurry. The 2 old men that flashed towards Duan Lingtian with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had such a trump card in his possession. A trace of terror appeared in their eyes when they saw the 2 fierce beasts that had strengths not inferior to them flying over. Right at the instant, their minds shook. Pucci! Pucci! A bloody hole instantly appeared on their chests, and their eyes that were originally brimming with spirit dimmed down at this moment. Bang! Bang! The 2 corpses crashed onto ground, and they died with everlasting regret. If they knew beforehand that Duan Lingtian had 2 fierce beast little pythons protecting him, even if they weren't a match for him, they wouldn't have been killed so quickly. The sneak attack of the 2 little pythons caused them, who were similarly at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, to be unable to guard against it. When they reacted to it, it was already too late. Little black, little white, well done. When we get home, I'll get the kitchen to specially cook 2 plates of meat for the 2 of you. Duan Lingtian praised the 2 little pythons. When the 2 little pythons heard that there was meat to eat, their lively little eyes flickered with a sheen of excitement. The Yu clan is really haunting me. After putting away the 2 little pythons into his sleeve, Duan Lingtian sneered. As far as he was concerned, these 2 old fellows of the Yu clan had simply come from afar to give up their lives. After putting away the 2 old men's spatial rings, he condensed his pill fire and incinerated the 2 corpses before leaving as if nothing had happened. Perhaps it was because the spatial ring in Husan's hand yesterday gave Duan Lingtian too great of a pleasant surprise. The few million taels of silver within the 2 Yu clan old men's spatial rings didn't cause Duan Lingtian's mood to fluctuate in the slightest. However, since he had money for no reason, it would be a waste not to take it. Night slowly descended. After eating dinner, Duan Lingtian fulfilled his promise and asked the kitchen to cook 2 plates of rat meat for the 2 little pythons. Of course, it wasn't ordinary rat meat, but rather a 3rd level core formation fierce beast, the burrowing earth rat. Little white, even if it's delicious, don't eat so much. Look at you, you're full, aren't you? A voice that was like a silver bell, mixed with a sense of reproach. It was Kerr who was lightly stroking the little white python's bulging belly. The 2 little pythons lay on the table with their bellies sticking out, unable to move for a long time. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, who sat at the side, couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian, Kerr, and Li Fei's gazes descended upon the 2 little pythons. They saw that the markings on the surface of the little pythons' bodies were currently flickering with a fine light. The golden markings on the little black python's body and the silver markings on the little white python's body gradually flickered, becoming more and more resplendent. In the end, the little black python was completely enveloped by the golden light, and as for the little white python, it was enveloped by the silver light. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that strands of faint brilliance descended from the horizon. This is moonlight force? Li Fei exclaimed in surprise. This is moonlight force. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He still remembered that the sun-moon star technique he passed down to Li Fei absorbed glorious sun force and moonlight force to cultivate, then converge them within the body and condense them into origin energy. However, he never imagined that the 2 little pythons were actually able to draw upon moonlight force. According to the rebirth martial emperor's memory, the power of the moonlight could only be activated by special techniques. The art of heavenly sun and heavenly star that Li Fei practiced was one of them. The moonlight force poured down, as if it was draped over the night sky with a gentle veil. Duan Lingtian noticed that when the moonlight force poured down, it actually resonated with the silver light on the little white python's body, and the 2 of them connected together. Subsequently, the golden light on the little black python's body wasn't willing to fall behind, and it merged with the silver light on the little black python's body. The 3 of them completely merged together. Half an hour passed, and the moonlight force retreated. The golden light on the little black python's body and the silver light on the little white python's body gradually withdrew. With Duan Lingtian's formidable spiritual force, he noticed the changes on the 2 little pythons at the first possible moment. They seemed to have broken through. 5th level of the core formation stage. Hiss, 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 hiss. Before long, the 2 little pythons flipped over and stood up, flicking their tongues. Their gazes descended onto the remaining stir-fried meat. Then they lowered their heads and started eating. Their bellies from eating until they were full earlier had sunk in, and the food they ate before had already been completely digested. Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls beside him looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. What kind of snakes are you 2 little fellows? So strange. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. He faintly felt that the origins of these two little pythons weren't simple. Chapter 172. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the night sky. The specks of stars reflected in his eyes. These stars should also be planets, right? According to the memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu, Cloud Continent is vast and boundless. But in the four polar regions there is a boundless sea. The sea is so vast that it is boundless. Reincarnation Emperor Wu once went out to sea with the intention of exploring, but in the end he discovered that the boundless sea seemed to have no end. In the end he was also worried that he would get lost, so he didn't go deeper. A memory of Reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed past Duan Lingtian's mind. In other words, Reincarnation Emperor Wu didn't go deep to explore this vast world. Perhaps the cloud continent I'm on now is connected to the boundless sea and is also a planet. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At this moment, he made a great wish in his heart. In the future, if he could stand at the peak of Cloud Continent, he must bring his family and go out to sea to explore this vast world. He wanted to see if this place was also a planet. According to his estimation, if this was a planet, it would absolutely be a planet countless times larger than Earth. The speed of Reincarnation Emperor Wu at his peak was countless times faster than the planes on Earth in his previous life. With Reincarnation Emperor Wu's speed, if placed on Earth, he would be able to complete a full circle around Earth in the blink of an eye. If the land beneath my feet is really a planet, Duan Lingtian's gaze looked at the numerous stars in the sky, and his heart moved. Which planet is Earth? Earth was his hometown. There were too many memories of him there. If he had the chance to go back, he would definitely go back, for no other reason than to burn the bones and scatter the ashes of the manager that framed him back then. Although, to a certain extent, he still had to thank the other party. She gave him an even more exciting life. But that was that, and some debts still had to be settled. Young master, what are you thinking? Kerr's voice sounded like a silver bell, causing Duan Lingtian to come back to his senses. He smiled and said, I was wondering if there were humans like us on those stars. Young master, why would you think that? If there were people on those stars, they would have fallen down long ago. Kerr also looked up at the stars in the night sky. Her long, shapely eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she had an innocent look on her face. Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. What could he say? Could it be that he had to explain to Kerr what gravitational force was? At this time, Li Fei also looked at the stars in the night sky. Her autumn eyes slightly narrowed as she pondered. Duan Lingtian and his two future daughters-in-law were admiring the moon and looking at the stars. However, outside the Su family mansion, two figures walked in one after another. The person in the front was a young man around the age of 22 or 23. The person behind him was a young man around the age of 20. He wore red clothes and had a cold expression. He always held the sheathed sword in his arms, and his cold eyes flickered with a trace of a strange light. After a short moment, Grand Elder, Suli has arrived. Before a spacious courtyard, the young man that led the way spoke respectfully. Let him in. An aged voice sounded out from within. The cold young man in red clothes that held a sword was precisely Suli. A trace of a complicated sheen flashed past Suli's eyes, but in the end he still walked into the courtyard. Within the spacious courtyard, an aged figure stood there, motionless like a mountain, and a pair of eyes that emitted bright lights descended onto Suli after Suli entered. He stood there without saying a word. Has your father been well recently? The Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan, slowly asked as his gaze descended onto Suli. He's all right. He eats his fill and sleeps soundly. Su Li spoke indifferently, as if he wasn't willing to speak any further with Su Nan. Since you asked me to come, then speak frankly. Su Nan spoke unhurriedly. I still remember that your father was a sword cultivator all those years ago. He wielded the shadowless sword, and within our Su clan he rarely met a match. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant and actually went to challenge Duan Rafeng, who was at the peak of the Duan clan at that time. In the end, not only was his sword broken, he even suffered internal injuries that were difficult to heal, and it was difficult for him to utilize the origin energy in his body. I heard that you have a good relationship with Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian, and are even friends. What? You don't hate the son of the enemy that caused your father to be so miserable? As he spoke up to hear, Su Nan's gaze became sharp, as if it could see through everything. Why should I hate him? Su Li spoke indifferently with a calm tone. If you called me here for the sake of sowing discord, then don't waste your efforts. Although his father lost at the hands of Duan Rafeng all those years ago and suffered internal injuries, he'd never hated Duan Rafeng, even to the extent. Every time his father mentioned Duan Rafeng, it was with heartfelt respect. That year, although he was at a faraway place, his father was still lost for a period of time after he found out that Duan Rafeng had gone missing. At that time, although he was young, he still remembered it clearly. He'd been influenced by his father since he was young, so he naturally wouldn't hate Duan Rafeng. Moreover, wasn't the reason his father left the Su clan and the imperial city all those years ago because of the group of villains in the Su clan? If he were to speak of hate, then he hated the Su clan even more. Humph, you're really the same as your father, stubborn. Su Nan's face sank. If there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Su Li's eyes squinted as a cold light flashed within, and his hand that held his sword tightened slightly. In his entire life, the person he admired the most was his father, and he wouldn't allow others to disrespect him. Since it's like this, then I'll be frank with you. Take this thing first. Su Nan raised his hand and tossed a small jade bottle to Su Li. Su Li frowned. He was able to discern that this was a medicinal pill bottle. However, he didn't think that Su Nan would be so kind as to give him medicinal pills. This is the origin freezing pill. Su Nan slowly spoke. Su Li's face went grim. He naturally knew what the origin freezing pill was. Although it couldn't be considered as a poison if a martial artist below the origin core stage consumed it, then the origin energy of the martial artist would be suppressed by the medicinal strength, and the martial artist would be unable to circulate his origin energy for 10 hours. Even if only a trace of it was consumed, one's origin energy would be suppressed for at least half an hour. At this instant, Su Li understood Su Nan's intentions. You want me to give this origin freezing pill to Duan Lingtian? You're very smart, Su Nan's gaze flashed as he slowly said. I know you take him as a friend, so I won't force you. There's no need for you to kill him yourself. You only have to let him consume the origin freezing pill when he's eating, even if it's only a trace of it. At that time, our Su clan's disciples in Paladin Academy will personally make a move. Do you think it's possible? Su Li sneered, then raised his hand and intended to throw away the medicinal pill bottle in his hand. If you throw away this origin freezing pill, then there'll be no room for negotiation. Su Nan's face sank as he spoke coldly. What? Threatening me? Do you think I, Su Li, am the type of person that would harm the life of a friend for the sake of living? Su Li laughed in disdain. He would rather die than betray his friend, let alone harm his friend's life. Su Nan's eyes squinted as he slowly said, Exactly, you're exactly the same as your father all those years ago. However, you don't have a choice. Our Su clan has long since found out where you and your parents live in Flowing Wind City's Wuling Town. I'll give you 2 days. If you don't make that Duan Lingtian consume the origin freezing pill within 2 days, then I'll send someone to ride a Fergana horse to Wuling Town and take the lives of your parents. Su Li's face went ghastly pale. Although his father's cultivation wasn't weak, due to his body's internal injuries, he was unable to utilize his origin energy. His mother was only an ordinary woman, and her cultivation was even inferior to his. Despicable. Su Li never imagined that this Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan, would actually be so despicable as to use his parents' lives to threaten him. The lives of your parents are in your hands. You, take care of yourself." Su Nan lightly smiled, as if he was certain that he had Su Li in his grasp. Then he waved his hand and asked Su Li to leave. Su Li took a deep breath as his gaze flickered, and he fell into a struggle. In the end, he still held the medicinal pill bottle that contained the origin freezing pill and left the Su clan estate. Early morning the next day. After eating breakfast, Duan Lingtian brought along the two little pythons and went to Paladin Academy as usual. What happened yesterday had obviously been intentionally suppressed by Paladin Academy and didn't spread out. The group of star mastermind department students in the classroom didn't use any strange gazes to size up Duan Lingtian. The morning passed peacefully. At noon, Duan Lingtian and the others once again gathered in the cafeteria to eat. Su Li, why's your expression so unsightly? Duan Lingtian noticed that Su Li's expression was slightly unnatural, and he couldn't help but ask, "I wonder what's wrong with this fellow, to have such a stinky expression early in the morning." Tian, who shook his head. "It's nothing." Under the caring gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Su Li shook his head. Before long, the food was served, and there was also a jug of wine. "Thinking about what happened yesterday makes me happy. Let's have a proper toast." Tian, who smiled as he extended his hand to take the jug of wine. Slap. Su Li raised his hand and slapped Tian, whose hand away, taking the jug of wine first. "The sun has risen from the west. You actually took the initiative to pour wine for us." Tian, who had an expression of disbelief. "If it wasn't for you guys appearing in time yesterday, my cultivation would have been crippled by that Su Tong." Su Li muttered, "What's there to be polite about? We're all friends." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "I say, Su Li, when did you become so wishy-washy? Come, hurry up and pour the wine." At a table not far away, two young men were sitting together. "Looks like this Su Li is going to make his move today. Humph, still calling himself a friend, but didn't he still betray him? That Duan Lingtian, even in death, probably wouldn't have thought that his good friend would drug him." The two young men whispered to each other in words only they could hear. "However, we've gotten rid of this Duan Lingtian, so we have to leave Paladin Academy." Chapter 173. They've already drunk the wine Su Li poured. The gazes of the two young men abruptly lit up. Bang! Just at this moment, they saw the wine cup in Su Li's hand slip to the ground and shatter. "Su Li, how could you be so careless?" Tian, who shook his head and smiled. Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian's face went grim. His formidable spiritual force vaguely perceived a trace of danger. "Duan Lingtian, watch out!" Xiao Yu, who sat opposite Duan Lingtian, seemed to have seen something, and his pupils constricted and his face went ghastly pale as he shouted out explosively, "Whoosh! Whoosh!" 2 3-foot-long blades that flickered with a cold light came from the hands of two unfamiliar young men, and they whistled out as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian. The swift and fierce sword lights gave rise to piercing howls as they flashed towards Duan Lingtian's back. Above the two young men, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 2 9th-level core formation martial artists. Presumptuous. Just at this moment, an aged voice that contained explosive rage sounded from the top of the canteen. A gust of wind could be faintly felt from the stairs that led downstairs. An aged figure swiftly descended from the sky. But unfortunately, he was obviously too late. The swords in the hands of the two young men had already arrived before Duan Lingtian and were about to pierce through Duan Lingtian's back and pass through his body. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, whose faces went ghastly pale. But their cultivations were far inferior to the two young men that suddenly attacked Duan Lingtian, and they were utterly unable to help Duan Lingtian in time. When they stood up, the two young men's swords had already arrived behind Duan Lingtian. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian moved. Origin energy exploded beneath his feet, and 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes abruptly condensed into form above him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's body moved at an extremely tricky angle and barely dodged the 2 swords that flashed swiftly towards him. Not only that, his feet trembled, and in an instant his entire body seemed to have turned into a spirit snake, sticking close to the 2 young men who had suddenly attacked him and swept behind them. "You're courting death." Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand, and a purple sword light swept out. 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. Sword drawing technique. With just 1 sword strike, 2 streaks of bright blood spurted out. The 2 young men who had come with menacing momentum a moment ago were sent flying with their eyes wide open, crashing heavily into the wall. In their brief moment of death, their gazes did not look at Duan Lingtian. Instead, they looked at Su Li Yu. After one of the young men stopped breathing, the other young man struggled to raise his hand and wanted to point at Su Li with an angry expression. Unfortunately, before he could even lift his hand, he had already breathed his last. Dead. The 2 young men only had one thought in their minds before they died. They'd been tricked. Tricked by Su Li. It was fine if this Su Li didn't poison them. But he'd smashed his cup and sent them a secret signal, making them think that Su Li had already succeeded, which was why they impatiently wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was poisoned and was unable to utilize his origin energy. So wouldn't it be easy for them to kill Duan Lingtian? But who would have thought that Duan Lingtian wasn't poisoned at all? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the 2 corpses on the ground, and his expression was extremely unsightly. These 2 people were obviously senior students of Paladin Academy. Who the hell sent them to kill him? As a student of Paladin Academy, if they dared kill someone in the academy, it was equivalent to giving up their future, because Paladin Academy would expel them. Someone sent by the 3rd prince, or the 5th prince, or the Duan clan's 2nd master, Duan Roulé, or the Su clan. Vice Dean. At this moment, under the respectful greetings of the group of students, the gray-robed old man who had just flashed over from the pavilion had already walked over. The old man's expression was extremely unsightly. There was actually a student who dared to kill another student in Paladin Academy. Luckily, the person who was killed was fine. Otherwise, Paladin Academy would have lost a great deal of face. Vice Dean. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man as well, and his expression eased up slightly. The Academy will give you an explanation for this matter. The old man had a serious expression as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian slowly nodded, and a light flashed within his eyes. What he wanted to know the most now was who sent these 2 people. Immediately after, the old man walked towards the 2 corpses, and after looking through their student tokens, his expression sank. They're 4th-year students. Does anyone recognize them? Following the old man's words, a group of people in the cafeteria surrounded them and pointed at them. Isn't this our classes Su Ping and Su Ji? It really is the 2 of them. They seem to be from the Su clan, right? But why did they want to kill Duan Lingtian? 2 madmen. They actually dared to kill someone in the academy. Before long, someone recognized the 2 young men who were killed. Su clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused, and a cold killing intent arose within them. He never imagined that the Su clan members would actually be so insane as to dare kill him in Paladin Academy. However, he was also slightly curious. Why would the Su clan only send 2 9th-level core formation martial artists to kill him? This was practically no different from courting death. No matter what, boundless rage still arose within his heart. He would remember this debt. Su clan? The old man heard the discussion of the group of students, and his face sank. Good. What a Su clan! He had received the reports of the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Sioux clan from the two academy teachers yesterday, so he didn't feel it was sudden. However, the Sioux clan members daring to kill someone in the academy had undoubtedly touched his bottom line. This time, the vice dean is really angry. Then, the Sioux clan is probably out of luck. The hearts of some of the surrounding students trembled as they faintly guessed. Duan Lingtian, are you all right? At this moment, Xiao Yu and the others arrived beside Duan Lingtian with faces full of concern. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Only 2 9th-level core formation martial artists. Wanting to kill me? Still lacking. Not to mention 2 9th-level core formation martial artists. Today, as long as it wasn't a martial artist at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above who ambushed him, they would die without a doubt. Earlier, if it wasn't for him suppressing the 2 little pythons hidden within his sleeve and not allowing them to attack, those 2 Sioux clan members wouldn't even have the chance to get close to him. The 2 little pythons were his trump cards, and if it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't easily reveal them. Are there any Sioux clan members amongst you? The old man's gaze swept past the surrounding crowd. Instantly, the faces of a few people went grim, but they still braced themselves and stood out. The few of you, take the corpses of your clansmen and follow me to the Sioux clan. The old man walked out in large strides and left the cafeteria. Traces of suppressed rage were mixed within his words. Duan Lingtian and the others sat down and continued eating. What happened earlier was only a farce to them. When they almost finished eating, Duan Lingtian noticed that Su Li seemed to want to say something, but hesitated, and he couldn't help but smile. Su Li, if you have something to say, just say it. We're not outsiders. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, and Tian, who noticed that something was off with Su Li, I want to borrow 1 million silver from you. Su Li finally opened his mouth and went silent after he finished speaking. 1 million silver? Once Su Li spoke, Tian, whose eyes stared wide open. Only Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun didn't have much of a reaction. They were only slightly surprised as to why Su Li suddenly wanted so much money. However, they didn't ask any further. I have 200,000 silver on me. Xiao Yu was the first to speak. I have 300,000 silver. Su Li, if you're not in a hurry, I'll go back tonight and gather the money. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Xiao Sun said, Slap. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. He stretched his hand into his bosom and slapped a stack of silver bills in front of Su Li. Exactly 1 million silver. F***K. Duan Lingtian, you're so rich. Tian, who fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced at Duan Lingtian in astonishment. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's gazes also descended onto Duan Lingtian. They could take out 1 million silver, but they wouldn't carry so much money on them. Duan Lingtian, where did you get so much money? Xiao Yu had a face full of astonishment. He was the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao clan supreme elder, so casually taking out a few million silver wasn't surprising. But Duan Lingtian was only a branch family disciple of the Li clan, and a disciple with a different surname. When I left Aurora City, the patriarch gave me 2 million silver. Duan Lingtian casually said, Looks like the Li clan's patriarch Li Ao thinks highly of your future. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a large investment. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. However, he made the right bet. He believed that with Duan Lingtian's strength and natural talent, the Li clan's business deal was a sure win for them. Thank you. Su Li glanced gratefully at Duan Lingtian before putting away the silver bills. We're all friends. There's no need to be so courteous. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Currently, he had a huge sum of tens of millions of silver, and a mere 1 million silver was nothing to him. He also didn't plan on letting Su Li return it. To him, friends were far more important than money. But he didn't notice that in the depths of Su Li's eyes, a strand of a strange flowing light flickered. Sioux clan estate. Within the spacious courtyard, a young man with a pale complexion sat at the side, and his eyes were suffused with crimson red. "Grandfather, do you really have a way to make that Duan Lingtian die?" The young man took a deep breath, and his voice contained extreme hatred mixed within. This young man was precisely Su Tong, whose Dantian was crippled by Duan Lingtian. The original #1 genius of the Sioux clan's younger generation, an existence at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, had now become a cripple, and his strength was only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. "Tong, don't worry. By tomorrow at the latest, that Duan Lingtian will surely die." The Sioux clan's grand elder, Su Nan, who stood at the side, slowly said with a tone filled with confidence, "Grand elder, are you sure that Duan Lingtian will surely die?" Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice, faintly mixed with a trace of rage, sounded from outside the courtyard. "Patriarch." Chapter 174. Grand Elder, shouldn't you give me a good explanation for some things? The Sioux clan's patriarch, Su Bo Ye, had a solemn expression mixed with a trace of anger, and his eyes stared fixedly at the old man before him. "Patriarch, what are you doing?" A bad premonition arose within Su Nan's heart. He understood the patriarch and knew that it was impossible for the patriarch to get so angry over a small matter. Paladin Academy's Zhan Xiong just left our Sioux clan. Su Bo Ye's expression was extremely unsightly as he said in a deep voice, "Grand Elder, I handed that matter to you because I believed you could handle it well, and also because Su Tong is your grandson. But what you did this time was indeed thoughtless. Not only were you unable to kill that Duan Lingtian, you even brought trouble to our Sioux clan." Hearing Su Bo Ye's words, Su Nan reacted and his expression changed. Could it be that the plan failed? "Patriarch, what's going on?" Su Nan's breathing became slightly hurried. Just a moment ago, Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zhan sent over the corpses of Su Ping and Su Ji. Su Bo took a deep breath. "Su Ping? Su Ji?" Su Nan's expression changed. "Patriarch, Su Ping and Su Ji are dead?" Su Ping and Su Ji were precisely the chess pieces in his plan, the chess pieces that cooperated with Su Li to kill the Duan Lingtian. "Exactly, not only are they dead, they were killed by that Duan Lingtian." Su Bo said in a deep voice, "If they succeeded and killed the Duan Lingtian, then it would be fine. At most, Paladin Academy would expel them, and it wouldn't affect our Sioux clan at all. But not only did they fail to kill the Duan Lingtian, they were even killed by the Duan Lingtian. Now, for the sake of giving an explanation to the Duan Lingtian, the Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zhan isn't willing to let the matter go. Do you know that because of this matter, Vice Dean Zhan reduced our Sioux clan's recommendation quota to Paladin Academy from 5 to 3? As Su Bo finished speaking, the anger on his face became even more intense. In the past, the 5 quotas weren't even enough for the Sioux clan's higher-ups. Now that it had been reduced to 3, one could imagine what sort of expression those higher-ups would have when they found out about all this. Hearing this, Su Nan's body trembled and his face went pale. He had really gone for wool and come home shorn. No, impossible. If Su Li hadn't drugged them, they wouldn't have acted against that Duan Lingtian. Su Nan was unwilling to believe that all of this was real. "Humph." Su Bo Ye's face sank as he grunted coldly, then flicked his sleeve and left. "Grand Elder, feel free to speak if you're unable to deal with this matter, and I'll send someone else to deal with it." After Su Bo Ye left, Su Nan thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. How did his plan, which he thought was perfect, end up like this? There was only a single possibility, and that was Su Li didn't play by the rules and even betrayed him, joining forces with the Duan Lingtian to kill 2 Sioux clan disciples. At this moment, "Great Elder, here is a letter for you." Right at this moment, a humble voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. A Sioux clan disciple passed a letter to Su Nan. Su Nan received the letter and opened it to take a look. Great Elder Su Nan, I'm truly sorry. I accidentally dropped my wine cup during lunch, causing your people to mistakenly think that it was the secret signal to kill Duan Lingtian, signed off Su Li. There was only a short sentence on the letter, yet it angered Su Nan to the point his body trembled violently and the vital blood in his body roiled. Pooh! In the end, Su Nan was forcefully angered to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Nan's eyes flickered with a trace of a bloodthirsty sheen, and his icy cold voice revealed a bone-piercing coldness. Su Li, I'll make your entire family die a horrible death. Nearby, Su Tong's expression was extremely unsightly. He realized that his enemy, Duan Lingtian, had escaped calamity. Paladin Academy. On a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in cultivation, and his entire body was immersed in a tranquil state. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, an urgent voice jolted Duan Lingtian awake. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and noticed that Tian, who was hastily running over from afar. Duan Lingtian leaped down from the large tree and went up to greet him. Tian, who? What happened? Duan Lingtian. Su Li left. Tian, who laughed bitterly. Left? Duan Lingtian didn't react to Tian, whose words for a moment. This is the letter Su Li left for you. It wasn't until Tian who handed him a letter that his expression turned serious. He opened the letter. Duan Lingtian, when you see this letter, I should have already ridden the Fergana horse I borrowed money from you and returned home. When I left the Su clan estate last night, I had already made up my mind. Even if I, Su Li, have to give up my great future, I won't harm my own friends. When I return this time, I'll take my parents away. As for where to go, I haven't thought of it yet. Maybe I'll leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, and help me say goodbye to Xiao Yu and the others. Maybe one day in the future we'll meet again. At that time, I'll return the money I owe you. Signed by Su Li Crash. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and crumpled the letter into a ball. In the letter that Su Li had written to him, other than these words of farewell, he had also described in detail what had happened. Su Li left Paladin Academy this time and gave up his own future. The first reason was for the safety of his parents. The second reason was for this friend of his. At this moment, many of the doubts in Duan Lingtian's heart were solved. Why did those two Su clan members overestimate their abilities and make things difficult for him when Su Li accidentally dropped a cup at noon? It turned out that those two Su clan members thought that Su Li had given him an origin-freezing pill. Su Li! Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Although Su Li was usually taciturn, at this moment he was able to feel Su Li's friendship. For this friend of his, Su Li was willing to give up his great future. Su Li, I believe that we'll surely meet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. A trace of anticipation flashed within his eyes, and his heart was slightly heavy. Duan Lingtian didn't know that after parting today, the next time he saw Su Li again would be many years later. Duan Lingtian, Su Li left? At this moment, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun came over as well. You guys take a look. Duan Lingtian sighed and passed the letter in his hand to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu opened the letter, and Xiao Sun and Tian, who went over to read it, as well. That Su clan Grand Elder is despicable. After Tian, who finished reading the letter, his face was extremely gloomy, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. He and Su Li had gotten to know each other through fighting, and they'd even entered the Star General Department together. In his heart, he'd long since taken Su Li to be his good friend, but he'd never thought that Su Li would leave just like this. In the future, he didn't know if there would be a day when they would meet again. After Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finished reading the letter, their eyes were suffused with rage and mixed with a trace of admiration. For the sake of his friend, Su Li gave up his great future and left just like this. Such actions were worthy of respect. Duan Lingtian once again returned to the large tree. Leaning against the tree trunk, he looked up at the azure blue sky through the luxuriant branches and leaves. His eyes gradually narrowed. Su clan. Since you guys want to play, then I'll play with you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. To a certain extent, Su Li's departure caused Duan Lingtian's attitude to undergo a slight change. The current him seemed to have once again returned to the cold and unfeeling weapons specialist. Dusk. Outside Paladin Academy, a luxurious carriage stopped at the side of the road. The person driving the carriage was an old man with white eyebrows. He had an extraordinary bearing, and it was obvious with a single glance that he wasn't a simple figure. Duan Lingtian had just walked out of Paladin Academy's gate when he noticed the carriage as well, but he didn't pay it any attention. After bidding farewell to Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu, he directly walked forward. Just when he passed by the side of the carriage, whoosh! A figure that was swift like a bolt of lightning was like a ghost as it obstructed Duan Lingtian's path. Only now did Duan Lingtian notice that the person that appeared before him was precisely the old man with white eyebrows that drove the carriage. Duan Lingtian's face sank. At this moment, he could feel the unusual movements of the two little pythons hidden within his sleeve. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu and his own spiritual force, he could deduce the old man's cultivation. This old man was an expert at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. In terms of strength, he wasn't even inferior to the 3rd prince's manager, Husan. However, this old man with white eyebrows obviously wasn't a half-step void stage expert like the divine Might Marquis, unless such a figure was able to launch a sneak attack when he wasn't on guard. Otherwise, by relying on the bone corrosion inscription, he had the confidence to instantly kill the old man. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The old man with white eyebrows asked in a low voice, and he used a condescending gaze to examine Duan Lingtian. F***K off. Duan Lingtian's gaze was icy cold and his face sank. He'd always disdained to pay attention to an old fellow like this that took advantage of his seniority. Moreover, he still had proper business to do and didn't have time to waste with this old fellow. The old man with white eyebrows was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would dare have such an attitude towards him. Instantly, a trace of rage appeared on his face just when he was about to flare up. "Old Bai, don't forget proper business." An emotionless male voice sounded out from the carriage, causing the old man with white eyebrows to instantly restrain his rage. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. Looks like the person within the carriage wasn't simple. "Duan Lingtian, my master invites you." The old man with white eyebrows suppressed his rage as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Duan Lingtian shrugged and didn't mind. "Stop!" Right at this moment, a delicate shout sounded out from within the carriage. This time, it was the voice of a woman. He seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before, but Duan Lingtian was unable to recall it for a moment. Subsequently, the woman's voice sounded out once more. This time, she was speaking to the man within the carriage. "Cousin, this Duan Lingtian doesn't know how to appreciate favors. In my opinion, we should directly ask Old Bai to kill him." Subsequently, the carriage went silent. "It's her." Duan Lingtian finally recalled. Wasn't this voice that of Tongli? Then the person she called cousin. Chapter 175. So it's the 5th prince. I've truly been rude. Duan Lingtian glanced at the carriage and smiled lightly. If the 5th prince has no other matters, then I'll be leaving first. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he continued, walking forward. Wait. Right at this moment, the 5th prince's voice that didn't contain any emotions sounded out once more. Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. He was extremely curious, What exactly did this fifth prince want to do? Kneel down and kowtow 3 times. The enmity between you and my cousin will be written off at this point. The fifth prince's voice continued to sound out, and it contained an unquestionable tone. Kneel down and kowtow. Duan Lingtian's face went slightly grim, and rage arose in his eyes. Cousin, I don't want him to kowtow, I want him to die. Tong Li's icy cold voice sounded out from the carriage, and her tone seemed as if there was no room for discussion. 2 idiots! Duan Lingtian sneered and continued walking forward. Duan Lingtian, if you leave just like this, you'll surely regret it. The fifth prince's voice continued to sound out. Sorry, there's never been the word regret in my Duan Lingtian's dictionary. Duan Lingtian's face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and he didn't care about the fifth prince's threat in the slightest. A man had gold beneath his knees, and he knelt before the heavens, the earth, and his parents. Even the supreme emperor wouldn't be able to make him bow and bend the knee, not to mention a mere prince. Presumptuous! The white-browed old man's face went grim, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body, as if he wanted to chase after Duan Lingtian and kill him on the spot. Duan Lingtian stopped moving, and his eyes squinted as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. If this white-browed old man dared to make a move, he would use the bone corrosion inscription to annihilate him at the first possible moment. Senior Bai, let's go back. The fifth prince's voice sounded out, and it faintly contained a trace of coldness. The white-browed old man caught his breath and suppressed the rage in his heart. Then he drove the carriage away. Within the carriage, Tong Li looked unhappy. Cousin, didn't you say you would help me vent my anger? Why did you only ask that Duan Lingtian to kneel? The fifth prince smiled lightly. Cousin, for some people, death isn't the greatest punishment for them. Just like this Duan Lingtian. He has an unyielding character, and asking him to kneel down and kowtow is more difficult than asking him to die. However, I can be considered to have given him a chance today. In the future, even if I were to really kill him, the Duan clan would have nothing to say. Tong Li came to a realization and felt a little embarrassed. Cousin, I misunderstood you. However, didn't that Duan Lingtian refuse to return to the Duan clan and didn't admit that he was a disciple of the Duan clan? Cousin, why are you still worried about the Duan clan? The fifth prince's eyes focused. Even though it's like that, the bloodline of the Duan clan's direct descendant flows in his body after all. Don't worry, cousin will absolutely not let off a person that bullies you. I'll let him live for a few more days. As he spoke, a doting expression appeared on the fifth prince's face. Thank you, cousin. Tong Li smiled, and her eyes flickered with a vicious sheen, as if she'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being torn into pieces by her. On the other side, this fifth prince is simply even more arrogant than the third prince. As Duan Lingtian walked on the road, his heart went slightly cold. You better not offend me. Otherwise, even if you're a descendant of the imperial family, I still won't show mercy. Today, because of Su Li's departure, Duan Lingtian's mood wasn't good to begin with, and it faintly ignited flames of rage. Now, the appearance of the fifth prince and Tong Li, as well as their condescending attitude of looking down at him, was like adding fuel to the fire, causing his rage to skyrocket and become difficult to restrain. Only when he arrived near the Divine Might Marquis estate did Duan Lingtian's expression ease up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. In the entire imperial city, besides his family and a few friends, only the Divine Might Marquis estate was able to warm his heart. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate, a young soldier guarding the entrance took a step forward and shouted sternly at him. Stop! Slap! Before Duan Lingtian could speak, another middle-aged soldier caught up and raised his hand to slap the back of the young soldier's head. Brother Zhang, why did you hit me? The young soldier turned around and glared angrily at the middle-aged soldier. The middle-aged soldier paid no attention to the former and respectfully welcomed Duan Lingtian into the divine might Marquis estate. "Young Master Lingtian, please come in." "You know me?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He remembered that when he came here the last time, this person wasn't among the few soldiers guarding the entrance. "Young Master Lingtian, when Vice General Peng invited you into the estate the last time, I just happened to see you," the middle-aged soldier said respectfully. He'd clearly seen that when Vice General Peng invited this youth in, Vice General Peng was extremely respectful and didn't dare slight this youth in the slightest. Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "You go about your business. I'll go find the Marquis myself." After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian entered the divine might Marquis estate with ease. "Brother Zhang, who exactly is he?" The young soldier rubbed the back of his head, but he wasn't angry anymore, as he'd realized that the violet-clothed youth wasn't simple. "Humph, kid, you're really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. As for who he is, I'm not too sure either. I only know that when he came last time, it was Vice General Peng who personally went to invite him. Moreover, it said that when he left, the Marquis and Junior Marquis personally sent him off." The middle-aged soldier had a fearful expression as he said, "Now, do you think you deserve to be hit?" The young soldier's face went pale from fright, and he hurriedly nodded. "Deserved, deserved." After entering the divine might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian directly went to the audience hall. After the soldier guarding the entrance of the audience hall went to report, Duan Lingtian once again saw the divine might Marquis Nie Yuan. Little Tian, Nie Yuan had a brilliant smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian. "What, you've come this time because you need Uncle Nie's help?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. "Uncle Nie really has godlike foresight." Nie Yuan laughed as he scolded. "You little fellow, don't play this game with Uncle Nie. Let me guess, it should be about the Su clan, right?" "Uncle Nie, you're quite well informed." Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. In Paladin Academy, 2 students from the Su clan tried to assassinate another student, but were killed instead. The vice dean, Zhan Xiong, was enraged. He personally went to the Su clan and reduced the Su clan's recommendation quota from 5 to 3. "Looks like that Vice Dean Zhan takes good care of you." Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. He knew that the vice dean had gone to the Su clan, but he didn't know that the vice dean had reduced the number of people that the Su clan recommended to enter Paladin Academy every year to 3 for a moment. A trace of gratitude arose in Duan Lingtian's heart towards the old man. "Speak. What business do you have with Uncle Nie?" Nie Yuan dotingly glanced at Duan Lingtian as he asked. "Uncle Nie, I want information on the Su clan's businesses in the Imperial City, including information on the people in charge of those businesses." Duan Lingtian stated the purpose of his visit. "You're here for this?" Nie Yuan was slightly surprised. He thought that Duan Lingtian wanted him to step forward and suppress the Su clan spirit, but he never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually came for this. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "There's nothing else?" Nie Yuan asked again. "Nothing else?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. He came to the divine might Marquis estate precisely for this information. As for other matters, he could deal with them himself. "All right, come get it in 3 days." Nie Yuan deeply glanced at Duan Lingtian, but didn't ask any further. "Thank you, Uncle Nie. Since it's like this, I'll go back first, so as to avoid worrying my mother," Duan Lingtian said again. Subsequently, Nie Yuan personally sent Duan Lingtian out of the divine might Marquis estate. This caused the rash guard to feel a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't offend this violet-clothed youth earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but frown as soon as he arrived at the entrance of Paladin Academy. The restlessness of the two little pythons and his acute spiritual force told him that someone was secretly watching him. Humph! Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks and turned around to look into the distance, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. He didn't care who sent them. If they dared to show themselves, he didn't mind turning them into corpses. Outside Paladin Academy, in a secluded alley, two figures stood there, ramrod straight. He seems to have noticed us. One of the middle-aged men with a thin figure had a surprised expression. Seems like it. The other middle-aged man nodded. I heard he's only at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to notice us. The former went silent for a moment before speaking again. Maybe it's a coincidence. The latter was slightly uncertain as well. After Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy, he noticed that the feeling of being watched had disappeared. He walked into the classroom as usual. An entire morning passed by in the midst of Sima Chongfeng's long-winded lecture. During lunch, Duan Lingtian and the others were slightly unaccustomed to the absence of Suli, so they tacitly maintained their silence. At dusk, after walking out of Paladin Academy's entrance and separating from Xiao Yu and Xiao Sen, Duan Lingtian once again felt that someone was spying on him, and it wasn't just one person. It seems to be the same two people from this morning. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and walked into a remote alley. In this alley, he'd already successively lured and killed 2 batches of people that wanted to kill him. But this time when he walked into the alley and slowly walked forward, those 2 people still didn't show themselves. Who the hell are they? Duan Lingtian frowned as he lost his patience. Since you two aren't taking the initiative, then I'll take the initiative. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he sped up, disappearing at the end of the alley in the blink of an eye. The 2 middle-aged men appeared in the alley and swiftly walked forward, but they were no longer able to find any traces of Duan Lingtian. Although they were nascent soul-stage martial artists, they weren't inscription masters, and their spiritual force wasn't very sharp. Moreover, they didn't have the tracking and anti-tracking abilities that Duan Lingtian had from his previous life as a special forces soldier and mercenary. He actually ran away under our noses. The thin, middle-aged man had a bitter smile on his face. We can be sure that our feeling this morning wasn't wrong. He has indeed noticed us. The other middle-aged man had a serious expression. You two is playing hide and seek fun. Chapter 176. The 2 middle-aged men felt their scalps go numb, and they broke out in cold sweat from fright as they slowly turned around. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at the violet-clothed youth before them. When did this young man run behind them? They actually didn't notice him in the slightest. The 2 of them looked at each other and were able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. When the 2 middle-aged men turned around, Duan Lingtian was sizing them up as well, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Who sent you 2? Duan Lingtian stared at the 2 of them as he spoke with a calm tone. Yet it seemed to contain a sense of killing intent mixed within. Whoosh! Instantly, a terrifying, bloody killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body, and it enveloped the 2 of them without the slightest restraint. Instantly, the 2 of them went pale. It was difficult for them to imagine that a youth that looked to be around the age of 18 could actually possess such a terrifying killing intent. Instantly, a killing intent arose from their bodies as well, resisting Duan Lingtian's killing intent. The 2 killing intents converged together and were barely able to block Duan Lingtian's bloody killing intent. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he felt the auras on the 2 of them, and his icy, cold face eased up. Only then did the 2 middle-aged men heave a sigh of relief, and their faces were filled with lingering fear. Even in their dreams, they would never have imagined that a little fellow at the 9th level of the core formation stage would actually be able to give them such a terrifying pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that the person standing before them was indeed a youth, They would even think that this was a formidable man that had walked out from hell. Go back and tell your marquis that I appreciate his good intentions. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he went around the two middle-aged men and directly left. You know our identities? The two middle-aged men were slightly surprised. Besides soldiers that have experienced hundreds of battles, how many people can possess such a dense, killing intent from the battlefield? Under the gazes of the two middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian's figure gradually vanished ahead, but the words Duan Lingtian left behind caused the two of them to flush with embarrassment. A veteran of hundreds of battles? In front of this young man, they were too embarrassed to say that they were experienced soldiers on the battlefield. It seems that the general still underestimated his nephew. The thin, middle-aged man shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since it's like this, let's go back. Not to mention anything else, with his ability, the number of people in the Sioux clan who can do anything to him can be counted on one hand. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of the other middle-aged man's mouth as he said slowly, Divine Might Marquis Estate. The Divine Might Marquis Nyeyuan was stunned when he saw his two beloved generals standing in front of him with dejected expressions. Didn't I ask you to protect my nephew in secret? Why are you back? General, don't joke around. It's more likely that your nephew will protect us. The thin, middle-aged man shook his head. He still had some lingering fear when he thought of the scene just now. Until now, he still couldn't wrap his head around how that violet-clothed youth actually relied on a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage to arrive behind him without him noticing. He could imagine that if the violet-clothed youth was replaced by an enemy that was on par with him, he would undoubtedly die. Although the other middle-aged man didn't speak, he nodded in deep agreement. What do you mean by this? Nyeyuan frowned with a puzzled expression. The two people before him were his trusted generals. They were invincible on the battlefield, and very few people were able to compare to them. But now, the two of them were like frosted eggplants, listless and dispirited. It was difficult for him to imagine what actually happened to make his two beloved generals like this. Finally, under the narration of the two of them, Nyeyuan knew the ins and outs of the matter. He noticed your tracks at the first possible moment, avoiding your pursuit and sneaking behind you without you noticing. Nyeyuan had an expression of disbelief. Although he knew that his nephew was mysterious, he never imagined that he was mysterious to such an extent. Ru Feng, what kind of little monster did you actually give birth to? The corners of Nyeyuan's mouth twitched, and a trace of a sheen of envy and jealousy flashed past his eyes. The youth being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18 and even become a grade 9 alchemist had already surprised him. He never imagined that besides this, the youth still had such a terrifying ability. Ordinary people might not think that the youth's pursuit and anti-pursuit ability was anything special, but as a figure like the god of war of the Crimson Sky Kingdom and a man that walked out of the battlefield, he was able to deeply realize how terrifying this ability was. If the youth had this ability, then it meant that sneaking into the enemy camp would be as easy as entering an uninhabited area. Even assassinating an enemy general wouldn't be a difficult matter. The agreement of 3 days arrived as scheduled. Duan Lingtian once again arrived at the Divine Might Marquis Estate. Within the audience hall, the Divine Might Marquis Nyeyuan passed a stack of documents to Duan Lingtian. Little Tian, these are the things you wanted. Thank you, Uncle Nya. If there's nothing else, then I'll. After Duan Lingtian took the things, he intended to slip away. But would Nyeyuan allow him to leave? Wait. Nyeyuan looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. Little Tian, I think we can have a chat. Chat about what? Duan Lingtian had a vigilant expression, because he noticed the fox-like smile on Nyeyuan's face. 2 days ago, didn't you silently sneak behind my two beloved generals without them noticing? Nyeyuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Uncle Nya, this is what you wanted to talk about. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. He thought it was something else. I've thought about it. If this ability of yours can be widely used in the army, you'll surely be able to create an invincible team. Sneaking into the enemy camp as easy as entering an uninhabited area, and taking the heads of enemy generals as easy as taking something out of your pocket. When Nye Yuan spoke of marching to war, his body unconsciously emitted an iron-blooded aura of slaughter. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised. As expected of the god of war of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, just this aura of slaughter far surpassed the two people he met 2 days ago. Uncle Nya, you want me to teach you this ability? Duan Lingtian guessed Nye Yuan's intentions. Exactly. Nye Yuan's eyes shone as he nodded. If you're willing, Uncle Nya can agree to any request of yours. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Nye Yuan. Uncle Nya, I cured Grandfather Nye's poison, and you seem to still owe me a great favor, right? Nye Yuan laughed embarrassedly and rubbed his palms together. He was truly interested in Duan Lingtian's ability. Uncle Nya. Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Yuan with a serious expression. If you want to learn that ability of mine, it's not difficult, but it's not easy either. But it's not something that can be learned overnight. I naturally understand this. Just like marching to war and setting up formations, it requires accumulation over a long period of time before it can become an army that's always victorious. Nye Yuan nodded, as he didn't find this strange. Since it's like this, then Uncle Nya, send 2 people to me. I feel that the 2 people you sent to protect me last time aren't bad. Let them follow me for a period of time, and I'll surely be able to let them completely grasp my ability. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a wisp of an arc as he spoke slowly. Little fellow, your appetite is really big. Do you know that the 2 of them are top tiger generals under my command? Nye Yuan laughed as he scolded. But I presume they won't refuse to follow you and learn your ability. It was exactly as Nye Yuan had said. When the 2 middle-aged men that were sent by Duan Lingtian to protect Duan Lingtian in secret heard that Duan Lingtian wanted to teach them the miraculous tracking and anti-tracking ability, their eyes lit up as their breathing became hurried. They'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's ability, and they were able to realize what sort of improvement they would obtain after grasping that ability. Little Tian, how long do they have to learn it for? Nye Yuan's eyes squinted as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, What, Uncle Nya can't bear to? Don't worry, I'll need them for a year at most. After a year, even if they're unable to attain my current level, they'll surely be able to grasp the main points. So long as they practice more, they'll be able to catch up to me sooner or later. Duan Lingtian smiled as he spoke, and his face was filled with confidence. A year? That's not long. Nye Yuan's brows raised as he nodded. But Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Yuan and hesitated to speak. What? Do you have any other requests? Nye Yuan asked. Uncle Nya, within this year, I hope that they can completely become my people and only listen to my orders. Others, including you, have no authority to order them. I need to have complete control over them. Duan Lingtian spoke of his request. If this is unable to be done, then everything from before will be nullified. Nye Yuan's brows frowned slightly, but it quickly eased up as he shook his head. Never mind, I'll do as you say. I presume that you ought to have some sense of propriety when doing things. Presently, Nye Yuan didn't know. This decision would also become the decision he regretted the most in his entire lifetime. Only in the following days did he realize that in the concept of this nephew of his, there was utterly no sense of propriety. Duan Lingtian smiled. Deal. What are your names? Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 middle-aged men and asked. The middle-aged man with a tall and thin figure didn't dare hesitate. Young Master Lingtian, I'm called Zhang Qian. The other middle-aged man with a medium figure said respectfully, Young Master Lingtian, I'm called Zhao Gang. In the future, both of you can directly call me Young Master. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. Yes, Young Master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied and were incomparably respectful. Even though the cultivation of the youth before them wasn't worth mentioning in their eyes, the ability of the youth in other aspects caused them to be wholeheartedly convinced. Uncle Nya, then I'll take them away. Obtaining 2 7th-level nascent soul stage tiger generals for no reason, even though they'd only followed him for a year, it caused Duan Lingtian to be rather delighted. This time, Nye Yuan didn't send Duan Lingtian off. He was truly worried that he would regret it. He kept having the feeling that this nephew of his wasn't someone easy to deal with. I hope he doesn't cause any trouble. Chapter 177. Walking out of the Divine Might Marquis Estate, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Have the two of you gotten married? The two of them nodded, and a warm and happy smile appeared on their faces. They obviously thought of their wives and children at home. From the two of them, Duan Lingtian found out that their families lived in the Divine Might Marquis Estate. After bringing the two of them back to the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian called over the housekeeper, Jingru. Jingru, ask the servant girls to help them clean up 2 rooms. Yes, young master. After Jingru left, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and his expression became serious. I don't want anyone besides me, you two, and the people here to know about this courtyard house that I live in, including the Divine Might Marquis. Understand? Yes, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were both soldiers and understood that military orders were like mountains. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian would be their general for the next year. In the future, the two of you stay at my place for 3 days, then return to the Divine Might Marquis Estate to stay for 1 day. Also, when I go to Paladin Academy, the two of you can go back and accompany your families and wait for me outside Paladin Academy in the evening. Duan Lingtian continued to instruct. Thank you, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were already prepared to be separated from their families for a year, but they never expected that Duan Lingtian would be so reasonable, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. Before long, Jingru asked the servant girls to clean up the rooms. After Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang returned to their rooms, Duan Lingtian arrived at the rear courtyard. Scoundrel, who are the 2 people you brought back? Li Fei asked curiously. They're people I borrowed from Uncle Nya. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Li Fei nodded and didn't ask any further. She knew clearly in her heart that this man had his reasons for everything he did. Before long, Duan Lingtian returned to his room after greeting the 3 girls. He took out the stack of information he obtained from the Divine Might Marquis Nye Yuan. This information was all about the Su clan's various businesses in the Imperial City, as well as the information of the people in charge of the various businesses. After taking a casual look, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As expected of one of the 3 great clans of the royal city, the clan's businesses can be found all over the royal city, from the outer city to the inner city. Inns, apothecaries, weapon shops, restaurants, they have everything that one could wish for. Also, these people in charge are all at the nascent soul realm or above. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto one of the pages. Su Lai, 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. He's in charge of the Bright Star in under the Su clan in the inner city. He's fond of women, and his greatest hobby is forcefully seizing common women. He once burned and killed a family of 7 for a common woman. Look at this. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. He sneered, like uncle, like nephew. You're the one. After putting away the stack of information into his storage ring, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and arrived at the front courtyard. After calling out Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, Duan Lingtian brought them out of the courtyard house. Presently, it was already deep into the night. Not many people could be seen on the streets. With Duan Lingtian in the lead, the 3 of them quickly arrived outside an inn. Young master, this is? Zhang Qian was slightly bewildered. Murder! Duan Lingtian's gaze squinted and coldness suffused his eyes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang shuddered and gasped. Probably only this youth could speak of murder so casually. Although they'd killed many people on the battlefield. That was a battlefield, and this was the imperial city. The meaning was completely different. This seems to be the Su clan's business. Zhang Qian's eyes squinted. Let's go. Duan Lingtian brought the two of them along the wall at the side of the inn and snuck up to the roof of the inn. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang obediently followed behind. After searching for a while, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed the location of their target. They were hiding on the roof of the inn. Don't. No. I beg you. Don't. A woman's cry for help came from the room. Duan Lingtian gently lifted up a tile and clearly saw the scene inside. A fatty with a belly full of fat was forcing himself on a plainly dressed, somewhat beautiful woman. The woman was obviously very unwilling and struggled with all her might. Bad luck. In an instant, the fatty lost his patience and kicked out, directly sending the woman flying. She crashed into the wall and completely lost all signs of life. This scene caught Duan Lingtian and the other two somewhat off guard. Although Duan Lingtian was furious, he still held his breath and his face was gloomy. Bastard! However, the faces of the two sturdy men beside him who had walked out from the battlefield changed greatly, and they angrily shouted in a low voice. Who? The fatty in the room noticed the commotion, and his face changed greatly. When he raised his head, he noticed that a tile on the roof had been lifted up by someone. You too. Really? Glancing helplessly at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Looks like the first lesson I have to give you two is how to control your emotions. All right, now that they've been alarmed by you two, I'll leave it to you two to deal with. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he helplessly spread out his hands. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had long since been waiting for Duan Lingtian to say these words. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, their legs shook as they directly stepped through the roof and directly flashed in. Duan Lingtian followed them down. Where did you little thieves come from? You actually dare to have ideas about this lord? Didn't you ask who this lord is? The fatty with a bare upper body and a belly full of fat, the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder Sunan, Sulai, looked at Duan Lingtian's group of three with a face full of disdain. However, since you've come, then stay behind. The fat on Su Lai's body trembled as 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him, and he revealed the strength of a third-level nascent soul stage martial artist as he pounced towards Duan Lingtian's group of three. Bang! 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 The fatty's palm descended and shook 3 times in the air before transforming into 3 palm prints that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Humph! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang moved, and 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared above them. 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. Su Lai was dumbstruck. He originally thought that it was only 3 little thieves, but he never imagined that there were actually 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, and his face completely went pale. Who are you people? Su Lai shouted in a stern voice. But unfortunately, what awaited him was the enraged attacks of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. After easily shattering Su Lai's 3 palm prints, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's attacks descended onto Su Lai's body like a storm. Instantly, Su Lai's fat body completely deformed, and he didn't make a sound. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian slowly walked over and took off the spatial ring on Su Lai's hand, directly establishing ownership over it. When he saw the large pile of silver bills and silver ingots within the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone and he muttered to himself. These silver bills and silver ingots added together are at least 7 or 8 million silver. Not bad. 7 or 8 million silver. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were dumbstruck. Young master, who is this fatty? Zhang Qian fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a bad premonition arose within his heart. You don't know who he is, yet you still charged up to give him a beating and killed him? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Forget it. If I killed him, then I killed him. My target this time was originally him. This person is called Su Lai and seems to be the manager of this inn. His other identity is that he's a direct descendant of the Su clan and is also the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Duan Lingtian shrugged and finished speaking in one breath. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's faces completely changed. A direct descendant of the Su clan. Heavens! Even the divine Might Marquis wouldn't dare so brazenly kill a direct descendant of the Su clan like this, right? What? You two don't think he deserved to die? Duan Lingtian noticed their expressions, and they had a strange expression. They seemed to be the ones who charged the fiercest earlier, right? Manager, what's the matter? Right at this moment, a wave of clamorous sounds came from outside the room, and it grew closer and closer. If you don't want to be discovered, then leave quickly. Duan Lingtian swept Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang with his gaze. Then he took the first step to borrow strength from the room and jumped onto the penetrated roof. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't dare think too much as they hurriedly followed him out. If the members of the Su clan were to find out that they killed this Su Lai, then even the divine Might Marquis wouldn't be able to protect them. This was a direct descendant of the Su clan. A large clan like the Su clan valued face the most, and killing a direct descendant of the Su clan was tantamount to slapping their face. After leaving the inn and going around a few streets, Duan Lingtian finally slowed down his speed. How was it? Was it satisfying? Duan Lingtian looked at the two of them and grinned. It was satisfying, but that was a direct descendant of the Su clan. If the Su clan were to find out that it was us, then we'd be completely finished. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile on his face. He was now slightly regretting leaving the divine Might Marquis estate with this youth. He hadn't even learned anything yet, but had already provoked such a monstrous disaster. Although Zhao Gang didn't say anything, judging from his expression, he obviously had the same thoughts as Zhang Qian. You also said that if they were to find out that it was us, then wouldn't it be fine if we didn't let them find out? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Can't this guy's brain work? Swish! Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew 2 large stacks of silver before passing them over to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Tonight's gains weren't bad. This is for the two of you, 1 million silver each. 1 million silver? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang shuddered and were completely dumbstruck. Even if they were 7th-level nascent soul martial artists and were generals that were only below 1 person in the army, but the wealth they'd accumulated over half of their lives in the army was only a few 100,000 silver. Now, they were able to obtain so much money just by killing a damnable fatty that angered both men and gods? They both felt that they weren't dreaming. However, the two of them didn't accept the silver that Duan Lingtian passed over. Young master, we can't take this money. Stop being wishy-washy. Quickly take it. Tonight was only the beginning. In the future, follow this young master, and I guarantee that you'll make a killing. Ignoring their refusal, Duan Lingtian forcefully stuffed the silver into their hands as he spoke casually. Tonight was only the beginning. Chapter 178. Put away the banknotes. We're going back. If you don't want to die, then it's best not to let a 4th person know of what happened tonight, including the divine Might Marquis and your families. Duan Lingtian walked forward in large strides, returning to his own house. Yes, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang put away the banknotes and followed Duan Lingtian. What a joke! If the matter of tonight were to be known, they wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Even if they had made great contributions on the battlefield, even if they were the trusted aides of the divine Might Marquis, but the Su clan wouldn't care so much. At that time, even the divine Might Marquis might not be able to protect them. When Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhang Gang back to the house and returned to their respective rooms to sleep, the Su clan was completely in an uproar. The Su clan had many properties under their control, including the inns. However, tonight, a calamity had befallen the Bright Splendor Inn that was subordinate to the Chu clan. The innkeeper of the Bright Star Inn, the person in charge of the Su clan, and the nephew of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Lai, was killed in his own room. Bang! Within the Su clan audience hall, the patriarch, Su Boya, had a face full of rage. His hand descended, and the armrest of the newly changed chair was smashed into pieces. This caused the hearts of the Su clan elders present to tremble. Looks like after today, the patriarch's seat will have to be changed to a new seat. Who can tell me what's going on? Su Boya's face was gloomy as he roared. The bearing that a patriarch should have was completely gone, and only exasperation remained. The Su clan had been in troubled times recently. First, the most talented direct descendant disciple of the younger generation, Su Tong, was crippled. Then they lost their recommendation to enter Paladin Academy. And now, a direct descendant disciple of the Su clan was actually killed so brazenly. Patriarch, that nephew of mine died so miserably. We must find the murderer and make him pay with blood. The grand elder, Su Nan, who sat below Su Boya, had a face full of grief and indignation. He was beyond furious. Truly, another wave of trouble before the first wave had subsided. If it was before, there would definitely be many people agreeing with the words of the grand elder. But now, great elder, as far as I know, Su Lai often kidnaps women. Even if he was killed tonight, there was a woman in the room who was killed because she didn't obey him. Could it be that he did too many bad things and suffered the revenge of a chivalrous expert? The old man sitting opposite Su Nan spoke indifferently. His tone was calm, but it contained a trace of schadenfreude. I think that the second elder is right. Grand elder, you ought to have known about the vile conduct of that nephew of yours, Su Lai. Why didn't you advise him? That's right. If Grand Elder had taught him well, Su Lai would definitely have restrained himself and wouldn't have lost his life because of this. The remaining Su family elders all agreed. Some of the Su family elders were even more sarcastic. Ever since they found out that because of a decision made by the Grand Elder, Su Nan, the Su clan had lost 2 recommendation spots in Paladin Academy, extreme dissatisfaction arose in their hearts. The recommendation slots were already in high demand, but now it was even harder to get them. All of this was because of Grand Elder Su Nan. You all. Su Nan's expression was incomparably unsightly. He naturally knew why he had become the target of everyone. Now, the words of these elders were reasonable, causing him to not know how to refute them. Patriarch, even if that nephew of mine, Su Lai, was in the wrong, he was still a direct descendant of our Su clan. Could it be that we're going to let him die in vain? Su Nan looked at Su Boya with a face full of anger. Humph! Su Boya coldly snorted. Killing a direct descendant of my Su clan is tantamount to slapping my Su clan's face. Pass down the order to track down the culprit. If there's anyone who provides clues, they'll be rewarded with 10,000 silver. Rewarded with 10,000 silver? At dawn the next day, when Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the classroom, he heard some of the students in the class discussing what happened in the Su clan last night. That Su clan is really stingy. The life of a direct descendant is only worth 10,000 silver in their eyes. Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange, but he was extremely delighted in his heart. Before long, a trace of coldness appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Su Nan, what happened last night was only the beginning. Since you want to play, then I'll play along with your Sioux clan. Sioux Nan, the Sioux clan's grand elder, the mastermind who forced Sioux Lee to leave. That afternoon, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds and cultivated as usual. Bang! The bottleneck that he originally thought would require a period of time to break through was instantly broken through under Duan Lingtian's concentrated cultivation. His cultivation had officially stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Broke through? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and was slightly surprised. How could it be so fast? Duan Lingtian didn't know. The cultivation of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique walked the path of being overbearing and following one's heart. This time, because of Sioux Lee's departure, his mentality underwent a huge change. It was as if he'd returned to being the iron-blooded weapons specialist from his previous life who had no scruples. As long as it's someone who bullies my friends, brothers, or family, then I'll definitely return the favor tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold, or even 10,000-fold. This kind of mentality just happened to be in line with the 9 dragons' war sovereign techniques, overbearing and following one's heart. It also allowed Duan Lingtian's cultivation to advance at a rapid pace, directly breaking through the bottleneck of the 5th level of the core formation stage and stepping into the 6th level of the core formation stage in one go. Even to the extent that as long as Duan Lingtian maintained this kind of mentality, his future cultivation speed of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique would surely be able to maintain a rapid pace of advancement. After all, the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique was a cultivation technique of the same level as the supreme cultivation technique of the Samsara Emperor Wu, the triple life rebirth technique. Even surpassing top cultivation techniques like the Han Bing's God sword technique, the demonic beauty divine technique, and the sun moon star technique. After breaking through to the 6th level of the core formation stage, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed in his heart. When I return tonight, I'll refine another dragon blood pill and directly complete the tempering of my fleshly body with origin energy. After that, I can continue charging towards the 7th level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly excited in his heart. Once he completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 6th level of the core formation stage, he wouldn't need to use the violet myrtle flexible sword and would be able to exert the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. As a grade 8 spirit weapon, the violet myrtle flexible sword was able to increase his strength by almost 20%. At that time, if he utilized the violet myrtle flexible sword, he would be able to exert the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. An ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist only possessed the strength of 12 ancient mammoths, and if he wanted to exert the strength of 19 ancient mammoths, he would have to rely on a grade 4 spirit weapon. However, not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom that had numerous sects and experts like the Clouds might not possess a grade 4 spirit weapon. It could be said that after tonight, Duan Lingtian, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, or even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he could be said to be invincible below the origin core stage. At dusk, after Duan Lingtian left Paladin Academy, his brows slightly knit. Interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of an imperceptible sneer. He noticed that besides his subordinates, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, there were another 3 people that were observing him from the shadows. Alas, are the people of this world so unprofessional when it comes to tracking? Duan Lingtian shrugged, then walked into a small alley in the distance with a familiarity. Not long after he entered the small alley, 3 figures seemed to have transformed into 3 gusts of wind that flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian. Then they split into a triangle and completely surrounded Duan Lingtian. These were 3 middle-aged men with cold and expressionless faces. Their icy cold eyes stared at Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a dead man. Could it be that your master thinks that just the three of you are sufficient to take my life? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a sneer. He vaguely sensed that the cultivations of these three people were between the first level of the nascent soul stage and the third level of the nascent soul stage. It was even to the extent that they were inferior to the fatty Sulai from the Bright Star Inn last night. Target confirmed. Kill. One of the middle-aged men spoke with an incomparably icy cold voice, and as soon as he finished speaking, his entire body moved, pouncing towards Duan Lingtian. The other two middle-aged men moved along with him. 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the person that spoke, and he was obviously a second-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The other two were both first-level nascent soul stage martial artists. Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of dodging when facing the joint forces of the three people, and it was even to the extent that he didn't allow the two little pythons under his sleeve to attack. At practically the instant the three people pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures that were a few times faster than the three people seemed to have transformed into two bolts of lightning as they instantly flashed into the battlefield and stood by Duan Lingtian's side, protecting Duan Lingtian behind them. In the air above the two people, the strength of 1,000 ancient mammoths surged out. Seventh level of the core formation stage. The three middle-aged men's faces went pale. The information is wrong. Let's go. The second-level nascent soul stage martial artist's body trembled in the air as he stomped on the ground, desiring to borrow the force to flee. The other two people hurriedly stopped as well and fled in two different directions. Humph! A cold snort accompanied by a figure that was like a bolt of lightning instantly passed by the second-level nascent soul stage martial artist. The other figure that was like a bolt of lightning caught up to the other two first-level nascent soul stage martial artists. Leave them alive! Duan Lingtian's gaze focused slightly as he ordered. He wanted to know who sent these three people. No matter who sent them, he would make the other party pay the price for this. After a short moment, Zhang Qian's palm descended and heavily injured the second-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Then, like an eagle catching a chick, he brought the second-level nascent soul stage martial artist before Duan Lingtian. On the other side, after Zhao Gang killed one of the first-level nascent soul stage martial artists, he captured the other person. As long as you tell me who sent you, I can spare your lives. Duan Lingtian slowly walked out, and his gaze descended onto the two middle-aged men with ghastly pale complexions. His voice was cold and indifferent, as if it came from the depths of hell. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's face went pale. A scene that only appeared in martial arts novels from his previous life appeared before his eyes. Chapter 179. The two middle-aged men's faces darkened as they died from the poison and committed suicide. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang glanced at each other, and their expressions changed. Suicide soldiers. Suicide soldiers? What suicide soldiers? Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't understand why Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's reactions were so big. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang glanced at Duan Lingtian and felt their scalps go numb. What kind of people did this young master offend? Zhang Qian took a deep breath and slowly explained. Young master, the so-called men of sacrifice, are a group of chess pieces that are not afraid of death and were trained by some people with great schemes. These people are only loyal to one master and serve one master. As long as the master is willing, they are willing to give up everything for the master, including their lives. These men of sacrifice would rather die than reveal the identity of their master once they failed their mission. After Zhang Qian finished speaking, he and Zhao Gang both looked at Duan Lingtian. They were very curious as to how this young master offended the people behind these suicide soldiers. So these are the suicide soldiers. Duan Lingtian nodded, and a trace of coldness arose in his heart. To complete the mission, unafraid of death. These people were simply killing machines that had lost their humanity. Young master, did you offend someone? Zhao Gang asked hesitantly. I've offended many people. Don't you know the Su clan as well? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he spoke directly. Young master, logically speaking, it's impossible for these suicide soldiers to be members of the Su clan. Zhang Qian shook his head. According to what I know, these suicide soldiers are usually from the army. Only a few people with high positions would secretly gather these people and form a team of suicide soldiers under them. At the critical moment, they can transform into sharp blades and directly pierce into the enemy's chest. Then, who do you think these suicide soldiers are most likely under? Duan Lingtian slightly frowned as he asked. Young master, within the imperial city, these suicide soldiers are more commonly seen under the princes of the imperial family. As long as it's a prince who has the intention of obtaining the throne, they've basically trained a group of suicide soldiers under them without exception, Zhao Gang said with a solemn expression. His eyes could not help but reveal a trace of suspicion. Could it be that the young master had a grudge with those lofty existences? Prince? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed. Needless to say, he could guess that the 3 men of sacrifice who appeared here to assassinate him were either the 3rd prince's men or the 5th prince's men. 3rd prince, 5th prince. No matter which one of you made a move, I hope that both of you will stop before going too far. Otherwise, not to mention that you have no fate with the throne. Even your lives will be in danger. Duan Lingtian's face darkened as killing intent rose in his heart. Come on, let's go back. Duan Lingtian called out to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang and went straight to his house. On the way, Duan Lingtian did not forget to scold the 2 of them. The 2 of you, the next time you're following me in secret, can you be more professional? I discovered your whereabouts as soon as I left Paladin Academy. As Duan Lingtian scolded the 2 of them, he also imparted to them the general knowledge of tracking that he learned from his previous life as a Special Forces soldier. When had Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang ever heard of these new things? For a moment, they were both intoxicated as they listened. They never thought that a mere tracking actually had so many things to pay attention to. The 2 of them looked at Duan Lingtian with even more respect. At the same time, they couldn't help but be curious. Where in the world did this youth learn all these things? You 2 rest and prepare. Tonight, this young master will bring you 2 out to do a big deal. After returning to the house, Duan Lingtian informed Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, then walked into the main building and returned to his room. Big deal? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at each other and could see the wry smile on each other's face. They naturally knew what the big deal the youth was talking about. But did they still have a choice? As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to many wrong steps. The 2 of them helplessly shook their heads and obediently returned to their rooms to rest. As for Duan Lingtian, after returning, he didn't even have the time to greet the 3 beauties at home before directly returning to his room. Whoosh! The cauldron was taken out by him. Subsequently, he started to refine the dragon blood pill. After he finished refining the dragon blood pill, Duan Lingtian directly consumed it. Instantly, his fleshly body completed the tempering of the 6th level of the core formation stage and gained the strength of an ancient mammoth. This also meant that his next step was to directly charge to the 7th level of the core formation stage. I'm finally about to catch up to those 2 little girls. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Ever since they settled down in the inner city of the imperial city, no matter if it was Kerr or Little Fei, they would spend over 10 hours cultivating every day with the help of an inexhaustible supply of high-purity origin-increasing pills. Now, the 2 girls had successively broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage. But Duan Lingtian believed that with his current cultivation speed, he would surely be able to catch up to the 2 girls before long. "Young master, it's time to eat." A voice that was like a silver bell sounded from outside. Duan Lingtian opened the door and saw Kerr standing at the door, looking at the slim and graceful young girl. Duan Lingtian's gaze was slightly absent-minded. The current Kerr wasn't the little girl from before. She'd grown up. Looking at Kerr's beautiful face that was as white as jade and the pair of plump buds on her chest, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up and evil thoughts arose in his heart. Maybe he should find a time to eat Kerr up. "Young master, I'll go out first. You quickly come out and eat as well." Kerr noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, and her heartbeat sped up. Her beautiful face blushed as she quickly walked out. "This girl is shy." Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed, then chased after her. After he finished eating, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and took out the information of the people in charge of the Su clan's various businesses. In the end, he locked onto a target. Su Yong, 6th level nascent soul stage martial artist, the younger cousin of the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. He's in charge of the Su clan's largest medicine store, Jiun Pavilion. He has 2 sons who commit all sorts of crimes, and it's Su Yong who cleans up their messes every single time, ruthlessly destroying all threats. After he finished looking at Su Yong's information, Duan Lingtian decided on him. The main reason he chose him was naturally because of his relationship with Su Nan. Secondly, it was because of his vile conduct. Besides having 2 ignorant and incompetent good-for-nothing sons, he himself was full of evil deeds. As the saying goes, like father, like son. In this world where the strong are respected, it's like this. There's no law to speak of, and the fist is the law. Just like this Su Yong, the conduct of him and his 2 sons can be said to be known by everyone within the imperial city. However, even the imperial family that controls the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom would turn a blind eye out of respect for the Su clan and wouldn't punish them. Although Duan Lingtian didn't think of being some savior, since he decided to teach the Su clan a lesson, he naturally wouldn't be lenient. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. If it wasn't for your Su clan going too far, I wouldn't have targeted you. After Duan Lingtian finished looking through the other information related to Su Yong, he left the room. It was deep into the night, and it was impossible to see one's own fingers. In the northern direction of the imperial city's inner city was a residential area, and there was an extremely vast courtyard house within it. Within the courtyard house, the lights were extinguished, and the people within had obviously already fallen asleep. Whoosh! 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 3 figures were like night owls as they passed over the walls of the courtyard house and snuck into the courtyard house. "Let's go." Moonlight sprinkled down, and the figure of the person in the lead appeared. It was a young man in black clothes and had his face covered. It was precisely Duan Lingtian. His target tonight was the Su clan's Su Yong. This Su Yong didn't live in the Su clan estate and had instead bought a courtyard house outside by himself. He had a few concubines, and his days were extremely comfortable. Under the lead of Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, who similarly wore black clothes and had their faces covered, lightly followed behind. Through the moonlight, the helplessness in their exposed eyes could be seen. When had they ever been so sneaky? "Young master, in my opinion, that Su Yong is only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Why don't we just openly charge in and kill him?" Zhang Qian said. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he deeply agreed and nodded. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Why do I feel that these 2 fellows are even more ferocious than me? Fair and square. Duan Lingtian sneered in a low voice. If you 2 directly charge in, then what difference does it make if I'm there or not? Don't forget why your general asked the 2 of you to follow me. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding. So the young master was training them. If there's no need, then kill Su Yong alone. Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang into the main building and arrived outside the innermost master bedroom. Duan Lingtian pushed out with his palm and shook open the lock on the door. Bang! The door was knocked open by Duan Lingtian. "Who's there?" Instantly, an explosive shout sounded out from within the room, and subsequently, the room lit up with a lamp. The entire room was completely illuminated. The middle-aged man that was originally completely naked covered his body with the clothes on the bed, then leaped off the bed and glared fiercely with his triangular eyes as he stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 who were covered under black clothes, and his face was gloomy. "Who are you people?" On the bed, a young woman that looked to be around 20 years old shrunk to the corner of the bed in fear and pulled over the blanket to cover her completely naked body. "Kill him!" Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he ordered in a low voice. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang moved, flashing directly towards the middle-aged man with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like rainbows. Above them, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes each appeared. 2 7th-level core formation martial artists. The middle-aged man, Su Yong, went pale as he realized that they didn't come with good intentions. His gaze quickly landed on a window not far away. His figure moved, and with a loud bang, he broke through the window and jumped out. Above him, 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted as they chased after him. "No, don't kill me." Chapter 180. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a burst of clamorous sounds coming from the front courtyard of the house, and he knew that the commotion here had alarmed the others. Under the girl's terrified gaze, Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he raised his hand and knocked her unconscious before chasing out of the window. In any case, his face was covered now, so he wasn't worried about being recognized. Outside the window was the rear courtyard of this house. Presently, Su Yong was lying by the wall of the rear courtyard, not moving and not making a sound. Obviously, he didn't manage to escape. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could a 6th-level nascent soul martial artist possibly escape from the joint forces of 2 7th-level nascent soul martial artists? At this moment, Zhang Qian removed the spatial ring from Su Yong's body and respectfully passed it to Duan Lingtian. "Young master, let's go." Duan Lingtian arrived at the side of the wall in a few steps. Then his legs exerted force and his origin energy skyrocketed. Above him, the strength of 10+ ancient mammoths flashed, directly leaping over the wall and arriving outside the house. When Duan Lingtian left with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he could faintly hear a sorrowful cry coming from the rear courtyard. "Master!" On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, and the wealth within caused his eyes to light up. 30 million plus silver. Sure enough, it was as he thought. This Su Yong had worked for most of his life, and the wealth he accumulated far surpassed the fatty Su Lai from last night. In fact, Su Lai could be considered to be Su Yong's nephew. This uncle and nephew pair gave him a total of close to 40 million silver. "Take it." Duan Lingtian withdrew another 2 million silver and gave it to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. The 2 of them didn't refuse this time and directly put it away. As far as they were concerned, now that they were following this exceedingly audacious youth, it was practically a 90% chance of survival. If they were to make a mistake one day, then this wealth could be left to their wives and children. With the divine might Marquis present, they didn't have to worry about their wives and children being burdened by them. It could be said that they'd already made plans for the worst. After all, what they were doing now was like making a steel wire on a cliff. The slightest carelessness would cause them to fall and shatter into pieces. The Su clan was not easy to deal with. If Duan Lingtian knew what Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were thinking, He would definitely be speechless. He had done similar things countless times in his previous life. Other than the time when he was betrayed, when had he ever failed? When he returned to the house, Duan Lingtian, who was already in a good mood, welcomed another pleasant surprise. Xiongquan had actually spent all the 50 million silver he gave him last time, and had even gathered enough materials to inscribe over 10 bone corrosion inscriptions. After today, the Su clan will definitely be vigilant. I'll rest for a few days, and use the next few nights to help Mother and those 2 little girls inscribe some bone corrosion inscriptions. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and he had a plan. To him, nothing was more important than the safety of his family. Duan Lingtian, who was in an extremely good mood, stealthily snuck into Li Fei's room. Li Fei hadn't slept yet, and was sitting cross-legged on the soft bed, cultivating. When she heard movement, she opened her eyes, and with a glance, she saw Duan Lingtian. She didn't even have time to react before being pushed onto the bed by Duan Lingtian. "Little Fei, your husband is here." Very quickly, accompanied by Duan Lingtian's heavy breathing, the soft bed started to sway, composing a decadent movement. Only when it was deep into the night did the movements of the 2 finally stop. The sound of panting pervaded the room. Just when Duan Lingtian was fully satisfied as he hugged the flushed little Fei and fell asleep, the higher-ups of the Su clan once again gathered in the audience hall overnight. Killing 2 of our Su clan's direct descendant disciples in 2 consecutive nights. Looks like someone has the intention to go against our Su clan. Under the rage of the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, his palm descended, and the armrest of the new chair that had just been changed today was shattered. The Grand Elder, Su Nan, who was below him, had an extremely unsightly expression. Last night his nephew died. Tonight his cousin had died. He suddenly felt that the spearhead of all this seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally pointing towards him. It wasn't only Su Nan who thought this way. Even the other Su clan elders had similar thoughts. "Grand Elder, did you offend someone?" "Yeah, Grand Elder, if you offended someone, you can speak of it. We can use this clue to track down the true culprit." "Grand Elder, could it be that you have some difficulties?" "Grand Elder, I hope you can consider the big picture." One by one, the Su clan elders pointed their spearhead at Su Nan. The gaze of the patriarch, Su Boya, couldn't help but descend onto Su Nan. Now even he had some doubts. "Patriarch, I, Su Nan, can swear that I absolutely haven't offended anyone recently. If you really want to talk about conflicts, then it ought to be that Su Li and Duan Lingtian. However, it's absolutely impossible for the 2 of them to have the ability to kill Su Li and Su Yong. Being misunderstood by so many people, Su Nan was angered to the point his face flushed red, and in his heart he hated that culprit to the bone. Su Li? Many of the Su clan elders present knew who Su Li was, and they all asked, "What does this have to do with Su Li?" Su Nan took a deep breath and spoke of the dispute between him and Su Li, including the fact that Su Li had already left Paladin Academy. When he first found out about this matter, he was very surprised as well. He never would have thought that Su Li, for the sake of his friend, Duan Lingtian, and for the sake of his parents' safety, was actually willing to give up his great future. As far as he was concerned, Su Li's choice was extremely stupid. Grand Elder, you really do have the ability to not even let off a child." A Su clan elder who had a good relationship with Su Li's father couldn't help but sneer as he glanced at Su Nan with disdain. As far as he was concerned, the actions of the dignified Su clan's Grand Elder caused one's hair to stand on end. It's impossible for Su Li. As for that Duan Lingtian, although he's the son of Duan Rafeng, he still hasn't returned to the Duan clan, so it's impossible for him to have such ability. "Grand Elder, did you miss something?" Su Boya pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Nan with a burning gaze. "Absolutely not." Su Nan shook his head with a face full of certainty. Su Boya frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. No matter if it was Su Li from last night or Su Yong from tonight, after they were killed, their spatial rings vanished without a trace. Could it be that the goal of that person was to seek wealth? If it was to seek wealth, then it can be explained. No matter if it was Su Li or Su Yong, they were both the people in charge of the businesses under our Su clan. A Su clan elder said, "Pass down the order. Tell all the people in charge of the businesses to return to the Su clan estate and stay there. I want to see if that person dares to barge into our Su clan estate." Su Boya nodded and gave the order right away, and his eyes flickered with a cold sheen. In just 2 days, the Su clan had lost 2 direct descendant disciples. As the Su clan's patriarch, he had lost all face and felt a great humiliation. Early the next morning, the entire imperial city was bustling with noise and excitement, and the matter of the Su clan members dying for 2 consecutive nights was spread everywhere. Moreover, the people who died were all direct descendant disciples of the Su clan. That Su clan wouldn't have offended someone, right? Who knows? But the 2 people who died weren't any good people. True, it's good for a few more people like this to die. Sure. Be quiet, are you courting death? If the Su clan members hear what you said, then don't think of living. No matter if it was the imperial city's outer city or the inner city, it was filled with similar discussions. 5th Prince's estate. Your Highness, the 3 death warriors we sent out yesterday haven't returned for an entire night. I'm afraid they've met with misfortune. In a quiet pergola, the white-browed old man respectfully reported to the luxuriously clothed young man who was sipping fragrant tea. 3 nascent soul stage martial artists weren't able to take the life of that Duan Lingtian? The luxuriously clothed young man, the 5th prince, had a slightly gloomy expression. Looks like the Duan clan is really benevolent and takes good care of this rebellious direct descendant disciple. Your Highness, what you mean is that the Duan clan members are protecting him. The white-browed old man was stunned. Besides this, do you think he has anyone else to rely on? The 5th prince grunted coldly as he asked. The white-browed old man went silent for a short moment before saying, Your Highness, then should we still? Let's put this matter aside for now. I heard that 2 direct descendant disciples of the Su clan died these past 2 nights. Send someone to investigate, and if you're able to find any clues, then give the Su clan a favor. Once the matter is completed, I want the Su clan to help me in the battle for the throne. I presume the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, wouldn't refuse. The 5th prince's eyes flickered, and a wisp of light flashed within. Yes. The white-browed old man replied and left. Duan Lingtian, you've injured my cousin over and over again. Even if the Duan clan members are secretly protecting you, you won't be able to jump around for long. A trace of a cold light flashed within the 5th prince's eyes. The ghastly shadow assassin organization could be said to be everywhere within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even within the imperial city, there was a ghastly shadow stronghold. In a remote corner of the inner city, very few people knew that the ghastly shadow stronghold in the imperial city was here. Deep into the night, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance sneakily looked around before walking into the ghastly shadow stronghold, entering the hall and arriving before the counter. Target. Behind the counter, the young man with a stiff expression revealed a bone-piercing, icy cold voice. This caused the middle-aged man to feel a chill run down his spine as he said in panic, Duan Lingtian, 9th level of the core formation stage, grade 1 student of Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy? The young man's voice seemed to contain some misgivings. He's an outsider and doesn't live within Paladin Academy. The middle-aged man spoke as if he was reading a textbook. Obviously, he was ordered by someone to issue this mission. Deposit 200,000 taels of silver, confirmed in 3 days. the young man said coldly. Chapter 181. Duan Lingtian was naturally unaware of the undercurrent outside. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian lay on the lawn in the backyard, hugging Kerr on his left and Li Fei on his right. He crossed his legs and looked up at the sky, his gaze slightly blurred. A bright moon hung high in the sky, and the numerous stars set off the night sky. "Scoundrel, why didn't you go out tonight?" Li Fei asked curiously. She remembered that no matter if it was last night or the night before, Duan Lingtian would always bring the two people the divine Might Marquis sent out to him. Tonight, however, he was out of the ordinary and actually had time to accompany her and Kerr to watch the stars here. She had heard a little about the matter of the Sioux clan's direct descendant being killed, and subconsciously felt that it was very likely to be related to this man. "You little girl, do you really want me to go out that much?" Duan Lingtian's right hand slightly exerted force and pulled Li Fei into his embrace. His palm lightly landed on the little girl's sexy butt and conveniently pinched it twice instantly. Li Fei's sensitive body trembled, and her cheeks flushed crimson, as if blood would drip out. "Young master, you're bullying big sister Fei again." Kerr's silver bell-like voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel relaxed and happy. How he hoped that this moment could become eternal, hugging the two little girls until the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. But unfortunately, he understood that this was only an extravagant hope, and there were still many things waiting for him to do. What he needed to do now was to carve out a place that belonged to him in this world where the strong were respected. Only by standing at the peak of this world would he have the ability to bring the two little girls to every corner of this world and see all the clouds in the world. That was the true life, the true carefree life. At that time, no one would be able to threaten him, and everyone could only look up to him. "Kerr, do you think this is unfair to your big sister Fei? Don't worry, I won't favor one over the other." As Duan Lingtian spoke, he smirked and raised his hand to give Kerr's but a slap and gently pinched it. "Young master, you're so bad." Kerr was so shy that she threw herself into Duan Lingtian's embrace. After a long while, she raised her head in embarrassment. "All right, give me your spatial rings. I'll help you inscribe an inscription tonight." Duan Lingtian stopped teasing the two girls and said seriously, "Young master, what kind of inscription are you going to inscribe on us?" Kerr's eyes flickered. After taking off the simmer ring, her watery eyes were filled with curiosity. Li Fei also looked at Duan Lingtian. This man was so mysterious. After interacting with him for so long, she was already used to it. However, she still wanted him to inscribe some kind of inscription on them. Bone-eroding inscription. Duan Lingtian received the spatial rings from the two girls and lightly smiled. Subsequently, he introduced the use of the bone-eroding inscription to the two girls. For a moment, the two girls were scared to the point their faces went pale. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He wasn't surprised by the reaction of the two girls. Duan Lingtian stood up and took the two spatial rings before returning to his room. He withdrew a pile of materials from his spatial ring and started inscribing. Inscribing two bone-eroding inscriptions in one night caused Duan Lingtian's spiritual force to be extremely exhausted. After he finished inscribing, he returned the spatial rings to Li Fei and Kerr one by one. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and directly fell onto Kerr's bed, snoring loudly. Kerr lay beside Duan Lingtian. Her eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian's handsome face, and a wisp of a happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. It was precisely because of this man that her life underwent such a tremendous change. She would live her entire life for this man, and she would have no regrets until her death. Early the next morning, when Duan Lingtian woke up, he only felt groggy. He sized up the surroundings and noticed that he wasn't in his room, and he recalled what happened last night. "Right, I fell asleep in Kerr's room last night." He stood up and noticed the young girl sitting cross-legged at the side, cultivating. Duan Lingtian hugged the young girl from behind, and the young girl's delicate body trembled as she was startled awake from her cultivation. "Young master, you're awake." "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded and greedily inhaled a breath of air. The natural fragrance on the young girl's body was always so pleasant to smell. After getting dressed under the help of Kerr, Duan Lingtian and Kerr went out to eat breakfast together, and only then did they walk out of the house and head towards Paladin Academy. A regular day passed just like that. When he walked out of Paladin Academy's gate in the evening, it was as peaceful as yesterday. Besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he didn't notice a third person spying on him in secret. Duan Lingtian didn't dare be careless. He was clear in his heart. The calmer it was, the more likely it was that a storm was coming. "Young master, the Marquis invites you over." Suddenly, Zhang Qian appeared and walked out, respectfully speaking to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, but he wasn't surprised. Now that the Su clan was facing a great enemy, it was practically a household name within the imperial city, and the Divine Might Marquis estate naturally wouldn't be unable to receive the news. His uncle Nia remembered that he asked for the information of the various properties and people in charge of the Su clan, and would surely suspect him. "You two didn't betray me, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian with a burning gaze, seeming as if he would sweep him and Zhao Gang out of the house if Zhang Qian agreed. "No." Zhang Qian hurriedly shook his head. The matter of the Su clan was not only related to Duan Lingtian, it was also related to his own life. So he naturally didn't dare speak carelessly. "That's good." Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Qian once again concealed himself in the shadows, whereas Duan Lingtian went to the Divine Might Marquis estate. At the gate of the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian noticed that one of the soldiers guarding the gate was actually a familiar face. It was precisely the young soldier that was slapped by an old soldier the last time he came here. "Stop!" Just at this moment, another soldier stood out and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Slap! Under Duan Lingtian's astonished gaze, the young soldier that was slapped by the old soldier the last time slapped this soldier that was blocking his path. Under the furious gaze of the soldier that was slapped, the young soldier looked respectfully at Duan Lingtian. "Young Master Lingtian, please come in." Duan Lingtian nodded and glanced deeply at the young soldier. This fellow, that slap from before wouldn't have been intentional, right? As expected, the furious expression on the face of the soldier that was slapped instantly vanished, and he looked at the young soldier with a perturbed expression as he asked, "Brother Ji, who is he?" "He's young Master Lingtian, the nephew of the Marquis." "Kid, look carefully in the future. Don't act like a hothead." The young soldier spoke with the tone of an old man. As he spoke, he extended his hand to rub the back of his head with a lingering fear. "I've been through this as well." Divine Might Marquis estate within the audience hall. "Uncle Nia, is there something you need from me?" When Duan Lingtian entered, he noticed that the Divine Might Marquis Nia Yuan was already waiting for him, and he couldn't help but ask with a smile, "Little Tian, tell Uncle Nia the truth. Was it you who led Zhang Qian and the others to kill the Su clans Su Lai and Su Yong?" At the same time that Nia Yuan asked, his eyes stared at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to discern something from Duan Lingtian's face. But unfortunately, he was unable to discern anything. "Uncle Nia, if you don't have evidence, then don't speak nonsense." Duan Lingtian said in all seriousness, "You kid, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang not saying a single word was also your order, right? No wonder when you asked me for them the last time, you said you wanted to have complete control over them. You've already planned this at that time, right?" Although Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to admit it, Nia Yuan knew that he guessed correctly, and he spoke angrily. "Uncle Nia, all of this is only your guess." Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. Then he said, "Uncle Nia, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving first. Wait." Nia Yuan stopped Duan Lingtian, then shook his head and smiled. I didn't call you here just to ask about that. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't mention a single word. So I guess that even if you came, you wouldn't be honest. I called you here this time because I want to tell you about the war at the northwest border. As he finished speaking, Nie Yuan's expression became serious. Northwest border? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but recall that his teacher in the Star Mastermind department, Sima Changfeng, had mentioned this to him. Uncle Nie, why are you telling me this? I naturally have a reason for telling you this. The war at the northwest border is critical this time, and His Majesty has given me full authority to be in charge of the mobilization of reinforcements. A portion of these reinforcements will be mobilized from your Paladin Academy, especially the students of your Star Mastermind department. If any of you put what you've learned into practice, then on the battlefield, you alone will be able to hold up against an entire army. Nie Yuan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. When I was discussing this with your Paladin Academy's Vice Dean John, he strongly recommended you to me. Of course, he doesn't know of our relationship. Recommended me? Duan Lingtian was stunned, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It should be Teacher Sima, who recommended him to the Vice Dean. Right, recommended you. How about it? Are you interested in going to experience it? At that time, this reinforcements will be led by your big brother Nie. Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with an extremely complicated gaze. At the beginning, when Paladin Academy's Vice Dean John recommended Duan Lingtian, he was still skeptical. Later on, Vice Dean John mentioned to him the plan of crossing the sea by deception that Duan Lingtian thought of, and it caused him to be extremely shocked. He never imagined that this nephew of his, whose natural talent in the martial Tao and alchemy could be said to be heaven-defying, would also have such a terrifying talent in strategy. Of course I'm interested. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. Uncle Nie, when will the reinforcements head to the northwest border? 1 month later. If you want to go, then properly prepare during this period of time. Nie Yuan said again. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded, then bid farewell and left. On the way home, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly excited in his heart. The battlefield in this life was completely different from the one in his previous life. He'd participated in some of the battlefields in his previous life, but those were practically all clashes of hot weapons, and were far from the hot-blooded clashes of cold weapons on the battlefield in this life. In Duan Lingtian's heart, there had always been a dream. He hoped that one day he would be able to gallop and kill his enemies on the battlefield that was similar to the ancient times of his previous life, fighting until the last moment and spilling all his hot blood. Chapter 182. Even after returning home, a trace of an excited smile still hung on Duan Lingtian's face. Young master, what made you so happy? Kerr blinked her beautiful eyes that were filled with curiosity as she asked. Li Fei looked over as well. She could clearly feel Duan Lingtian's high spirits at this moment. Nothing. It's just that I intend to go to the battlefield to take a look 1 month from now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he spoke casually. Unexpectedly, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Kerr and Li Fei's beautiful faces both changed. Battlefield? In their impression, the battlefield was a very dangerous place. If they went, they might not be able to come back. Young master, can you not go? Kerr was delicate and pitiful as tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't want Duan Lingtian to take the risk. Scoundrel, if you want to go, then I want to go as well. Li Fei had a stubborn expression, as if she wouldn't let Duan Lingtian go if Duan Lingtian didn't bring her along. Duan Lingtian felt a headache coming on. What are you two thinking? I'm only going to be a reinforcement. Moreover, I'm not the type of soldier that goes to the battlefield. I'm the type of prime minister that stays in the tent and gives advice to the officers and soldiers that go to the battlefield, understand? Moreover, this is the rule of Paladin Academy. If you don't go to the battlefield, then you can't graduate. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his face became slightly hot. If he went to the battlefield, would he obediently stay in the tent? The answer was no. It's the rule of Paladin Academy. Li Fei's expression eased up slightly. She knew that Duan Lingtian chose the Star Mastermind Department in Paladin Academy, and she also knew the difference between the Star Mastermind Department and the Star General Department. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied with a thick face. Finally, Duan Lingtian spent some effort to appease the two girls. If he had a choice, he would rather look for a nascent soul realm martial artist and fight. Of course, he would use the bone corrosion inscription to kill his opponent. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian went to look for his mother, Li Ro, to ask for a spatial ring, and help Li Ro inscribe a bone corrosion inscription before calming down and cultivating. His goal was to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage within a month. The next day, as soon as Duan Lingtian entered the classroom, he heard a group of students in the class fiercely discussing. They were talking about the reinforcements that would arrive in a month's time. Duan Lingtian, I heard that 300+ people from our Paladin Academy will join the reinforcements and head to the northwest battlefield. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun moved closer to Duan Lingtian. I've heard. Duan Lingtian nodded. Supposedly, 300 of these 300+ people are from the Star General Department, and there are probably no more than 10 students from our Star Mastermind Department. Xiao Yu's tone was obviously slightly disappointed. That's not strange. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. The Star Mastermind Department students aren't born for the battlefield. They mostly serve the internal affairs of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Just like those civil officials in the Imperial Court and the county governors of the 18 counties, they're basically all from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department, and some of the officials under them are also from the Star Mastermind Department. Xiao Sun had a bitter smile. I wish for nothing more than to switch places with Tian, who, although the Star General Department's Grade 1 students don't have a quota for reinforcements this time, in another 2 years we'll at least have the chance to enter the battlefield. In the Star Mastermind Department, we might not even have the chance to see the battlefield until we graduate. The battlefield is cruel, and the environment is extremely vile. It's not like the luxurious life you have in the Shao clan. If you were to go, you might not get used to it. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was clear about Xiao Sun's mentality. It was nothing more than curiosity. It's always good to experience it. Xiao Sun continued. Xiao Yu nodded and deeply agreed. If the two of you really want to go, I can go get 2 quotas for the 2 of you. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled when he saw their expectant gazes. You? Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with doubtful expressions. Xiao Sun said, Duan Lingtian, you have Teacher Sima's strong recommendation, so you might be able to obtain a quota. But you're bragging a bit too much when you say you'll get 2 quotas for us, unless you know the general leading the troops this time, or the divine Might Marquis. What, you two don't believe me? Duan Lingtian smiled. It was really as Xiao Sun said. Not only did he know the general leading the troops this time, he also knew the divine Might Marquis. To him, obtaining 2 quotas was only a matter of saying a word. Xiao Yu's eyes focused as he said in surprise, Duan Lingtian, you really have a way to help us get a quota. You've known me for so long, have I ever lied to you? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless, as even Xiao Yu doubted him. The 2 of you prepare well these days. 1 month from now, we'll depart together. Although Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun didn't know why Duan Lingtian was so confident, they realized that Duan Lingtian wasn't joking, and their gazes both lit up. Right, don't mention this during lunch. I'm worried that Tian will go with me. It's fine if the 2 of you go together, as you're both students of the Star Mastermind Department and don't need to personally enter the battlefield. But Tian, who is different, Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Once the current Tian who entered the battlefield, it would absolutely be a narrow escape. As a friend, he didn't want Tianhu to take risks. Don't worry, we know what to do. That kid Tianhu, even if you don't help him obtain a quota, he'll still have plenty of chances to enter the battlefield in a year or two. Xiao Sun smiled. Soon, Sima Chongfeng arrived. An entire morning of classes quickly passed. When it was close to noon, Sima Chongfeng called Duan Lingtian out. Duan Lingtian, the order for reinforcements to the northwest border battlefield has been issued. I've already recommended you to the Vice Dean. The Star Mastermind Department's name list will be out in half a month and will depart in a month. Prepare well. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded with a carefree expression. Seeing Duan Lingtian's calm expression, Sima Chongfeng was secretly shocked. This kid was indeed a talent that could be nurtured. He was about to enter the battlefield, yet he was still so calm. But it was unknown what kind of expression Sima Chongfeng would have if he knew that Duan Lingtian had already received the news beforehand. At noon, when they were eating in the cafeteria, Tianhu's eyebrows fluttered, and his face was filled with excitement. I heard that the Star General Department's name list for reinforcements to the northwest border battlefield has been released, and many of them are only second-year Star General Department students. Looks like I'll have a chance next year as well. As long as you work hard and cultivate, you'll naturally have a chance. Duan Lingtian smiled. Sigh, Duan Lingtian, you guys don't have to be envious of me. Really? Although more than 90% of your Star Mastermind Department students have no chance of entering the battlefield after graduation, there's still a glimmer of hope. Moreover, even if you can't enter the battlefield, it's fine. Fighting and killing isn't suitable for you guys. Tian, who seemed to be comforting Duan Lingtian and the other two, but his tone clearly contained a bit of complacency. Yes, you're right. Duan Lingtian earnestly nodded as he resisted the urge to laugh. Haha. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but laugh loudly. What are you guys laughing at? Tian, who had a stunned expression. Nothing. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun shook their heads. No matter how Tian who asked, they wouldn't say anything. They believed that Tian who would know the truth 1 month from now. After finishing their meal, they once again cultivated for an entire afternoon on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Only then did Duan Lingtian leave Paladin Academy with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. After parting ways, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. Inner city, in a remote corner, not far away, a middle-aged man slowly walked to the front of a remote building. If one looked carefully, one would notice that his legs were slightly trembling. Motherfucker, I won't do this kind of work anymore. Although it's fine to just move my mouth, that fellow behind the counter is too terrifying. Just a few words, and he almost scared me to the point of peeing my pants. As he muttered to himself, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and finally walked in. In the spacious hall, there was only one person standing behind the counter. I'm here to confirm the mission. That Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and didn't dare look directly at the young man behind the counter as he spoke in panic. We won't accept this mission. The young man behind the counter frowned when he saw the middle-aged man's terrified appearance and said indifferently, What, won't accept? The middle-aged man was stunned. He never would have thought that it would be such an outcome. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten his fear as he said in shock, Isn't this the Ghastly Shadow organization? Isn't your Ghastly Shadow the most famous assassin organization in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? You can't even deal with a youth? Slap. The young man's gaze was cold as it swept past the middle-aged man like a blade. He raised his hand, and a stack of silver landed on the counter. This is your deposit. Return it. You all. The middle-aged man didn't know where his courage came from, but he seemed to want to say something. F***K off. The young man's eyes slightly narrowed as an icy killing intent swept out from his body. But in the blink of an eye, The middle-aged man was enveloped by the killing intent as well. His body trembled as he was scared to the point of peeing his pants. "I asked you to F***K off, didn't you hear?" The young man's voice was slightly impatient. I can't move." The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. You actually dare dirty our ghastly shadow stronghold?" The young man smelled the stench of urine, and his face went ghastly pale. He stretched out his hand and took back the silver on the counter. "Take this 200,000 as the cleaning fee. If the person behind you has any objections, you can ask him to come look for me personally. Now, I'll give you the time of 3 breaths to disappear before me. Otherwise, leave your life here." The young man's voice became even colder. The middle-aged man's face went ghastly pale. His legs trembled, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he rushed out of the ghastly shadow stronghold in an extremely sorry state. 200,000. 200,000 is gone just like that. After the middle-aged man left, he finally reacted to what had happened. The 200,000 silver seemed to have been confiscated. A gust of wind blew past, and the middle-aged man only felt his crotch go cold, but his heart was even colder. 200,000 was gone just like that. How would he explain himself when he returned? Chapter 183. Imperial City, inner city in a spacious house. "Trash, kneel down!" A middle-aged man with a stiff face kicked out like lightning and kicked the middle-aged man beside him, whose pants were soaking wet, to the ground. The latter knelt there, shivering. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the stalwart figure in front of him. "Second master, I didn't handle this matter well. I'll make up for the 200,000 taels of silver that this trash lost." The middle-aged man with a stiff face respectfully said to the stalwart figure in front of him. 200,000 taels of silver is a small matter." The stalwart figure walked out from the shadows. The moonlight shone down, illuminating a slightly dignified face. This was a middle-aged man, and between his brows revealed the dignity of a superior person. "That ghastly shadow organization isn't willing to accept that little bastard's mission?" The dignified middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground. He could faintly smell the smell of urine floating from the latter's body, and he couldn't help but frown. "Yes, second master." The latter hurriedly nodded, his body shivering. "Clean it up." The dignified middle-aged man glanced at the middle-aged man with a stiff face, and his tone was incomparably calm. "Second master, spare me. Second master, spare." The expression of the middle-aged man kneeling on the ground changed greatly, and before he could finish speaking, the top of his head was shattered by a palm strike from the person beside him. "Dead." "Second master, even the ghastly shadow organization isn't willing to accept the mission to kill that Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he has something?" The middle-aged man with a stiff face was slightly hesitant. "I'm extremely clear about his background. Since Ghastly Shadow doesn't accept the mission, find some people outside to kill him." The dignified middle-aged man raised his hand, and a large stack of banknotes fell on the ground. "Here are 30 million taels of banknotes. Clean up this matter properly. I don't want the people in the clan to know." 30 million taels? The pupils of the middle-aged man with a stiff face constricted. He didn't expect that the person before him would be willing to pay such a large amount of wealth for a mere 18-year-old youth. "Yes, second master." The latter put away the banknotes, carried the corpse beside him, and left the house in a few steps. "Duan Lingtian, you killed my son, and I'll let you die without a burial ground." Before long, only the dignified middle-aged man remained in the courtyard. His icy cold voice echoed out and filled the entire courtyard. Early in the morning, the first light of dawn arrived. Bits and pieces of sunlight sprinkled in through the window and fell on the young man sitting cross-legged on the bed. "Who? After a long time, the youth heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes focused. With my current progress, I should be able to break through to the 7th level of the core formation stage before we depart. Putting on a purple robe, the youth went out after eating. After entering Paladin Academy and passing by the side of the martial arts practice grounds, one could see many students cultivating martial skills and sparring on the martial arts practice grounds. These people are all from the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes a little. By the looks of it, the 1 month's worth of reinforcements had stirred up the fighting spirit of the Star General Department students. Suddenly, 3 young men walked towards them from afar. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. Amongst the 3 people before him, there was a familiar face. It was precisely that Duan Rong, Duan Lingxing's cousin. Ever since Duan Lingxing died, Duan Lingtian hadn't seen Duan Rong again. He never expected to meet him here. Duan Rong noticed Duan Lingtian as well, and he lowered his head with the intention of avoiding him. Duan Rong, what are you afraid of? The tall young man beside Duan Rong looked at the distant violet-clothed youth, and his sword-like brows raised, seeming to be slightly puzzled. Big brother Su Qing, he's Duan Lingtian. The other person laughed bitterly. He's Duan Lingtian. The eyes of the young man called Su Qing narrowed as a bright light flashed within them, and he raised his hand and placed it on Duan Rong's shoulder. Duan Rong, you're a person from my Chilean county's county city. Could it be that you think he can bully you with me here? Duan Rong shuddered and returned to his senses. Right? How could he forget? The young man beside him was the son of the Chilean county's county governor, the eldest young master of the county governor's estate. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, he was even publicly acknowledged as the student with the strongest natural talent in the martial Dao in Paladin Academy after Duan Rufeng. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance, and when he saw Duan Rong looking at him like a mouse looking at a cat, he didn't plan to tease Duan Rong. But suddenly he noticed that Duan Rong seemed as if he'd been injected with chicken blood, and even walked towards him with the 2 young men beside him in an imposing manner. This caused him to be stunned. There's nothing wrong with this Duan Rong's head, right? Could it be that he wants to be bashed again? You're Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed that the tall young man beside Duan Rong was looking at him with a hostile gaze, and his tone had a trace of coldness mixed within. This tall young man had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary bearing, and it was obvious with a single glance that he had an extraordinary background. Yes, Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Could it be that this person wants to stand up for Duan Rong? I'm Su Qing. Su Qing stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of hostility seemed to arise within his eyes. Before the violet-clothed youth before him killed Duan Lingxing and became famous in Paladin Academy, he was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in Paladin Academy. But after that, this halo was seized away by the violet-clothed youth before him. This caused the proud and arrogant him to be slightly unable to accept it. Su Qing. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart when he heard this. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. He still remembered that when he'd just arrived at the Imperial City, he'd once heard people discussing this person within the restaurant in the outer city. Moreover, they even said that this person was the martial Dao genius with the highest natural talent in Paladin Academy in the past 20 years after his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng. Later on, when he entered Paladin Academy, he frequently heard people mention this Su Qing. Su Qing, Paladin Academy Star General Department's 2nd grade student. His cultivation was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, and he even possessed a grade 7 spirit weapon. In Paladin Academy, none of the students below the origin core stage were his match. What? You want to stand up for this Duan Rong? Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he calmly looked at Su Qing. So what if I do? A wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of Su Qing's mouth as a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing had attracted the attention of many students. Because this was the side of the martial arts practice grounds, the crowd of students on the martial arts practice grounds quickly gathered over with interest. Duan Lingtian. A robust figure walked out from the crowd and stood beside Duan Lingtian. Tian, who? You're actually here as well. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw Tian, who, but he lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian, why did you get into conflict with this Su Qing? Tian, who frowned as he glanced at Su Qing with slight fear. I had no intention of getting into conflict with him, but he blocked my path himself and even said he wanted to stand up for this Duan Rong. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an innocent expression. You again. Tian, whose gaze was slightly cold as he looked at Duan Rong, and coldly said, Duan Rong, if you're a man, then don't rely on others. What are you glaring at? If you have the guts, then fight me. Duan Rong's face was livid, but he didn't dare accept the challenge. He had witnessed Tian, whose strength, and it was far from what he could compare to. Forget it. If a dog bites you, would you bite it back? Duan Lingtian shook his head and looked at Tian with a smile. It's about time now go to class. Otherwise, be careful of that Neopai punishing you. As he spoke, he called out to Tian to walk side by side, intentionally bypassing Su Qing's group of 3. Duan Lingtian, you and I are both at the 9th level of the core formation stage, and we both have grade 7 spirit weapons. Do you dare to fight me? Su Qing's eyes focused when he saw so many people spectating. He intended to show off his might and reclaim the title of Paladin Academy's #1 genius. A person must know their limits. Duan Lingtian ignored Su Qing and indifferently left behind a sentence before continuing to walk forward with Tian Hu. Awesome. This Duan Lingtian is too awesome. This Su Qing was once our Paladin Academy's #1 genius, but Duan Lingtian actually ignored his challenge. He even warned Su Qing to know his limits. The surrounding crowd of students were in an uproar. Su Qing's face was livid and his body trembled. His handsome face was now replaced by a savage expression. He, Su Qing, was from the Chilean County's county governor's estate and was the son of the Chilean County's county governor. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and when he started cultivating, he even displayed monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao. He was even called the #1 genius of Chilean County in the past 100 years. Later on, he even passed the entrance exam set up by Paladin Academy in Chilean County and smoothly entered Paladin Academy. Even after entering Paladin Academy, he was still outstanding. He was publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius of Paladin Academy, and among the students of Paladin Academy, there was only one person that could defeat him over 20 years ago. That person was precisely Duan Rafeng. Duan Rafeng was once a peerless genius whose name spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom. They weren't of the same generation, and now Duan Rafeng had even gone missing for many years. Su Qing didn't feel anything when Duan Rafeng overshadowed his limelight. But when Duan Lingtian appeared with the identity of Duan Rufeng's son and even displayed a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage at the age of 18 and killed Duan Lingxing, who was similarly at the 9th level of the core formation stage, his name shook Paladin Academy and even the entire imperial city. Su Qing's halo seemed to have been snatched away overnight. Since then, hostility towards Duan Lingtian had arisen in his heart. Since he was born, then why he was born? Originally, he only had hostility in his heart, but when he really saw Duan Lingtian today, he instead discovered that he yearned so much to defeat Duan Lingtian and prove himself to everyone. He, Su Qing, was still the #1 genius of Paladin Academy, a legend that was difficult for all the Paladin Academy students to surpass. But now, when he issued a challenge, this Duan Lingtian actually disdained him. This caused his heart to be completely filled with flames of rage. Duan Lingtian cowered. Su Qing's expression was gloomy as he looked at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar and sneered. Duan Lingtian, who was walking side by side with Tian Hu, stopped when he heard Su Qing. Then he shook his head and smiled before continuing forward. If you feel that roaring like this can suppress the inferiority in your heart, then go ahead and roar. It's not that I don't dare to battle you, but that I disdain it. You're on your own now. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded from afar, but when it entered Su Qing's ears, it was like needles piercing his heart. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 184. Accompanied by Su Qing's explosive shout, the origin energy on his legs skyrocketed, and his entire body seemed to transform into a cannonball as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Whoosh! Su Qing's speed was extremely swift, like a cheetah that charged out, swift like the wind. Wham! Su Qing raised his hand, and a completely black, 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. The black sword light tore through the sky and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Above Su Qing, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared and condensed into form, relying on the amplification of a spirit weapon. Su Qing's attack was comparable to the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. 9th level of the core formation stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. As expected, the moment Su Qing attacked, it attracted the gazes of all the Paladin Academy students present. Their gazes were suffused with a trace of burning anticipation. They were all extremely curious if Su Qing could defeat Duan Lingtian. The sword in Su Qing's hand flashed out, and in the blink of an eye as he dashed towards Duan Lingtian, his eyes flickered with a fierce and enraged sheen. This Duan Lingtian actually dared to say that he disdained to battle him. If it was an origin core martial artist that was older than him who said these words, he wouldn't feel anything. But the person who said these words was only a 9th level core formation martial artist. Moreover, it was an 18-year-old youth. Most importantly, this youth was the target of comparison in his heart, the target that he intended to suppress. Whoosh! A wave of sword howls sounded out from behind him, causing Duan Lingtian's face to go grim. He exerted strength in his hand and pushed Tian Hu away, moving to the other side. Meanwhile, Su Qing's sword whistled over, barely flashing past the position Duan Lingtian was at earlier, and practically brushing past Duan Lingtian's clothes. Su Qing despicable. Tian, who was in a slightly sorry state, and his expression was extremely unsightly as he glared angrily at Su Qing. However, Su Qing did not pay any attention to Tian Hu. Instead, he looked at the nearby Duan Lingtian and said in a voice as cold as ice, "Duan Lingtian, you just said that you disdain to fight with me? I would like to see what makes you, Duan Lingtian, so arrogant." Duan Lingtian's face darkened. He didn't expect Su Qing to be so overbearing. In his heart, the flames of fury were burning. It was hard to suppress. At this moment, a group of students in the distance had also caught up and were looking at the scene in the distance. Their gazes all landed on the 2 figures facing each other in the distance. A young man in his early 20s, an 18-year-old teenager. The young man was Paladin Academy's famous genius student, Su Qing. He was once the #1 genius and was publicly acknowledged as the #1 person under the Origin core stage in Paladin Academy. The young man was also a famous genius student in Paladin Academy. His name was Duan Lingtian. When he just entered Paladin Academy, he was unknown, until he had a life and death battle with a 9th level core formation student. After he revealed his 9th level core formation cultivation and relied on a grade 7 spirit weapon to kill his opponent, his name shook the entire Paladin Academy. Since then, the halo of Paladin Academy's #1 genius had shifted from Su Qing to this young man. And today, When the former number one genius and the current number one genius faced each other, what kind of sparks would be created? At this moment, everyone held their breaths as they looked at the scene before them in anticipation. They believed that what followed would be an exciting battle between two evenly matched opponents. To be able to witness the battle between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing with my own two eyes, even if I'm late and get punished, it's worth it. Exactly. The former number one genius against the current number one genius. This is a rare sight. The surrounding students had bright lights in their eyes and had excited expressions on their faces. Duan Rong stood in the crowd as his icy cold gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Duan Lingtian, let's see how you deal with this today. Actually fighting big brother Su Qing. You're courting death. As a member of the Chilean County's Duan clan, Duan Rong was deeply aware of how terrifying the county governor's son, Su Qing, was. He didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be a match for Su Qing. Su Qing, if you don't want to lose face, then leave quickly. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he looked at Su Qing with a calm and carefree expression. Don't want to lose face, leave quickly? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, not only did Su Qing's face go pale, even the surrounding students looked at Su Qing with strange gazes. If Su Qing were to leave now, it would undoubtedly be even more embarrassing. Duan Lingtian, anyone can talk big. If you're a man, then fight me and prove to everyone that you indeed have the strength to disdain to fight me. Su Qing's gaze burned as he stared at Duan Lingtian. An origin energy flashed on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand that was pitch black like ink. A trace of a cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Since you insist on going your own way and aren't afraid of losing face, then I'll fulfill your wish. He knew clearly in his heart that if he didn't prove himself now, then Su Qing would surely talk endlessly, since it was like this. Then he would completely destroy Su Qing's confidence and make him retreat in the face of difficulties. I'll wait and see. Su Qing grunted coldly with an arrogant expression. Then receive a punch of mine. Duan Lingtian's voice exploded out like muffled thunder. In an instant, Duan Lingtian made his move. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent, his speed swift like lightning. Above Duan Lingtian, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Su Qing moved along with Duan Lingtian, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand that was pitch black like ink flashed out. Sword images flashed, as if transforming into a myriad of sword images. Obviously, this was an extremely profound sword skill. At the same time, 15 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above Su Qing. Su Qing's entire strength exploded out the moment he attacked, and combined it with his spirit weapon. You only have this little bit of strength? Facing Su Qing's sword, if it was the Duan Lingtian of the past, you might have some fear, but the current Duan Lingtian, Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and in an instant, the speed of his feet soared by a few levels. He instantly dodged Su Qing's sword. Whoosh! Su Qing chased after him. However, he quickly noticed that he was utterly unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian, as Duan Lingtian's speed left him in the dust. How could this be possible? How could he possibly be so fast? When he saw another 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appear above Duan Lingtian, his eyes emitted a sheen of disbelief. The strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Oh my God! The strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian isn't utilizing a spirit weapon to execute an attack now, and is only using his movement technique to dodge Su Qing. In other words, he isn't relying on a spirit weapon, but is drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 16 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Looks like this Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the origin core stage. Only an origin core martial artist is able to possess such a terrifying strength of ancient mammoths under the circumstances of not utilizing a spirit weapon. The first level of the origin core stage possesses the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian is obviously holding back now. The surrounding crowd of students were dumbstruck for a moment, then were overwhelmed with astonishment. Most of the people had expressions of disbelief. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist? Heavens, what monster is this? Duan Rong was dumbstruck as he looked at the scene before him. No, impossible. How could this little bastard possibly be an origin core martial artist? Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and his figure flashed out to directly flash behind Su Qing. His right arm trembled as he struck out with a simple and unadorned punch. Bang! The strength of 16 ancient mammoths exploded out, destroying the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Su Qing's body and blasting Su Qing flying. Bang! Su Qing fiercely fell to the ground, and his body trembled as he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he indifferently swept Su Qing with his gaze, then slowly said, "Now, what do you think? Do I, Duan Lingtian, have the strength to disdain to battle you?" However, at this moment, Su Qing seemed as if he didn't hear Duan Lingtian's words, and he had a dazed expression as his eyes dimmed. He'd obviously suffered a great blow. Humph! Duan Lingtian coldly swept Su Qing with his gaze, then called out to Tian, who before directly heading towards the classroom. Most of the students present sent Duan Lingtian off with their gazes, and their eyes emitted a sense of astonishment and admiration. An 18-year-old origin core martial artist. This youth's natural talent had already completely surpassed his father, Duan Rufeng. Even Duan Rufeng only broke through to the origin core stage when he was 20 years old. How could they know that Duan Lingtian's cultivation was still a distance away from the origin core stage? And the reason he was able to display such a terrifying strength was entirely because of the supreme cultivation method he cultivated, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. Su Qing relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to execute an attack with the strength of 15 ancient mammoths. But before Duan Lingtian's bare-handed attack with the strength of 16 ancient mammoths, he was unable to withstand a single blow. What you're saying is simply nonsense. This grade 7 spirit sword only amplifies attack strength, and Su Qing's speed is similarly only powered by the strength of 12 ancient mammoths, whereas Duan Lingtian's speed is powered by the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. They're completely not on the same level. The gap between the 9th level of the core formation stage and the 1st level of the origin core stage is too great. And this is still Duan Lingtian not using his full strength. Yeah, if he used his full strength, Su Qing wouldn't even have the chance to swing his sword. The group of students discussed animatedly. But when these words entered Su Qing's ears, it was like needles piercing his ears, causing him to be nearly numb. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist, Su Qing suddenly felt that he'd lived all these years in vain, and his pair of dim eyes flickered with the dejection of defeat. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Tian, who were walking towards the classroom, and Tian, who had a face full of surprise. F***K. Duan Lingtian, when did you step into the origin core stage? Tian, who seemed to be carefree, but he was slightly bitter in his heart. When he met Duan Lingtian for the first time in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, Duan Lingtian was the same as him, only a 4th level core formation martial artist. But now, he'd just broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage less than 2 days ago. He originally thought that he could gradually catch up to Duan Lingtian's footsteps, but he shockingly discovered that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the origin core stage. He only felt a wave of powerlessness. Maybe I shouldn't have compared myself to this freak. I'm simply asking for a beating. Chapter 185. Duan Lingtian only lightly smiled in response to Tian Hu's question. In the eyes of others, his strength was indeed something that only an origin core martial artist was capable of displaying. Regarding this, he didn't give any further explanation. After all, this was related to the cultivation method he cultivated. The 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. That was his greatest secret. Once it was leaked, he would surely suffer a calamity. Duan Lingtian had only cultivated to the second form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Raging Python form, and he could already feel how heaven-defying this cultivation method was. He could imagine that if the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique were to be exposed before others, even those true Void stage experts would probably be tempted. Before long, Duan Lingtian separated from Tian Hu and directly went to the classroom. Within the classroom, besides Sima Changfeng, the other 17 students sat in their respective seats, and only Duan Lingtian was missing. Teacher. Duan Lingtian arrived at the classroom door and smiled apologetically to Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng didn't say anything and nodded. Come in. Only then did Duan Lingtian enter and sit down. Duan Lingtian, although you used to come late, you've never been late. Tell me honestly, did you do something bad last night and can't wake up this morning? Xiao Sun sat behind Duan Lingtian and moved his head closer to Duan Lingtian as he laughed wickedly. Is that all you have in your head? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiao Sun as he spoke angrily. Before long, the entire morning had passed. After class ended at noon, Duan Lingtian, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Sun walked on the road to the cafeteria. Everywhere they passed, many students would pay attention to them. Do we have flowers on our faces? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu as he asked. In any case, you and Duan Lingtian don't have flowers on your faces, but do I? Xiaoyu felt it was strange as well. Why were these people looking at them like that? Your face doesn't have any either. Xiao Sun glanced at Xiaoyu and said in all seriousness. Among the 3 of them, perhaps only Duan Lingtian could remain calm. After all, he knew the reason. That's Duan Lingtian, a grade 1 student who stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. F***CK. It couldn't be, right? A first-year student at the primal core stage? At this time, 2 students nearby stopped and looked at Duan Lingtian, whispering to each other. Because they were not far away, their voices were heard by Xiaoyu and Xiao Sun. The 2 of them finally reacted. It turned out that the reason why so many people were staring at them along the way was not because of the flowers on their faces, but because they were looking at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you broke through to the origin core stage? Xiao Sun and Xiaoyu's faces were filled with astonishment, and their eyes revealed an inconceivable luster. This was too exaggerated. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and remained silent. F***CK. You wouldn't have really broken through to the origin core stage, right? Also, why do so many people know that you broke through to the origin core stage, but we don't? Could it be that you were late this morning for something? Xiao Sun cursed and asked a string of questions. Although Xiaoyu didn't finish speaking, his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. When you see Tian Hu in a while, you guys can ask him yourselves. Duan Lingtian shrugged and was slightly helpless. In the cafeteria, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had just sat down when Tian Hu arrived. Xiaoyu and Xiao Sun naturally couldn't avoid asking him questions. Quickly, under Tian Hu's narration, Xiaoyu and Xiao Sun finally knew the ins and outs of the matter. They never imagined that the reason Duan Lingtian was late this morning was actually because of Su Qing. They naturally knew who Su Qing was. He was a year 2 student of Paladin Academy, and was also the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of Paladin Academy before Duan Lingtian appeared. Duan Lingtian, not only did you snatch away the title of #1 genius from Su Qing, you even made him suffer a crushing defeat in public. He's bound to be inferior to you in all aspects of Paladin Academy in the future. Shao Sun shook his head and was slightly shocked in his heart. He never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so valiant and even defeat Su Qing. Of course, what he was even more shocked about was Duan Lingtian's cultivation, stepping into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. Just thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. I gave him a chance at that time, but it was he who was overbearing. He deserved it. Tian, who had a face full of schadenfreude. Shao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze, and, unknowingly, a trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Presently, he was only a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, but Duan Lingtian had already stepped into the origin core stage. Although he had long since no longer intended to compare himself with Duan Lingtian, he still felt a sense of loss in his heart. Right. Suddenly, Tian, who seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. Duan Lingtian, I heard that Su Qing's background isn't simple. He's the son of the Chilean County's county governor, one of the 18 counties under our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Son of the county governor. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he recalled the scene from this morning and came to a sudden realization. This morning, Su Qing didn't have a sword in his hand, but later on he obviously took it out from his spatial ring. At that time, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Su Qing actually had a spatial ring. Moreover, that sword was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Now that he knew of Su Qing's identity, he felt relieved. Son of the county governor? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. The Crimson Sky Kingdom only had a total of 18 counties, and he first cut off the arm of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's son, Pei San. After that, he successively beat the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tong Li, into a pig's head. Now he defended the Chilean County's county governor's son, Su Qing. Out of the 18 county governors, he'd indirectly offended 3. Under the slightly worried gazes of Shao Yu's group of 3, Duan Lingtian laughed indifferently. What are all of you doing? Don't forget that I've already offended a county governor. The Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tong Li, hates me to the bone. Moreover, she's the cousin of the 5th prince. Compared to that, this Su Qing is nothing. Only now did Shao Yu's group of 3 recall that this fellow was a troublemaker, and they all shook their heads and laughed bitterly. Actually, it's nothing much. That Su Qing himself was overbearing. You only defeated him and didn't injure him. That Chilean County's county governor ought to not be so petty. Shao Sun lightly smiled to ease the atmosphere. Shao Yu and Tian, who both nodded in agreement. As for Duan Lingtian, he didn't mind Chilean County's county governor. He wasn't even afraid of nobles like the 3rd prince and 5th prince. How could he be afraid of a mere county governor? At this moment, the entire cafeteria was practically filled with the matter of Duan Lingtian revealing his origin core stage cultivation this morning and defeating Su Qing. Duan Lingtian had once again become the center of attention. Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't like the feeling of being looked at like a monkey, so he casually ate some food before leaving the cafeteria and going to the large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds to cultivate. In the pavilion of the cafeteria, the old man in a gray robe had an astounded expression as well. That little fellow actually broke through to the origin core stage? At dusk, Duan Lingtian, Shao Yu, and Shao Sun parted ways at the gate of Paladin Academy. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he noticed that there were people staring at him. 2 of them were his subordinates, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. The other 5 people were all strangers. However, the strength of these people wasn't even at the nascent soul stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he walked into the remote alley in large strides. Many people had already died successively in this small alley. Without exception, these people were all people that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the small alley, he felt waves of awe-inspiring sounds of wind coming from behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 5 middle-aged men had surrounded him. Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes these 5 people shot at him now faintly contained a trace of greed. Obviously, they were scheming something. Looks like these people were entrusted by someone and are doing this for money. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian looked at the person in the lead of the 5 people. This was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. His expression was savage, and one could tell with a single glance that he wasn't a kind person. You guys are probably doing this for money, right? How much did that person pay? I'll pay double. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 5 people, including the scarred man, couldn't help but be stunned. Kid, there are rules in the underworld. Since we, the Crimson North's 5 tigers, have accepted his money and negotiated this deal with you, it's useless even if you pay 10 times the price. The scarred man grunted coldly, and as he finished speaking, he changed the topic. Of course, even though you won't be able to escape death. However, if you want the person that bought your life to die, then so long as you pay us now, we guarantee to kill that person after you die. Hearing what the scarred man said, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. That works. Of course, we're doing this for money, and only recognize money, not people. The scarred man said as a matter of course. Then, how much do I have to pay for you guys to help me kill that person? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked with a smile on the corners of his mouth. 100,000 silver. The scarred man didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly spoke. 100,000 silver? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then how much did he pay for my life? You're a student of Paladin Academy, so your life is more expensive. 200,000 silver. The scarred man said again. 200,000 silver. Duan Lingtian was first stunned, then under the dumbfounded gazes of the scarred man and the others, he started cursing. F***K. This young master's life is only worth 200,000 silver? 200,000 silver is already a lot. One of the scarred man's subordinates muttered, 200,000 silver is a lot? Duan Lingtian laughed coldly, and with a raise of his hand, a large stack of silver notes appeared in his hand. All of them were in denominations of 10,000 silver. Now, this young master has 1,000,000 silver notes. As long as you can kill this young master will give it all to you. How about it? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the scarred man and the others were all dumbstruck. They've done many transactions, but this was the first time they've encountered such a situation. Yub, is what you said true? The scarred man fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face was filled with disbelief. Don't try to fool me, Wang Dahu, or else you'll suffer. I, Wang Dahu, have a resounding reputation in the underworld. How resounding? Chapter 186. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the 2 people walking over from afar. Why did you 2 come out so quickly? I haven't had enough fun. Haven't had enough fun? The Crimson North's 5 tigers that were led by the scarred man, Wang Dahu, were completely stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, and a bad premonition arose within their hearts. They all turned around to look at the source of the voice. Over there, 2 middle-aged men were walking over side by side. On each of the 2 middle-aged men, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A total of 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed over along with them. Nascent, 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Wang Dahu's pupils constricted and his face was filled with terror as his legs started trembling. His other four brothers were more or less the same. Their faces all went pale, and they didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. What a joke! Before a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, it was impossible for the few of them to have the chance to escape. Now, they could only hope that this violet-clothed youth would forgive them. Thump! Thump! Under Wang Dahu's lead, the 5 of them directly knelt down around Duan Lingtian and drooped their heads, looking extremely like frosted eggplants. Slap! Wang Dahu raised his hand and slapped himself, then begged for mercy with a trembling voice. Young master, we had eyes but failed to see and offended you. You're a magnanimous person, so take us as farts and spare our lives. Now he finally realized that this young man was just toying with them. At the same time that he was terrified to the point of almost being terrified, a trace of rage seemed to arise within his heart. This rage was naturally directed towards the person that paid to kill them. If they knew that their target this time had 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists by his side, then not to mention 200,000 silver. Even if they were given 10 million silver, they still wouldn't dare come. Although money was tempting, their lives were more important. Duan Lingtian was shocked by the actions of the 5 people as well, as he never imagined that they would be so straightforward. Aren't all of you the Crimson North's 5 tigers? Can't you have a little backbone? Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Dahu and lightly smiled. Young master, before you we can only be considered as the Crimson North 5 cats, Wang Dahu said with a bitter smile on his face. Now he could only hope that the purple-clothed youth in front of him would spare the lives of his brothers. Crimson North's 5 cats? This suits you. Zhang Qian stood beside Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but laugh. Crimson North 5 cats, let me hear you. Zhao Gang also smiled. His calm gaze fell on Wang Dahu and the other 4. Meow. Wang Dahu's face turned red. Although he felt humiliated when he thought about how his life was in the other party's hands, he could only lower his head and cry out, Meow, meow. The other 4 people also cried out as they knelt on the ground, trembling. They knew clearly in their hearts that as long as the youth gave an order, their heads would be separated from their bodies. Duan Lingtian frowned, looking at the terrified appearance of Wang Dahu and the other 4. He didn't even have the interest to teach them a lesson. I can spare your lives, but you must tell me who paid for my life. But I don't know if you want to be tough guys and continue to abide by the so-called rules of the underworld. Or do you want your own lives? Want my life, want my life. When Wang Dahu and the other 4 heard that they had a chance to live, their eyes lit up as they spoke in unison. What? You don't want to follow the rules now. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Wang Dahu and the other 4 laughed bitterly. Their lives were already hanging by a thread. What rules were there to follow? No broken rules were more important than their lives. Speak, who paid for my life? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Hammer 7. Wang Dahu said honestly. Hammer 7? Do you know who he is? Duan Lingtian frowned. I know. He's a big hoodlum in the outer city of the Imperial City. Wang Dahu hurriedly nodded. Let's go, bring me to him. Duan Lingtian looked at the sky. At this time, the gate from the inner city to the outer city should have just opened not long ago. After finishing his business, he should be able to rush back in time. Imperial City, outer city. Duan Lingtian sat in the guest room of an inn, leisurely drinking tea. Other than Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing behind him, Wang Dahu also stood respectfully at the side with a nervous expression. Wang Dahu, didn't you say that Hammer 7 was nearby? It's already been more than 10 minutes, and your 4 brothers still haven't returned. They wouldn't have left you behind, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Dahu, and a trace of coldness flashed past his eyes. Young master, don't worry, we, the Crimson North 5 tigers, Just as Wang Dahu opened his mouth, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze had turned sharp, and he hurriedly changed his words. No, it's the Crimson North Five Cats. We, the Crimson North Five Cats, are famous for being loyal. Young master, you can rest assured about this. I hope it's as you say. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Wang Dahu, and he continued to lower his head and drink his tea. The cup of tea was quickly finished. Right at this moment, Zhang Qian, go open the door. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he suddenly spoke. Although Zhang Qian felt it was slightly strange, he still went to open the door. At this moment, he heard a wave of footsteps coming from outside. It was the other 4 of the Crimson North 5 tigers, and they carried a sack back. There was obviously a person inside the sack, and the person emitted a wave of woo-woo sounds as he constantly struggled. After everyone entered, Zhang Qian closed the door and looked at the violet-clothed youth who sat there with a carefree expression, and he was shocked in his heart. The soundproofing of this inn was extremely good, and he didn't notice in the slightest that 4 of the Crimson North 5 tigers had returned. How did the young master know? Not only Zhang Qian, even Zhao Gang's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Both of them realized that there were still many things they had to learn from this young master. Young master, he's here. The other 4 of the Crimson North 5 tigers threw the sack on the ground, and a wave of shrill cries sounded out from within the sack. Subsequently, the 4 of them opened the sack once more. A young man that was tied up appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The young man's mouth was stuffed with a ball of cloth, and he was currently emitting loud woo-woo sounds as he glared angrily at the Crimson North 5 tigers. If you dare make even the slightest sound, I don't mind slashing your throat. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand, and the violet myrtle flexible sword seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's neck, causing the young man to be frightened to the point his body trembled, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. At this moment, he started to size up the youth before him. The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and he removed the ball of cloth from the young man's mouth. Even when the ball of cloth was gone, the young man still obediently shut his mouth, and he didn't dare make even the slightest sound. The sword that was placed on his neck wasn't a joke. Duan Lingtian stared at the young man and said indifferently, "You should be Hammer 7. Speak. Who asked you to hire someone to kill me?" Hammer 7's expression changed. You're Duan Lingtian? Slap. Zhang Qian's figure moved, and he raised his hand to slap Hammer 7. His voice was cold as he said, "How can you say the young master's name?" "Yes, young master, young master." Hammer 7 was stunned by the slap, and he hurriedly nodded, not daring to hesitate. The name Duan Lingtian had recently spread like wildfire in the imperial city. As long as one was a person in the imperial city, there was almost no one who didn't know of Duan Lingtian, and he naturally knew of him as well. Therefore, even if someone came to him and asked him to hire someone to kill Duan Lingtian, he didn't dare to brazenly do it. He could only find a few hotheads who had just arrived in the imperial city and hadn't heard of Duan Lingtian, and hire them to do it. He originally thought that things would go smoothly, but now it seemed that it was completely different from what he imagined. He regretted it now. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been greedy and found these unreliable fellows. What Crimson North's 5 tigers? The name sounded quite big, but in the end, it was wiped out by someone else. Let me ask you, who asked you to hire someone to kill me? Duan Lingtian's gaze was sharp, and his voice was cold as if it was transmitted out from an ice cave. Young master, I can't say. If I say, I'll die. Hammer 7's face was pale as he smiled bitterly. Believe it or not, I can kill you right now. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the crepe myrtle flexible sword swept out. With a shio sound, one of Hammer 7's eyebrows was shaved off. Hammer 7's expression changed, and he said in a panic, Young master, I'll speak. I'll speak. Speak, who is it? Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, it was mixed with breathtaking rage. He wanted to know who exactly wanted his life. No matter who it was, he wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. It's Hong Jie, young master, it's Hong Jie. He gave me 3 million silver and asked me to find a few clean people to deal with you. Hammer 7 hurriedly said, 3 million silver? The faces of Wang Dahu and the other 4 of the Crimson North's 5 tigers went pale as they stared angrily at Hammer 7. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian being present, they would probably have rushed up and killed Hammer 7 at the first possible moment. This Hammer 7 took 3 million silver, but only gave them 200,000 silver? And almost made them lose their lives. Hong Jie. Duan Lingtian frowned, feeling that the matter seemed to be getting more and more complicated. Young master, I've heard of this Hong Jie. He's a local tyrant in the outer city of the Imperial City. Supposedly, he's related to the Shao clan's patriarch. Zhao Gang seemed to have thought of something as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Hammer 7 as he indifferently said, Take out the 3 million silver. Yes, yes. Young master, I only have 2,800,000 silver here, and there's still 200,000 silver in their hands. Hammer 7 obediently withdrew a large stack of silver from his pocket, and didn't forget to look at Wang Dahu and the others. Wang Dahu glared at Hammer 7, but didn't dare hesitate and obediently took out 200,000 silver. Wang Dahu. Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. Young master, I'm here. Wang Dahu took a step forward and was incomparably respectful. Deal with him and clean him up. Duan Lingtian's voice was terrifyingly calm, causing Hammer 7's face to go pale. But unfortunately, he didn't have the time to beg for mercy before his head was blasted apart by Wang Dahu's fist. Above Wang Dahu, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level of the Origin core stage. Chapter 187. Wang Dahu. Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Dahu. His gaze focused, and his voice was slightly cold. I'll give you a chance. Take the 200,000 taels of silver and leave. As for the lives of your 4 brothers, they must stay here. Otherwise, all of you will die. Duan Lingtian's sudden change in expression caught Wang Dahu and the other 4 off guard, and their expressions changed. You're going back on your words. Wang Dahu's expression changed, and he glared at Duan Lingtian. He didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would go back on his words. You're courting death. Zhang Qian's voice was ice cold, and his leg kicked out like lightning, sending Wang Dahu flying and crashing into the wall. Wang Dahu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, but his eyes were still filled with unwillingness as they landed on Duan Lingtian's body, filled with rage. Boss. The other 4 members of the Crimson North's 5 tigers were filled with grief and indignation. Wang Dahu, this is the last chance I'm giving you. I hope you cherish it well. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Wang Dahu as he said indifferently, Even if I, Wang Dahu, die, I won't give up on my brothers. Wang Dahu gnashed his teeth. Although he was afraid of death, when he thought of using the lives of his brothers who had gone through fire and water with him to exchange for his own life, he still rejected Duan Lingtian. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life. Boss, you can go. Boss, we know you're loyal, but we still hope that you can survive and help us take care of our families. Boss, live well. The other seemed to have realized that a great disaster was about to befall them, and they hurriedly advised. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother. Wang Dahu's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the 4 people in front of him, and he was extremely emotional. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's brows twitched. As soldiers, They valued relationships and loyalty. Now that they saw Wang Dahu and the other four in such a state, they couldn't help but feel deep veneration and compassion. Just when they wanted to open their mouths to plead with Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Wang Dahu. You have passed my test. The coldness on Duan Lingtian's face instantly melted. He took the 2,800,000 taels of silver that Hammer 7 took out. He put away the 2,000,000 taels for himself and threw the other 800,000 taels to Wang Dahu. After cleaning up this place, take this 1,000,000 taels and your 4 brothers and leave the imperial city. The sudden change made Wang Dahu's group of 5 stupefied. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instead had smiles on their faces, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian were filled with even more admiration. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Wang Dahu and the other 4 knelt down again and repeatedly kowtowed. This time, they were truly grateful to Duan Lingtian. I'll leave this to you guys. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Dahu and the others. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he left with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Young master, if Wang Hu had abandoned his 4 brothers just now, what would have happened? Outside the inn, Zhang Qian followed behind Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but ask. If he had chosen to abandon his brothers, then none of them would have survived. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. In his heart, if Wang Dahu had made that choice, then even he wouldn't be able to convince himself to let Wang Dahu and the others go. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang gasped when they heard this. They tacitly glanced at the youth with deep gazes. They didn't doubt in the slightest that when this youth grew up, he would surely be a formidable figure. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, do you know where Hong Jie usually stays? Zhang Qian knew Hong Jie quite well, so Duan Lingtian quickly brought the 2 of them to look for Hong Jie. After a round of coercion, Duan Lingtian pried open Hong Jie's mouth and handed Hong Jie over to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to deal with, who knew that the 2 of them would directly kill Hong Jie. You guys, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Zhang Qian laughed slyly. Young master, this Hong Jie has done all sorts of evil. I've wanted to teach him a lesson since long ago. Then why didn't you teach him a lesson in the past? In the past, we were afraid of his relationship with the Shao clan's patriarch. Why aren't we afraid now? We've already killed 2 Su clan direct descendant disciples and have already thrown caution to the wind. We don't lack one more Hong Jie. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless towards the reason of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Why does it sound like he's the one who led them astray? This Hong Jie actually has a spatial ring as well. Over 30 million? After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of Hong Jie's spatial ring, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the large pile of silver within it. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Hong Jie to be so rich. It should have been given to him by that Duan clan member. Zhang Qing guessed. Humph. This Hong Jie even said he only took 5 million. I was almost deceived by him. Duan Lingtian coldly snorted. The inner city is about to close. Let's go. Now that their objective had been achieved, the only thing left to do was to deal with the inner city. Duan Rulei. Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He found out from Hong Jie that it was a subordinate of the Duan clan's second master that came looking for him. The identity of the person behind the scenes was obvious. It was precisely the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei. After entering the inner city, Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, both of you keep an eye on that Duan Rulei tonight. I want to know if he returned to the Duan clan estate or went somewhere else. Once you're done scouting, come back and inform me. Yes, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. They'd already guessed this young master's plan. The young master intended to kill Duan Rulei. Even though they knew that Duan Rulei was the Duan clan's second master and had an extraordinary identity, they'd already killed 2 Sioux clan direct descendant disciples, so they didn't think much of it, according to the young master. As long as they dealt with it cleanly and didn't leave behind any traces, it would be absolutely safe. The night was dark and the wind was strong, a night to kill. In the inner city, outside a large courtyard house, 3 black-clothed and masked figures quietly climbed over the wall and snuck into the house. It was precisely Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. After a night of tracking by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, they'd confirmed that Duan Rulei had arrived at this courtyard house and hadn't returned to the Duan clan estate. This courtyard house was twice the size of Duan Lingtian's house. Now the lights were completely extinguished, and it was extremely quiet. Something seems to be wrong. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force trembled as he faintly realized something. Not only that, he also noticed that the 2 little pythons concealed within his sleeves had become restless, as if they'd noticed something. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian along and continued forward. Since he'd come, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, what threat could a cripple pose? Even if there were people protecting him, he wasn't afraid. So long as it wasn't a half-step void stage expert, he could deal with it by relying on the bone corrosion inscription. Whoosh! Just when Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to the center of the front courtyard, a clear and melodious sound sounded out, and the lights instantly lit up, illuminating the entire front courtyard. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, 3 figures flashed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 3. When these 3 people moved, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above each of them. 3 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. The 3 people that appeared were 3 old men, and they stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and his face went grim, but his face was covered, so others were unable to see it. He never imagined that he would actually be noticed. However, he didn't mind. 3 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, so long as Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang joined forces to kill one of them, he could use his spatial ring and the bone corrosion inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword to instantly kill the other 2. Duan Lingtian, needless to say, I've still underestimated you. Right at this moment, accompanied by a cold voice, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance slowly walked out from the courtyard house's main building. Beside the middle-aged man followed an azure-clothed old man. Although it was the first time he'd seen this middle-aged man, he was still able to discern that the middle-aged man was somewhat similar to Duan Lingxing from that time, and Duan Lingtian guessed his identity. Duan Rulei. However, his attention wasn't on Duan Rulei, but on the azure-clothed old man beside Duan Rulei. The azure-clothed old man had an emaciated figure that was all skin and bones, but he gave Duan Lingtian an unfathomable feeling and an extremely dangerous feeling. With the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that this old man wasn't an ordinary person. The strength of the azure-clothed old man might even surpass an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment, he could feel his heartbeat speeding up. He's probably not at the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian consoled himself. What? Duan Lingtian, you're still unwilling to be honest with me, your second uncle? Duan Rulei's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then took off his hood and revealed his face. Since he was recognized, then there was no need to continue wearing it. Now he was almost certain that he'd been tricked by Duan Rulei tonight. Duan Rulei had obviously set up a trap for him. As expected, he's slightly similar to Duan Rufeng from all those years ago. When he saw Duan Lingtian's face clearly, Duan Ru Lei's gaze squinted, and a trace of breathtaking rage arose within him. It was as if he'd returned to the past and recalled the scene when Duan Rufeng crippled his Dantian all those years ago. I'm extremely curious. How did you know I would come? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Ru Lei and asked. That can only mean that the two people by your side weren't professional in following me and were seen through by Elder Ku long ago. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Ru Lei slightly paused for a moment, then smiled to the azure-clothed old man beside him, and within his smile was a trace of reverence mixed within. Young master, we're sorry. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang never imagined that the matter would happen to them, and their pupils constricted as they spoke apologetically with bitter voices. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the azure-clothed old man. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed him for a period of time and had improved a lot in tracking. Duan Lingtian was sure that even if they were asked to follow an ordinary 9th-level, nascent, soul-stage martial artist, they might not be noticed. Could it be that this azure-clothed old man was really a half-step void stage expert? Chapter 188. Duan Lingtian, how is it? Are you afraid now? Duan Ru Lei's eyes contained a sense of ridicule, as if he wanted to see Duan Lingtian's terrified expression. Afraid? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly constricted when faced with Duan Ru Lei's question, and he lightly smiled. Why should I be afraid? Humph! Duan Ru Lei's voice went cold. You're at death's door, yet you still dare to be stubborn. I'll make it clear to you. This is my private courtyard house. Including Elder Ku and those 3 people, they aren't members of the Duan clan. So don't think that they'll take into account that you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan and show mercy. So you're saying that I'm definitely going to die today, right? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, and in the eyes of others he seemed to have disregarded life and death and didn't care in the slightest. It's good that you know. Duan Ru Lei's face was covered in a layer of frost as he sneered. Now, do you regret killing my son? If I say I regret it, could it be that you'll let me off? Duan Lingtian replied with a question, and his face was still carefree. Of course not. Today, no matter what, you're definitely going to die. Duan Ru Lei's gaze went cold as he revealed his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. Then isn't it fine? I'll die if I regret it, and I'll die if I don't regret it. Then why should I regret it? Maybe I, Duan Lingtian, will have regrets in my life, and there will be moments of regret. But killing your son, Duan Lingxing, I've never regretted it. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Duan Lingtian's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Duan Ru Lei in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Good. Duan Ru Lei was so angry that he started laughing. As expected of Duan Rufeng's son, you really do have the same demeanor as him. Subsequently, Duan Ru Lei's gaze sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom. I heard from my nephew that your cultivation has already stepped into the origin core stage. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be only 18 today. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist. In terms of natural talent, you're simply even more monstrous and heaven-defying than your father all those years ago. But unfortunately, you're going to die here today. Obviously, Duan Ru Lei had also learned of what had happened in Paladin Academy this morning from Duan Rong. Duan Lingtian, with a cultivation at the origin core stage, defeated the former #1 genius of Paladin Academy, Su Qing. An 18-year-old Yuan Dan stage martial artist? The azure-clothed old man by Duan Ru Lei's side spoke with a slightly hoarse voice, and his eyes flickered with a strange sheen. Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation. Such natural talent would probably be considered to be at the top. What a pity. However, being able to kill such a monstrous genius in my lifetime can also be considered to be good fortune. The corners of the azure-clothed old man's mouth gradually curled into a wisp of coldness. Traces of a strange aura extended out from his body. This aura was noticed by Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force at the first possible moment, causing his eyes to focus once again. Half-step void stage. Now he could finally completely confirm that the old man before him was a half-step void stage expert. You know of the half-step void stage? The azure-clothed old man was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his pair of strange eyes flickered with a sheen of ridicule. Looks like you're not simple, kid. Right? Being able to control 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. I presume you have some ability. Since when did an existence at the half-step void stage become someone's lackey? Moreover, you're even a lackey for a cripple at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he ridiculed. The azure-clothed old man didn't have any reaction, but Duan Rulei's expression had already greatly changed. Duan Roulei, don't speak irresponsibly and sow discord between me and Elder Ku. Elder Ku is my honored guest, and I've always treated him like an elder. Kid, no matter how much you speak, it's still a waste of time. If I were you, I might kneel down and beg for mercy and kowtow a few times to the second master. Maybe the second master's mood will improve and he'll leave you with an intact corpse. The azure-clothed old man wasn't ashamed or angry, and his voice was calm, yet it contained a breathtaking coldness. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the judge of life and death, and Duan Lingtian was only a mortal waiting for his judgment. Kneel down and beg for mercy an intact corpse? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Roulei. You want me to kowtow and beg for mercy? Old man, are you so old that even your brain isn't working properly? Can a cripple like him bear it? Is a cripple like him worthy? Duan Lingtian. Duan Rulei's face was crimson red as he burst into rage. In these past few years, although he didn't have his cultivation, his status in the Duan clan was still important. Who would dare directly call him a cripple in front of him? Now, this Duan Lingtian repeatedly called him a cripple, and it had completely infuriated him. Elder Ku, I'll be troubling you. Duan Roulei took a deep breath as killing intent flashed within his eyes. He looked at the azure-clothed old man beside him, and he didn't plan to waste his breath on Duan Lingtian any longer. Xing, father is about to take revenge for you. Duan Rulei's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian violently dying on the spot. The three of you deal with these 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. I'll deal with this kid myself, an 18-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist. Kid, I'll always remember you in this lifetime. You'll be the first peerless genius to die at my hands. The azure-clothed old man's expression was extremely gloomy as he ordered the 3 old men that surrounded Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with ridicule. Yes, the 3 old men were extremely respectful and reverent to the azure-clothed old man, and when they heard the order, their figures moved and instantly pounced towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's gazes focused, and they could only battle with these 3 evenly matched enemies. After all, their opponents had more people, and they quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. The azure-clothed old man slowly walked out towards Duan Lingtian. Kid, you're going to die soon. Could it be that you're not afraid? Every step the azure-clothed old man took, the sheen of ridicule that was mixed within his eyes grew deeper. If I was afraid, Could it be that you would let me live? Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the azure-clothed old man, as if he was looking at an idiot. You're courting death. Noticing Duan Lingtian's unusual gaze, the azure-clothed old man's face went grim. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent that covered the heavens and covered the earth rose up from his body. This Duan Lingtian actually dares to infuriate Elder Ku. The corners of Duan Ru Lei's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this scene. Old fellow, could it be that you really think you can kill me? Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he looked at the azure-clothed old man who was enraged to the extreme and intended to attack him. Stop trying to be mysterious. The azure-clothed old man had a face of disdain as his figure flashed and walked out. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen was stunned. Duan Lingtian's feet trembled as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he swiftly flashed backwards as he shouted explosively, Uncle Nya, do you still intend to continue watching the show? The azure-clothed old man was stunned and stopped his footsteps. On the other hand, Duan Ru Lei couldn't help but frown. Kid, I originally wanted to make you suffer a bit more so that you wouldn't dare act rashly in the future. But I never imagined that I would actually be discovered by you. Accompanied by a somewhat helpless hearty laugh, a figure flashed in from outside the house and lightly descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him. This was a middle-aged man, and his entire body emitted a peerlessly overbearing aura. It was precisely the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curled into a faint smile. Not long after Duan Ru Lei and the azure-clothed old man appeared, he'd noticed Nye Yuan, who was concealed at the side. This was also the reason why he was able to maintain a carefree expression from beginning to end. He knew clearly in his heart that with Nye Yuan present, he wouldn't die. General, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang pulled apart the distance between them and their three opponents before looking at Nye Yuan and respectfully bowing. Divine Might Marquis. Duan Ru Lei's face went grim. He knew of the friendship between Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Rafeng, and this divine might Marquis Nye Yuan. For a moment, a bad premonition arose within his heart, but in next to no time he caught his breath. The divine might Marquis was in existence at the half-step void stage, and his strength was similar to Elder Ku. Their side still had a steady chance of victory. You're the divine might Marquis? The azure-clothed old man's gaze descended onto Nye Yuan, and it faintly contained a trace of wickedness. I've long since heard that the divine might Marquis Nye Yuan has a shocking strength and is in existence at the half-step void stage. Today, this old man will seek guidance from the divine might Marquis. Nye Yuan glanced indifferently at the old man. If you want to seek guidance from me, I'll naturally accompany you. But unfortunately, your opponent today isn't me. As soon as Nye Yuan finished speaking, he moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian only felt a flash before his eyes, and Nye Yuan vanished on the spot. In the next moment, bang, 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 those 3 7th-level nascent soul stage existences were all dead. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he gazed at Nye Yuan, who seemed to have returned to his original spot in an instant, and his heart trembled. Just based on the ability Nye Yuan executed earlier, he was obviously only a step away from the true void stage. Looks like this Uncle Nya of his had extremely high natural talent in the martial Dao. You have already arrived at the final step? The azure-clothed old man was originally puzzled by what Nye Yuan said earlier, but now that he saw the ability Nye Yuan executed, his face went pale. Even if it was the half-step void stage, there was more or less a difference in strength. Compared to him, Nye Yuan had undoubtedly walked further, and was only a step away from reaching the true void stage, the void prying stage. Whoosh! Practically at the same time that the azure-clothed old man's face went pale, a figure silently sneaked in and descended beside Nye Yuan. The person that arrived had a tall figure, wore black clothes, and his face was covered by a Ghost King mask, causing his appearance to be unable to be seen clearly. Duan Lingtian's face slightly went pale. He was actually unable to notice the existence of this person in the slightest. There was only one possibility. This person was a void-prying stage expert, a true emptiness realm expert. In the next moment, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian to be even more astonished appeared. The old man that was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws a moment ago had a ghastly pale expression the instant the ghost masked man appeared, and he even directly knelt on the ground with a thump as he shivered. Cap, leader, you're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.